Chapter 901. Looking at the dark spirits that Jiang Chen took out, Han Yan could feel that his bloodline was throbbing with excitement. These dark spirits contained the purest dark force, which would be of unimaginable help to Han Yan. The second-grade Great Saint Devil Soul was even more powerful. It contained a large amount of pure devil qi. Not only could this devil qi bring a strong impact to Han Yan, it could also greatly stimulate his Gu Tianma bloodline, making his bloodline even more powerful. This is great. These treasures are what I need the most. Gu Tianma's bloodline can absorb all these treasures, allowing my cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Han Yan's eyes glittered. The devil blood pool was useless to him now. However, the treasures that Jiang Chen had brought to the Dark Devil religion were unimaginably huge treasures, not only to him, but also to the entire Dark Devil religion. Ah Yan, you stay in the Maoyin cult and continue your cultivation. I still have a very important matter to attend to. I won't disturb you any longer. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder once more, then vanished like a ghost. When he left, there wasn't even a ripple in the void. This showed that Jiang Chen's control of the spatial force had reached an incredible degree. You're right. Han Yan kept the dark spirits and went into seclusion. The progress of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had given him a lot of pressure. He knew very well that even though he had the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he was still lacking compared to Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. If he didn't work hard, the gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. After settling Han Yan's matter, Jiang Chen didn't waste any more time. He quietly went to the demon race. As for those geniuses on the sky ranking, Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes anymore. Sure, Han was dead, leaving only the little monstrous genius of the desolate family. Jiang Chen didn't know how strong the first rank of the sky ranking was, but if he encountered him, he would certainly die because he had advanced to the 8th grade minor saint, no longer a 7th grade minor saint. If the first rank of the sky ranking appeared, he was confident that he could kill him in a second. Currently, the experts of the 5 major families hadn't taken any action, but every place in the Pure Land was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were on the little monstrous genius of the desolate family and Jiang Chen. Almost everyone was guessing that the little monstrous genius of the desolate family would appear very soon. Sure, Han was dead. Among the young generation of the Pure Land, only the guy from the desolate family could deal with Jiang Chen. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the battle. It was imaginable that if Jiang Chen killed the little monstrous genius of the desolate family, the 5 families would certainly go crazy. They wouldn't care about their reputation anymore. Even if they didn't take action because of their reputation, they would still send the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace to deal with Jiang Chen. Regarding this, Jiang Chen didn't put it in his heart. It was a good thing that the guy from the desolate family hadn't appeared yet. It gave Jiang Chen the opportunity to deal with the Dark Shadow. He wanted to take advantage of this period of time to settle the grudge between him and the Dark Shadow so that he wouldn't let this group of ghosts jump out at any time. When Jiang Chen arrived at the spiritual space mountain, the disciple in charge of receiving disciples didn't dare to show any neglect when he saw Jiang Chen. He bowed deeply to Jiang Chen and said, "Young Master Jiang." Today, Jiang Chen was a distinguished guest of the demon race. Putting aside the huge benefits that the Huang dog had brought to the demon race, Jiang Chen alone had won their respect because he was a figure who could reach the 9th level of the suspended tower. Being able to reach this level meant that he was respected by everyone. The demon race had always respected the strong. Jiang Chen had defeated Leopard Wei, hence, everyone respected him. Jiang Chen nodded as a greeting and immediately flew towards the spiritual space main hall. He had a good relationship with the Peacock King. This time, the Peacock King was the main force in dealing with the Dark Shadow. His purpose this time was to look for the Peacock King. The highest level of the demon race basically didn't care about the affairs of the demon race. Under normal circumstances, the Peacock King was enough to make the decision. Lang Xingtian basically didn't show up. Therefore, it was very easy for Jiang Chen to go to the spiritual space main hall to look for the Peacock King. "Jiang Chen, you are back. How's the matter with the ancient people?" The Peacock King asked. "The matter with the ancient people has been perfectly resolved. I am engaged to Gu Xuantian's niece. Now, I am on the same side as the ancient people." Jiang Chen said, "Good. The ancient people are willing to make friends with you. This means that Gu Xuantian isn't an idiot. He should be able to see your potential. I heard that you have killed Sher Han. That's really awesome. Your current cultivation grade has become even more powerful. You have advanced to the 8th grade minor saint in just a few days. You are truly amazing. The Peacock King praised Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's progress was just too fast. You would never know when he would advance to the next level. Peacock King, I have come to you this time because I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Chen went straight to the point. Speak. The Peacock King was also not a bashful person. He liked to speak his mind and speak his mind. Peacock King should have heard of the Dark Shadow, right? Jiang Chen said. There is an assassin organization in Saint Origin World. I have no interest in this organization. Why are you asking about it? Peacock King asked. Because I have offended this organization and destroyed one of their strongholds. Plus, all the assassins they sent have been killed by me. Not long ago, they sent a 2nd grade great saint to kill me. This group of ghosts is like a dog skin plaster. I can't get rid of them no matter how hard I try. You don't know when they will come out and bite you. It's very annoying. So, I want to eliminate this assassin organization and uproot them. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. What? They sent a 2nd grade great saint to kill you? Peacock King was a little surprised. He had heard about the assassins of the Dark Shadow. The means of this group of assassins were very scary and impossible to guard against, but Jiang Chen was safe and sound. In other words, a 2nd grade great saint failed to kill Jiang Chen. This surprised him a little, but Jiang Chen had created a lot of miracles. Such monstrous geniuses couldn't be measured with common sense. But Jiang Chen, I can understand that you want to eliminate the Dark Shadow, but this organization is incomparably mysterious. It's very difficult to find their stronghold. Plus, we don't know anything about the overall strength of this organization. How are we going to eliminate them? Peacock King said with a frown. I already know everything about them. Earth Devil Beast, come out. As soon as Jiang Chen called, the Earth Devil Beast appeared in the main hall. Its body was emitting monstrous devil chi. It greeted Jiang Chen respectfully, Master. 2nd grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast. Peacock King's eyes widened. As a powerful beast of the demon race, he knew the terror of the Earth Devil Beast better than anyone else. A 2nd grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast was enough to kill an ordinary 3rd grade Great Saint, but this Earth Devil Beast was addressing Jiang Chen respectfully as Master. This had changed Peacock King's worldview. He couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it. For a moment, his admiration for Jiang Chen was like a torrential river. One should know that the Earth Devil Beast was brutal and unruly. Even if he could kill it himself, he wouldn't be able to make it submit to him and call him Master. Peacock King doesn't have to be surprised. When the Dark Shadow assassinated me, there was a 2nd grade Great Saint and an Earth Devil Beast. I have cultivated a secret technique of Buddha sect which happened to be the nemesis of the Earth Devil Beast. So, I used this secret technique to subdue it. Then, the Earth Devil Beast killed the 2nd grade Great Saint. Jiang Chen said, not hiding anything from Peacock King. Peacock King was stunned on the spot. No matter what method Jiang Chen used to do it, he began to admire Jiang Chen. The Earth Devil Beast is one of the higher-ups of the Dark Shadow. Not only does he know the location of the stronghold of the Dark Shadow, he also knows the overall strength of the Dark Shadow. Earth Devil Beast, tell Peacock King about the forces of the Dark Shadow. Jiang Chen ordered. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast said. The stronghold of the Dark Shadow is very secretive. I can take you there. The leader of the Dark Shadow is a 5th grade Great Saint. There are 2 4th grade Great Saints, 3 3rd grade Great Saints, and the rest are 1st grade Great Saints and 2nd grade Great Saints. There are also a lot of minor saint assassins. Peacock King, I can see that your cultivation has improved a lot compared to before. You are only a step away from the 5th grade Great Saint. Perhaps you will break through at any time. Also, with your noble peacock bloodline, even if you are only a 4th grade Great Saint, you are more than enough to kill an ordinary 5th grade Great Saint. How about it? I wonder if you dare to follow me to do something big. We will wipe out the Dark Shadow in one go. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Fuck, you little brat. You dare to provoke me? However, congratulations. Your provocation is effective. In this world, there is nothing that I, your daddy, do not dare to do. How can I, the Peacock King, miss out on such a delightful and exciting thing like killing the Dark Shadow? Peacock King's chi fluctuated and immediately agreed. Haha, Peacock King is really straightforward. Jiang Chen laughed. He knew people like Peacock King too well. He was a devil incarnate. Just like what Peacock King said, there was nothing in this world that he, Peacock King, wouldn't dare to do. But the forces of the dark shadow aren't small. I'm afraid that it won't be enough if it's just you, me and this earth devil beast. At that time, I will definitely be held back by the leader. There are still 2 4th-grade great saints and 3 3rd-grade great saints. Given your current cultivation, you won't be able to deal with them. I will call the old Lion King along. Chapter 902. Old Peacock, why are you looking for me? Lion Yen asked. He looked at Zhang Chen and said with a smile, Brat, not bad. You have already reached the 8th grade minor saint. Peacock King and Lion Yen belonged to Lang Xingtian's lineage. They had a very good relationship with each other, so they had a very good impression of Zhang Chen. No one would ignore a young man with infinite potential, including Lion Yen. But immediately, Lion Yan's eyes fell on the Earth Devil Beast. He could feel the powerful devil chi exuding from the beast. He was as surprised as Peacock King. Earth Devil Beast. Old Lion, don't be nervous. This Earth Devil Beast has been subdued by Zhang Chen. How is it? Are you shocked to death? Peacock King said. What? Sure enough, after hearing that Zhang Chen was able to subdue a 2nd-grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast, Lion Yan's facial expression changed instantly. He was more surprised than Peacock King just now. Peacock King felt much better after seeing Lion Yan's expression. All right, old lion. Follow me to do something big. Do you have the guts? Peacock King said with a smile. What a joke. When have I ever been afraid of something that you, Peacock King, can do? Tell me, what is it? Lion Yen said loudly with unparalleled chi. Zhang Chen had already seen through Lion Yan's cultivation. His cultivation was the same as Peacock King's, a 4th-grade great saint, but he was slightly inferior to Peacock King. However, he would be a great help to Zhang Chen. The patriarch of the lion race wasn't an ordinary person. If he didn't have some skills, he wouldn't be able to lead the lion race. At that time, Lion Yen alone could deal with the 2 4th-grade minor saints of the Dark Shadow. As for the rest, Zhang Chen, the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil would be enough to deal with them. We are going to eliminate the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. Peacock King said word by word. What? Lion Yen exclaimed. He knew very well what the Dark Shadow was. He didn't expect that Peacock King was going to eliminate the Dark Shadow. Who was the one who came up with this idea? Almost without thinking, Lion Yen looked at Zhang Chen. He knew that the Peacock King had no enmity with Dark Shadow and would not destroy their stronghold for no reason. In that case, it could only be Zhang Chen. Lion Clan Leader. This is my intention. Zhang Chen cupped his fists at Lion Yen and repeated what he had told the Peacock King. How about it, old lion? Do you dare to go? The Peacock King also began to use provocation because he knew very well that provocation was the most effective way to deal with people like Lion Yen. If you dare to go, why wouldn't I dare? If we can get rid of an Ing, it will be an earth-shattering event. Lion Yan's interest was immediately piqued. The Dark Shadow was a major force and it had a symbolic meaning in Saint Origin world. It was the pinnacle of assassins. The collapse of any pinnacle would be a historical event, and any disruptor would be remembered by the people. I have gone to the Devil World in the Western Domain and subdued a 3rd-grade Great Saint Devil. With the combat strength of the 5 of us, it won't be a problem to destroy the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. Zhang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Peacock King and Lion Yen rolled their eyes and almost fell to the ground. This bastard had subdued a 3rd-grade Great Saint Devil. How could he not be so heaven-defying? He was just an 8th-grade minor saint. If he advanced to the Great Saint realm in the future, how powerful would he be? As a matter of fact, Zhang Chen being able to edify the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil was a complete accident. With his current strength, it would be impossible to edify the Earth Devil Beast without the help of the Blood Talisman. Just as Zhang Chen and Peacock King were about to set off, an earth-shattering roar was heard from the sky above the spiritual space mountain. It's the roar of De Huang. Zhang Chen's facial expression changed. The few of them hastily rushed out of the main hall and saw that the entire sky above the spiritual space mountain was covered with dark clouds and lightning. Then, the sound of thunder was heard. All of the dark clouds had gathered above the place where Big Yellow was in seclusion. Blood-red lightning was constantly flickering in the clouds, as if the end of the world was coming. The invisible heavenly might made one's heart tremble and soul tremble. It's the heavenly tribulation. De Huang has broken through to the Great Saint realm. Lion Yen was pleasantly surprised. Motherfucker! This is the 9 major tribulation. Don't tell me that this bastard is going to undergo the tribulation in the spiritual space mountain? Peacock King rolled his eyes. An ordinary saint tribulation that could attract the 9 major tribulation was enough to show that the one undergoing the tribulation was a super genius. In the past, when the greatest saint was undergoing the saint tribulation, it was also the 9 major tribulation. However, this kind of tribulation couldn't be carried out in the spiritual space mountain. Otherwise, when the tribulation was over, the spiritual space mountain would be in a complete mess and suffer heavy losses. This was what Peacock King was most worried about. However, De Huang Dog had obviously thought of this. Just as the dark clouds were condensed, De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and flew out of the spiritual space mountain. De Huang Dog flew away and the lightning clouds quickly followed him. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen's body flickered and took the lead to catch up. It seemed that De Huang Dog had obtained great benefits from the Totem Divine Seal. He had directly broken through to the Great Saint realm in a very short period of time. This was really a great thing. After De Huang Dog passed the tribulation, he would have one more main force to attack the Dark Shadow organization. After passing the tribulation, even if he was just a first-grade Great Saint, De Huang Dog, with a mutated Dragon Horse Divine Beast bloodline, was enough to deal with an ordinary third-grade Great Saint. A second-grade Great Saint would die without any suspense if they encountered him. The birth of a Great Saint was a major event that was celebrated by the whole world. The lightning tribulation of De Huang Dog had alarmed almost everyone in the demon race. Both Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King had appeared directly. The relationship between the two had eased a lot. Now, both of them felt that the arrival of De Huang Dog was the lucky star of the demon race. The future of the demon race depended on this dog. Look, it's De Huang Dog. He has actually broken through to the Great Saint realm before Leopard Way. It's really terrifying. Looking at the power of this tribulation, it should be the 9 major tribulation. It's really powerful. The Totem Divine Seal that he obtained last time has brought great benefits to the entire demon race. It seems that the heavens wants our demon race to prosper. That's right. De Huang is a divine beast. He represents auspiciousness. Now, because of his arrival, the internal conflict of our demon race has been resolved. It's a rare grand unification. This is a great thing for our demon race. Everyone didn't expect that De Huang Dog would advance so fast. They still remembered that when De Huang Dog first came to the demon race, he was only a third-grade minor demon saint. Before entering the suspended tower, he was only a 6th-grade minor demon saint. However, after coming out of the suspended tower, he immediately broke through to the 9th-grade minor demon saint. Only a few days had passed, and he had already become a great saint expert. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was really shocking. In a wilderness thousands of miles away from the spiritual space mountain, De Huang Dog's majestic body stopped under the thunderclouds. He raised his head and looked at the scene of thunder and lightning in the sky with a solemn expression. Even if he was confident, this was his first time undergoing tribulation after all. He couldn't be compared with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was a professional in transcending tribulation. He had been struck by lightning many times. On the other hand, De Huang Dog was a newbie in this aspect. Hung Long. The roar above the thunderclouds was incomparably violent. An incomparably thick blood-red lightning was condensed. The lightning was like a blood dragon. No one knew how much destructive power it carried. It aimed at De Huang Dog and was about to strike down. De Huang, you don't have to resist the first 6 lightning tribulations. Your body is enough to withstand them. Now, you have to use the power of these heavenly lightning to temper your body in cultivation. For cultivators, heavenly tribulation isn't just a tribulation, it's also a great opportunity. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. It's an extremely rare opportunity to temper your body with heavenly lightning. Don't waste it. Moreover, you have to conserve your strength to deal with the last 3 lightning tribulations. Jiang Chen's voice reached De Huang Dog's ears. In this aspect, Jiang Chen was indeed an out-and-out experienced person. Not to mention other things, he had experienced the 9 major tribulations twice. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, De Huang Dog's state of mind became much more stable. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's advice at the critical moment, he was prepared to resist the first lightning tribulations. Now that he thought about it, if he did that, Not only would he not be able to obtain the corresponding benefits from the lightning tribulations, he would also gradually exhaust his energy. When the last 3 lightning tribulations arrived, his energy would not be able to keep up, and he would be in danger. In the 9 major tribulations, the most powerful ones were the last 3 lightning tribulations. The first 6 lightning tribulations were just like appetizers for an abnormal person like De Huang. Rumble. Thunder roared. The first lightning tribulations poured down like a blood-red waterfall, directly bombarding De Huang Dog's head. Countless lightning bolts instantly submerged De Huang's huge body, making crackling sounds. Many people became nervous because they saw that in the face of this lightning tribulations, De Huang Dog did not even make a move to block it. He was completely withstanding it. Just a moment later, Big Yellow walked out of the lightning energetically, looking majestic. The strike just now didn't cause any harm to him. Instead, it tempered and strengthened his body, especially his head, which was already extremely hard and could be considered as a divine weapon. Now that it was tempered by the heavenly lightning, it became even more irresistible. Big Yellow, you're right. Amazing. He resisted the lightning tribulations head-on and didn't get hurt at all. Of course, De Huang has the body of a divine beast. His body is so strong that it can resist the lightning tribulations head-on. However, the most powerful 9 major tribulations are the last 3 lightning tribulations. I hope he can get through them unscathed. Many people were shocked and gave a thumbs up to De Huang's way of overcoming the lightning tribulations. Rumble. Chapter 903. Rumble. The second heavenly tribulation descended. Its power was obviously much stronger than the first, but for De Huang Dog, it could not pose the slightest threat to him. It was only helping De Huang Dog to refine his body. Just like that, after passing through 6 heavenly tribulations in a row, De Huang Dog was still full of vigor and his momentum was even stronger than before. Obviously, these 6 heavenly tribulations not only did not cause any harm to De Huang Dog, but also brought him great benefits. Good. De Huang's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation is very smart. He has measured his own strength, and with his body, he can completely resist the first 6 heavenly tribulations. In this way, not only did he gain great benefits from the thunder tribulation, but he also preserved his strength. With this strength, the success rate of resisting the last 3 heavenly tribulations will be much higher. That's right, this is the smartest way of crossing the heavenly tribulation. After all, De Huang is going through the 9 revolutions major tribulation. One mistake and he will be in danger of collapsing. Now that his body has absorbed a lot of power of thunder and lightning, his body has a certain level of immunity to thunder and lightning. In this way, it will be much easier for him to withstand the next 3 heavenly tribulations. Peacock King and Lion Yen kept nodding their heads, praising De Huang Dog's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation. However, they did not know that this was all taught by Jiang Chen. Otherwise, no matter how smart De Huang Dog was, it would be impossible for him, who had no experience in crossing the heavenly tribulation, to deal with it so easily. Crackle. When the 7th thunder beam condensed, many people's expressions changed. Even De Huang Dog put away his narcissistic expression. He knew that the real highlight was coming. From this heavenly tribulation onwards, the destructive power would begin to increase dramatically, and it would be much stronger than before. The thunder beam let out a roar, as if a primordial thunder dragon had appeared. With a long tail, it instantly arrived above De Huang Dog's head. Come on! De Huang Dog didn't show the slightest bit of fear as he shouted at the thunder dragon. Even if it was a powerful 9 revolution tribulation, he would still successfully pass it. The moment the lightning struck down, a layer of dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of De Huang Dog's body. It was the purest form of energy. From now on, De Huang Dog had begun to resist the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. The sky above the wilderness had turned into a sea of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved, forming an incomparably resplendent picture. It was extremely beautiful, but under this kind of beauty, there was an endless power of destruction. Every bolt of lightning could wreak havoc in a region. The entire wilderness had been ravaged beyond recognition. There were no mountains here. The only few sand dunes had been turned into nothingness by the impact of the lightning. They had been completely destroyed. De Huang Dog's entire body was submerged in the surging sea of lightning. No one could see through the sea of lightning to see what was happening inside. Rumble. The 9 revolution tribulation was very rapid. Before the 7th thunder tribulation disappeared completely, The 8th thunder tribulation had already condensed. This thunder tribulation was twice as thick as the 7th thunder tribulation. One could imagine how destructive it was. The area of the thunder tribulation had expanded by more than twice. De Huang Dog's shadow couldn't be seen anymore. However, one could still hear De Huang Dog's roars from time to time. This proved that he was still in good condition. The 8th thunder tribulation lasted for 3 minutes before it disappeared. Then, the figure of De Huang Dog reappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, De Huang Dog's breath had begun to become a little messy. Compared to before, he was more or less in a difficult situation. However, his momentum was still strong. It seemed that he hadn't really suffered any injuries. However, this was also within the expectations of many people. One should know that De Huang Dog was a powerful divine beast. His body was extremely strong and his bloodline was extremely noble. If he couldn't even survive a thunder tribulation, wouldn't he become a joke? If one looked carefully, they could see that the dragon horn between De Huang Dog's eyebrows was faintly discernible. It was constantly flashing with lightning. It was obvious that De Huang Dog had absorbed enough power of lightning. That dragon horn was his most powerful trump card and his most powerful innate magical power. Jiang Chen had seen him use it once. Its power was astonishing. Now, it seemed that the dragon horn had undergone a significant change. Once it was used, its power would certainly be more tyrannical. Rumble. Not allowing De Huang Dog to rest, the 9th thunder tribulation began to condense. This was the last thunder tribulation of 9 revolutions. The intense power of the heavens might increased exponentially. Everyone in the demon race held their breath and revealed a worried expression. De Huang, do your best to deal with it. The last thunder tribulation of 9 revolutions is the superposition of the previous 8 thunder tribulations. Jiang Chen reminded De Huang Dog again. Thus, he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Soon, the last thunder tribulation was completely condensed. It was a living thunder dragon. It was 100 feet long. The thunder dragon represented the heaven's might. Under the heaven's might, all were ants. Anyone who dared to provoke the heaven's might would perish. De Huang Dog closed his eyes. His divine beast bloodline began to operate rapidly. A primordial power overflowed from his body. It turned into a layer of light shield and wrapped De Huang Dog in a golden cocoon. He was ready to receive the 9th thunder tribulation. Rumble. Soon, the thunder dragon poured down and hit De Huang Dog's body. Some people saw that when the thunder dragon hit De Huang Dog's body, countless cracks instantly appeared on the golden cocoon on the surface of De Huang Dog's body. The sea of thunder filled the air, and under the dark clouds, there were colorful lightning bolts everywhere. The power of destruction was everywhere, and the void was destroyed beyond recognition. Bottomless pits appeared one after another in the wilderness, and thick smoke overflowed from the pits. No one spoke. Everyone stared at the thunder sea without blinking. This was the last thunder tribulation. As long as De Huang Dog could survive it, the 9 revolutions major tribulation would be considered complete. After a long time, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. The thunder sea also began to disappear gradually. The figure of De Huang Dog was once again revealed in front of everyone. At this moment, De Huang Dog could be said to be in an extremely difficult situation. His body was covered in blood. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn. It was a frightening sight. However, a mysterious mark was floating above the head of De Huang Dog. Many people recognized it. It was the demon race's totem divine seal. Rays of white light shone from the totem divine seal and entered De Huang Dog's body. Everyone could see that De Huang Dog's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Look, that's the totem divine seal. The totem of our demon race palace is helping him recover. De Huang has gained the favor of the totem. With the help of the totem divine seal, he can recover quickly no matter how serious his injuries are. It's really enviable. What's there to be envious about? The totem is a supreme existence in our hearts. The totem has found De Huang. That is the will of the totem. We can only revere it. Seeing this, all the members of the demon race breathed a sigh of relief. The reappearance of the totem divine seal made all the members of the demon race reveal expressions of respect. In the hearts of the demon race, the totem divine seal was a supreme existence that could not be violated or blasphemed, not even by words. In just a dozen minutes, De Huang Dog's injuries had completely recovered with the help of the totem divine seal. He raised his head and let out a roar. His body was full of vigor and vitality again. The current De Huang dog's cultivation had reached the first-grade Great Saint. What was even more surprising was that De Huang dog had obtained great benefits from the lightning tribulation, pushing his cultivation to the peak of the first-grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the second-grade Great Saint. Perhaps, he would break through at any time. Haha, the dog laughed loudly, flying back and forth in the sky above the wilderness to show off. His narcissism and coquettishness had returned. Haha, De Huang, congratulations on advancing to the Great Saint realm. Sure enough, you are the chosen one of the totem. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were the first to come to De Huang to congratulate him. After that, the two of them left directly. Their status was noble and they wouldn't usually appear here. Today, when De Huang dog was about to break through to the Great Saint realm, they were attracted here. Many people of the demon race came forward to congratulate him, which made De Huang dog really coquettishly. His vanity was filled with pride. De Huang, enough. Peacock King and I are going to eliminate the stronghold of the Dark Shadow organization. Are you going or not? If you don't, we will leave. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice reached De Huang dog's ears. As soon as he heard that they were going to eliminate the stronghold of the Dark Shadow, the dog stopped showing off. In a flash, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Boy, what did you say? Go and kill the Dark Shadow? De Huang dog's eyes emitted bright rays of light. Yes, we have discussed it. Let's go now, Jiang Chen said. At the same time, he used divine sense to tell De Huang dog everything that had happened to the Dark Shadow, including the location of the stronghold of the Dark Shadow and the overall strength of the Dark Shadow. Motherfucker. This is too enjoyable. Fortunately, Master Dog has advanced to the Great Saint realm. Otherwise, I would have missed such an earth-shattering event. Master Dog is now at the peak of first-grade Great Saint. It's just the right time for me to find those Dark Shadow guys and test my skills. De Huang dog was excited to the extreme. For this guy who was eager to see the world in chaos, there was nothing better than eliminating the Dark Shadow organization. Well, now that we have De Huang, our strength has become stronger. Let's go now, Peacock King said. In the blink of an eye they disappeared. Under the lead of the Earth Devil Beast, they came to a mountain range. Earth Devil Beast, where is the stronghold of the Dark Shadow? Asked Jiang Chen. The Earth Devil Beast that was edified by the edifying light was undoubtedly the most trustworthy because it wouldn't play any tricks in front of Jiang Chen. The stronghold of the Dark Shadow exists in a separate spatial zone. There is a node in this mountain range that leads to that spatial zone. We will enter from the node. Chapter 904. This was an extremely barren mountain range. It could be said that it was desolate and uninhabited. No one would come here on normal days. There was not even a demon beast in such a huge mountain range. It could be seen that the stronghold of the Dark Shadow was so secretive and formed its own space. It was no wonder that few people knew the specific location of the Dark Shadow Assassin organization, even though they had existed for so long. The node that connects to the stronghold of the Dark Shadow is constantly changing, so I have to sense it to find it, the Earth Devil Beast said. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. He suddenly unleashed the true dragon palm, grabbing at the void in front of him. Come out! Jiang Chen shouted. A figure was directly caught by Jiang Chen. It was a minor saint. Jiang Chen killed him on the spot. This is the assassin of the Dark Shadow. It seems that he is a sentry here. Fortunately, he was caught by Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he would have alerted the enemy. Peacock King said. He and Lion Yen looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. The assassins of the Dark Shadow had always been good at concealment. If a minor saint assassin hid himself, they would definitely be able to sense it with their cultivation base. However, they directly ignored this point. Only Jiang Chen discovered it. It could be seen that Jiang Chen not only had an amazingly sharp perception, but also acted cautiously. He would not fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. It's here. The Earth Devil Beast quickly found the spatial node. Peacock King took a step forward. He attacked savagely and tore the spatial node. Then, they flashed and disappeared from the barren mountain range, appearing inside a space. At first glance, this space seemed to be created by a great saint expert. The scope of the space was not large. There were not many buildings in it. There was only a black palace. The entire space was filled with a strong murderous aura, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. This was the gathering point of the assassins. Everyone here was a ghost walking in the dark. Everyone's hands were stained with blood. Who is it? The place where Jiang Chen and the others appeared happened to be seen by the two assassins. They immediately shouted. As assassins, they were born with a sense of danger. It was like a keen sense of smell. What's more, this was the hinterland of the dark shadow. No outsiders had ever come here. Even the assassins they trained were not qualified to enter this place. Shua! Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog took the lead and arrived in front of the two assassins in a flash. De Huang Dog's head hit one of the assassins, smashing his entire body into pieces. He was now a first-grade great saint. A minor saint was like an ant in front of him. He could pinch them to death easily. Jiang Chen's attack was equally ruthless and decisive. He crushed the head of the other assassin, and the two assassins died instantly. They didn't even have a chance to scream. De Huang, do you still remember Full Moon Restaurant? Jiang Chen looked at the Black Palace in front of him. Understood. De Huang Dog revealed a knowing smile, then disappeared in a flash. He and Jiang Chen had been together for a long time. The tacit understanding between them had reached the point where they could communicate with just a glance. The purpose of attacking the stronghold of the Dark Shadow organization this time was to uproot the organization and completely eliminate this organization from Saint Origin World. Using the same method that they used to deal with Full Moon Restaurant was undoubtedly the best. De Huang Dog had now advanced to the Great Saint realm. He was also proficient in the Heavenly Book of Formation source. His attainments in formation had advanced further. He wanted to secretly arrange a large formation to seal off this space and not let anyone escape. What is De Huang doing? Lion Yan asked, puzzled. Cutting off their retreat route. Jiang Chen smiled. Then, the five of them strode towards the stronghold. The Earth Devil Beast was the first to arrive at the stronghold soon. Outside the stronghold, there were 3 or 4 minor saint experts. They were stunned when they saw the incoming group, but they were relieved when they saw the Earth Devil Beast. 4 of them came forward and bowed to the Earth Devil Beast. This showed that the Earth Devil Beast's status in the Dark Shadow was still very high. Lord Earth Devil Beast is back? Who are these people? One of the assassins asked. His eyes swept across Jiang Chen and the others. He couldn't help but frown. One should know that this was the core location of the Dark Shadow. No outsider had ever come here. If it wasn't for the Earth Devil Beast bringing them in, they would have sent a signal just now. However, the Earth Devil Beast didn't answer their question. A devil wave rushed out of the Earth Devil Beast's body and enveloped all 4 minor saints. The 4 of them didn't even have the chance to scream. They were killed by the Earth Devil Beast on the spot, leaving not a single residue. Who is it? How dare you behave atrociously in my Dark Shadow? At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the Black Palace. Then, incomparably powerful silhouettes flew out one after another. There were more than 100 of them. More than a dozen of them were great saints, led by a man who seemed to be in his 50s. He was as skinny as a match and looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, the murderous intent that overflowed from his body was the strongest. He is the supreme leader of the Dark Shadow, a 5th-grade great saint. The Earth Devil Beast said in a low voice. The senses of the people of the Dark Shadow were extremely sharp, let alone these great saints. Although the Earth Devil Beast didn't make any movement when it attacked, it was still sensed by the people in the stronghold. These should be all the assassins in the stronghold. The Earth Devil Beast spoke again. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with ice-cold murderous intent. These were the top assassins of Saint Origin World. Their combined murderous intent was enough to form a storm of murderous intent that could shake one's soul. In the face of Jiang Chen and the other uninvited guests, the people of the Dark Shadow shifted their eyes to the Earth Devil Beast, including the leader. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. They had no idea why the Earth Devil Beast was with these outsiders. Earth Devil Beast, do you know what you are doing? The leader scolded. Master wants to destroy the Dark Shadow, so I will kill all of you. The Earth Devil Beast said. After being edified, he would listen to everything Jiang Chen said. He wouldn't care about anything else. He wouldn't even hesitate to commit suicide if Jiang Chen asked him to do so, let alone kill the people of the Dark Shadow. Earth Devil Beast, has your fucking brain been kicked by a donkey? You are the dignified king of the devils. How could you listen to a human and expose the stronghold of the Dark Shadow? You have committed an unforgivable sin by bringing outsiders in. A fourth-grade great saint scolded the earth devil beast loudly. Cut the crap and die. The Peacock King bellowed. He didn't waste any more time talking nonsense. He grabbed the air and a huge palm emitting 7-colored light appeared out of thin air. In a blink of an eye, it appeared above the heads of the people of the Dark Shadow. Obviously, the leader of the Dark Shadow didn't expect that the enemy would attack without any warning. In his point of view, the enemy wanted to destroy the stronghold of the Dark Shadow with just a few people. It was like throwing an egg against a stone. They didn't put the Peacock King and the others in their eyes at all. Unfortunately, he still didn't know the identity of the Peacock King. Arg! The attack of the Peacock King caused a huge amount of energy to overflow in all directions. Screams were heard all of a sudden. A total of 5 to 6 minor saint assassins were affected by the energy, and their bodies were torn apart. Bastard! Only then did the leader react. Immediately, he bellowed furiously, raised his hand and shot out a light beam, blocking the attack of the Peacock King. Everyone, listen to me. Kill all these outsiders at all costs. Don't let them leave the stronghold. The leader's murderous intent soared to the sky. He immediately gave the order. This stronghold was the core area of the Dark Shadow. It had been operating for a long time and had never been known by outsiders. Since these people had broken in, they must not let them leave. Haha, come on. The Peacock King soared into the sky. His target was very clear. The leader. A puny little fourth-grade great saint dares to clamor in front of me? You are simply courting death. The anger of the leader couldn't be appeased. He immediately opened up a separate battlefield with the Peacock King and started a fierce battle. Lion Patriarch, I will leave the 2 fourth-grade great saints to you. Jiang Chen drew out the heavenly saint's sword and transformed into his dragon form. After being with the Dark Shadow for so long, there was no need for him to say anything now. He would just kill them. Don't worry. I can easily pinch these 2 old men to death. Lion Yen immediately let out a roar and charged at the 2 fourth-grade great saints. As the patriarch of the Lion family, his means couldn't be compared to ordinary people. He wouldn't put ordinary existences at the same level in his eyes. Even if he had to fight 2 of them at the same time, it wouldn't be a problem. Earth Devil Beast, Devil, De Huang, you guys go and deal with the 3 third-grade great saints. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen gave the order to the Earth Devil Beast and Devil. At the same time, De Huang Dog also appeared. He had already cast a seal in the void, sealing the entire spatial zone. It was impossible for ordinary people to escape. As for the leader, Peacock King wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Kill. Both sides instantly clashed with each other. The entire spatial zone was divided into several battlefields. The Peacock King was fighting against the Dark Shadow leader, Lion Yen was fighting against the 2 fourth-grade great saints, and the Earth Devil Beast, Devil and a Huang Dog were fighting against a 3rd-grade great saint each. Jiang Chen's strength was relatively weak. He couldn't defeat a 3rd-grade great saint for the time being, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the others. Brat, why are you attacking our Dark Shadow? A 2nd-grade great saint looked at Jiang Chen and asked coldly. At this moment, 5 great saints had besieged Jiang Chen. They were all 1st-grade great saints and 2nd-grade great saints. In their opinion, Jiang Chen was just a puny 8th-grade minor saint. They could easily pinch him to death. The leader had given the order that everyone who came to the stronghold today must die. None of them would be spared. Because I am Jiang Chen. Chapter 905. What? You are Jiang Chen? No wonder you looked so familiar just now. Jiang Chen, we, the Dark Shadow, have been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect that you would come to us today and bring a few people to die with you. Jiang Chen, our Dark Shadow has suffered a heavy loss because of you. Your existence is a disgrace in the history of our Dark Shadow. Only with your death can this disgrace be washed away. However, I have to admire your courage. How dare you come to our stronghold? Don't you know that this is no different from courting death? Pu Qi. As soon as the sarcastic voice of a great saint faded, Jiang Chen moved. He moved like a cheetah. The sharp heavenly saint's sword pierced through the chest of the 1st-grade great saint. Before the sarcastic expression on the great saint's face disappeared, it froze. He lowered his head to look at the sword that had pierced through his body. His facial expression changed drastically when he felt the life force in his body was constantly flowing away. No, this is impossible. The first grade great saint assassin began to spurt out blood from his mouth. He shook his head and couldn't believe what had happened in front of him. His opponent was just an 8th grade minor saint. How could he have such a powerful attack? It was so powerful that he didn't even have the chance to react and was pierced through by the sword. This great saint probably didn't even dream that he would die one day. He didn't think that he would die in the hands of an 8th grade minor saint. This was an incomparably funny thing. There are a lot of impossible things in this world, just like what you are doing now. Jiang Chen sneered. A powerful destructive force burst out from the heavenly saint's sword. The first grade great saint let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body exploded, turning into countless of blood mist that splashed on the others. What? The other 4 only reacted now. Their facial expression changed drastically. The change was too sudden. No one had expected it. However, Jiang Chen's thunderous attack made them understand that this young man in front of them wasn't as weak as they thought. Only now did they remember that the dark shadow had suffered a heavy loss in the hands of this young man. Let's attack together and kill him. The 4 great saints were completely enraged. They immediately took out their combat weapons and attacked Jiang Chen at the same time. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body rippled as he fought fiercely with his opponents. Even though it was 1 against 4, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. As for the dozens of minor saint assassins, they could only stand there and watch the battle. They didn't even have the qualification to participate in such a battle. Their eyes were filled with shock. No one had thought that Jiang Chen could be this powerful. Most of them were 8th grade minor saints. They thought that they were the rare geniuses, but compared to Jiang Chen, they felt that they were inferior to a piece of shit. What should we do? What else can we do? He is just an 8th grade minor saint and he is so powerful. Even a great saint elder was killed by him. We don't even have the qualification to participate in such a battle. Let's wait and see. After all, there are only a few of them and the strongest among them is only a 4th grade great saint. They are certainly no match for our leader. In my opinion, they are courting death by breaking into our stronghold. Each of these minor saint assassins was full of confidence and arrogance. In their point of view, those who came here were courting death. Just like what their leader had said, those who came here today wouldn't be able to escape. All of them were going to die here. High up in the sky, on the grandest battlefield, the Peacock King and the leader were locked in a stalemate. The leader was yelling in anger. He was a dignified 5th grade great saint, but he was tied with a 4th grade great saint. To him, this was a humiliation. Haha, the leader of Dark Shadow is just Uzo. You guys have lost your assassination skills. You are too weak. I, the Peacock King, will kill you today. The Peacock King laughed loudly. His body suddenly transformed into a peacock that was a few hundred meters in size. His body was radiating 7-colored light. His feather clothes were extremely beautiful. Peacock King. You are the Peacock King of the demon race. The leader exclaimed when he saw the transformation of the Peacock King. It's good that you know who I am. You will die a worthy death if you can die in my hands. The Peacock King's chi was unparalleled and domineering. Peacock King, I, Dark Shadow, have never offended you and your demon race. Why do you want to go against us? The leader's tone was no longer as tough as before. Although he had never seen the Peacock King before, he had heard of his reputation. This was a real devil incarnate, a ruthless man with a powerful peacock bloodline. Even if the Peacock King was just a 4th grade great saint, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Just now they could barely fight to a draw, but now that the Peacock King had transformed into his true form, the gap between them was obvious. Cut the crap. I am entrusted by Jiang Chen to destroy your stronghold. The Peacock King was a peerless madman. He didn't need too many reasons to kill anyone he wanted. Jiang Chen? That kid is Jiang Chen. I didn't expect him to collude with your demon race. Very well, Peacock King. In that case, let's have a showdown. I would like to see how powerful the legendary Peacock King is. The leader was infuriated. He could already see that today's matter wouldn't be settled. Since the person who came was Jiang Chen, this grudge could only be settled with a massacre. Clang! A black long sword appeared in the leader's hand. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was extremely sharp. Immediately, he flung out streaks of ice-cold sword light. Each streak of sword light carried a strong murderous aura as it rushed towards the Peacock King. Peacock opens its tail. Thousands of feathers fly together. The Peacock King spread out its feathered clothes, revealing two huge peacock wings that looked like a colorful barrier. Feathers shot out from the Peacock King's wings, looking even more terrifying than sharp swords. Clang, clang, clang. Thousands of feather arrows collided with the leader's black light, producing a large amount of sparks. The entire void was annihilated by the destructive chi. In the end, the Peacock King's technique had the upper hand. The leader had suffered a great counterforce. His body was pushed a dozen meters away before he could regain his balance. His facial expression changed slightly, thinking that the Peacock King was indeed as terrifying as the legend said. Even though he was just a 4th grade great saint, not even a 5th grade great saint was a match for him when he was in his true form. And this was just the beginning. The second wave of attack had already begun. On the other side, Lion Yen was fighting 2 4th grade great saints alone, leaving them with no strength to fight back. One of them had already spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, the two of them cooperated well with each other. Otherwise, one of them would have been killed by Lion Yen. Even so, the outcome of this fierce battle was imaginable. Haha, it's too easy to kill the two of you. Lion Yen laughed wildly. These 2 4th grade great saints posed no threat to him. Killing them was an incomparably easy task. As the patriarch of the Stone family, Lion Yen had the title of Living King of Hell. His means were cruel and ruthless. Even in the demon race, no patriarch would dare to provoke this Living King of Hell. Offending him was no laughing matter. On the other side, the 3 3rd grade great saints were also complaining. Whether it was the Earth Devil Beast, the 3rd grade great saint devil or the Huang Dog, all of them were able to suppress their opponents. There was no need to mention the Earth Devil Beast. Back in the devil world, the devil wasn't a match for him, let alone these assassins of the dark shadow. As for the devil, he had a powerful devil body. Except for Jiang Chen's true thunderfire and true dragonfire that could suppress him, any ordinary cultivator wouldn't have the slightest advantage over the devils. Although Da Huang Dog had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, he had already reached the peak of 1st grade Great Saint. His divine beast bloodline was much stronger than Peacock King's. Given his current ability, he was able to suppress any ordinary 3rd grade Great Saint. Compared to these battles, the most ferocious battle was on Jiang Chen's side. 3 out of the 5 great saints had already died in his hands. Now, there were only 2 2nd grade great saints left. It wasn't an easy task for Jiang Chen to kill a 2nd grade great saint. It was even more difficult to fight 2 of them at the same time, but it wasn't absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen had a lot of killing methods. The current situation was very clear. In order to kill these 2, he must first disturb their minds. Judging from the current situation, their minds had already been disturbed. The fact that Jiang Chen had killed 3 1st grade great saints just now had a great impact on their minds. What he needed to do next was to attack them one by one. First, he would find a way to kill one of them, then the other. If he kept fighting 2 of them at the same time, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the chance to kill them. After all, his opponents were powerful 2nd grade great saints. The situation on the battlefield was one-sided. The leader was being suppressed by Peacock King. The 2 4th grade great saints were being suppressed by Lion Yen. The other 3 3rd grade great saints were being suppressed separately. Jiang Chen's side was even more bloody. Although the 2 2nd grade great saints were still intact, their condition wasn't very good. Such a situation made those minor saint assassins anxious. Each of them had lost their previous pride and confidence. Now, their hearts were filled with worry. It was obvious that Jiang Chen came prepared today. Each of the assassins he brought was stronger and more abnormal than the other. If the battle continued like this, they were afraid that the dark shadow wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Arg! Suddenly a blood-curdling scream was heard. The Earth Devil Beast had transformed into its true form and ripped half of its opponent's body apart. The 3rd grade Great Saint let out a blood-curdling scream. Instinctively, he wanted to escape, but given his current state, how could he escape from the Earth Devil Beast's attack? Roar! Chapter 906. This scene frightened the other 2 3rd grade Great Saints. They were already in a disadvantageous position when they were fighting against the devil and a Huang Dog. Now that they saw the Earth Devil Beast devouring one of their own, their mood instantly fell to the bottom, causing their combat strength to drop. They were no match for the Huang Dog and the devil. After devouring one of them, the Earth Devil Beast went berserk. Its huge body attacked the other. Under the joint attack of the Earth Devil curse and the devil, the third-grade Great Saint couldn't put up any resistance. He was beaten half to death on the spot. The ferocious nature of the Earth Devil beast was completely aroused. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the third-grade Great Saint as well. Earth Devil beast, this is my opponent. Why the fuck are you interfering? The devil scolded. He was enjoying his killing, but the Earth Devil beast had to interfere, causing him to lose his enjoyment. In his point of view, even if the Earth Devil beast didn't attack, he would eventually be able to kill his opponent. The Earth Devil beast ignored the devil. It had gone completely mad. All four of its eyes turned blood red. Then, it dashed towards De Huang Dog's opponent. Earth Devil beast, get out of here. This man belongs to Master Dog. De Huang Dog bared his fangs at the Earth Devil beast. He had just advanced to the Great Saint realm and needed a strong opponent to practice his skills. The opponent in front of him was the best one. If anyone dared to interfere, De Huang Dog would never allow it to do so. Looking at De Huang Dog's ferocious expression, the Earth Devil beast quickly stopped. Although his bloodline was noble, it was still inferior to De Huang Dog's. Plus, when he was still a first-grade Great Saint, he couldn't directly suppress a third-grade Great Saint. After witnessing De Huang Dog's 9 revolutions major tribulation, the Earth Devil beast was full of admiration for this dog. Adding the relationship between Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, even the Earth Devil beast wouldn't dare to provoke this dog for no reason. If he provoked Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be happy anymore. The one who felt the most depressed was the third-grade Great Saint who was fighting Big Yellow. He had the feeling that he was going to spurt out blood on the spot. He was a mighty third-grade Great Saint, but now he had become a prey. Earth Devil beast, let's go and help Master. The devil said to the Earth Devil. Get lost. I can handle this myself. As soon as the devil's voice faded, Jiang Chen's voice sounded. His current situation was the same as that of De Huang Dog. What he needed the most was a battle. Now that he had finally found 2 strong opponents, it had stimulated Jiang Chen's competitive spirit. He must get rid of these 2 opponents by himself. Just as the Earth Devil beast and the devil were ready to attack, they were stopped by Jiang Chen's words, especially the Earth Devil beast. Its ferocious nature had just been stimulated and it had no place to vent it. It was really uncomfortable to hold it in. However, they couldn't ignore Jiang Chen's words. Their eyes fell on the battlefield of Lion Yen and found that Lion Yen didn't need them at all. He had already beaten his opponent to a pulp. Then they looked at Peacock King's side. The Dark Shadow leader was also being suppressed by Peacock King. His chi was getting weaker and weaker. There was no place for them to intervene. Besides, they didn't seem to be able to intervene in a battle of this level. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Dark Shadow leader had been injured by Peacock King, it would still be very easy for him to kill them. Besides, they didn't dare to intervene in the battle of Peacock King. Neither of them were easy to deal with. Finally, the eyes of the Earth Devil beast and the devil fell on the group of minor saint assassins. Their eyes glinted fiercely. The Earth Devil beast stuck out its dark red tongue, looking incomparably ferocious. Hiss! The group of minor saint assassins sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that their great saint experts would be defeated so thoroughly and miserably. It seemed that these 2 ferocious devils were going to target them, especially the terrifying Earth Devil beast. Its 4 eyes seemed to have come from hell. Anyone who looked at it would feel their soul trembling. Even a third-grade Great Saint was eaten by the Earth Devil beast, let alone them. Kaka! You bunch of ants! I'm going to eat you all alive! The Earth Devil beast laughed loudly. Its huge body that was like a small hill suddenly pounced at the group of minor saint assassins. The devil didn't want to be outdone either. At the same time, they also pounced at the group of minor saint assassins. They had received the order from Jiang Chen, which was to eliminate everyone here. For a moment, the entire spatial zone was filled with flesh and blood flying in the air. Mournful screams lingered in the ears. The devil was still fine as he was just killing people cruelly. However, the Earth Devil beast was simply a crazy guy. He would tear people into half and swallow them in one gulp. The scene was bloody and brutal, disgusting. However, to the ferocious Earth Devil beast, such a scene was too common. Under the stimulation of the strong smell of blood, the Earth Devil beast even felt great pleasure. Bastard! Earth Devil beast! When the leader of the Dark Shadow saw this scene, he roared loudly. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This mouthful of blood wasn't because of the Peacock King, but because he was angered by the Earth Devil Beast. Those assassins were elites that he had painstakingly trained. If these assassins died in the hands of the enemy, he might feel better. However, these assassins were all killed by the Earth Devil Beast. They died in the hands of their own people. However, the temperament of the Earth Devil Beast didn't change after being edified, but his attitude had completely changed. He only listened to Jiang Chen's order and completely ignored the leader. Haha, die. The Peacock King let out a wild laugh. Its huge peacock body sprinkled out millions upon millions of rays of resplendent light, rendering the entire battlefield beautiful. However, under its beautiful appearance was an endless power of slaughter and destruction. Peacock King could see that those minor saint assassins were done for. None of them would be able to survive today. He knew very well what kind of existence the Earth Devil Beast was. Once it unleashed its demonic nature, it would be 100 times more ferocious than a devil. Once it attacked, it would be a massacre. How could those minor saint assassins survive after encountering the Earth Devil Beast? Arg! Just at this moment, another scream was heard on the battlefield. Lion Yen was holding a bloody arm of his opponent. He roared like a lion and his demonic chi soared to the sky. The fourth-grade great saint who had his arm torn off had an extremely unsightly face. These people who came here today were all abnormal. Even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for them. Given his current condition, he would be torn apart by this living king of hell if he fought Lion Yen again. Roar! Lion Yen roared angrily. He had been beaten to the point that his blood was boiling. He attacked crazily, breaking through the defense of a fourth-grade great saint in an instant, arriving in front of the opponent whose arm was torn off by him. A golden demon chi enveloped the great saint like a cage. Arg! Along with a scream, the fourth-grade great saint was torn to pieces by Lion Yen. Haha! On the other side, Jiang Chen laughed loudly. The situation was just as he had expected. The outcome of the battle had basically been determined. None of the assassins here would be able to escape today. The two second-grade great saints who stood opposite of Jiang Chen were trembling with fear. Or it could be said that their minds were no longer focused on the battle. Their opponents were too strong. Their leader was completely suppressed by Peacock King. Their dream of relying on their leader had been shattered. Now that the fourth-grade great saint had been killed, they weren't far from death. The two of them exchanged a glance and nodded tacitly. Then they turned into two rays of light and flew in two different directions. They weren't fools. They had already seen the situation clearly. If they continued to fight, there would only be one ending for them. In that case, they might as well run away. Saving their lives was the most important thing. Trying to run? It's too late. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He casted the spatial shift and caught up with one of them in a blink. As for the other one, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. It was simply a fantasy for a second-grade great saint to escape from the grand formation cast by De Huang Dog. Die! Jiang Chen's thunderous sword pierced through the body of the second-grade great saint in front of him. If the two of them continued to work together, they might still be able to fight against Jiang Chen, but now that they had chosen to escape separately, it undoubtedly divided their combat strength. Plus, they were in a state of confusion and had lost their will to fight. How could they be a match for the vigorous Jiang Chen? It was inevitable that they would be killed by Jiang Chen. On the other side, the second-grade great saint who was trying to escape was blocked by De Huang Dog's seal. Just when he thought that something bad was going to happen, Jiang Chen appeared in front of him after killing his companion. Jiang Chen Yu, the great sage, was truly afraid. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was no longer a human, but a devil. I have already said that no one will walk out of here alive today. From now on, there will no longer be a dark shadow in Saint Origin World. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he launched another attack at lightning speed. The Heavenly Saint's sword was like a heavenly sword that could kill anything that stood in its way. Killing a second-grade great saint who was scared out of his wits was as easy as blowing off dust. Under the envelopment of the sword net, the great saint only managed to put up a slight resistance before his head was chopped off. At this moment, all the minor saint experts had died tragically under the brutal attacks of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil. None of them were left alive. Jiang Chen retracted his dragon form and came to the front of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil. Looking at the bloody scene, he couldn't help but say, "You two are really brutal, especially your Earth Devil Beast. It's not a big deal to kill them, but you even ate them." Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast felt incomparably depressed. It seemed like you are also very brutal in killing people, aren't you? Why are you scolding us? Besides, wasn't it your order to kill all of them? Of course, the Earth Devil Beast only said these words in his heart. He didn't dare to disobey Jiang Chen's order. Hung Long. At the same time, De Huang Dog casted his innate ability. A lightning-like beam of light was shot out from his dragon horn, hitting the third-grade Great Saint heavily. Chapter 907. Arg! The third-grade Great Saint let out a blood-curdling scream. The innate ability of De Huang Dog was too terrifying. The third-grade Great Saint had already lost his will to fight due to the influence of the battle. Now that he was caught off guard by De Huang Dog's attack, the consequences were unimaginable. The third-grade Great Saint's body was pierced through, leaving a big bloody hole. The Great Saint's body was pierced, but he was still alive. Even if he didn't die, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He wouldn't be able to withstand another attack from De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was incomparably ferocious. He rushed to the third-grade Great Saint in a flash, opened his mouth and bit off the third-grade Great Saint's head. However, he only bit off the head, unlike the ferocious Earth Devil Beast that ate it directly. At the same time, Lion Yan also exerted a powerful technique, firmly trapping the last fourth-grade Great Saint. Up until now, basically all the assassins had the same thought. Their will to fight had been completely exhausted because their opponents were too ferocious. One should know that in a real battle, the will to fight and the morale itself played an important role. When two evenly matched people were fighting, one side's chi was strong while the other side's morale was low. In that case, even if both sides had the same cultivation grade, the one with low morale would still die. Moreover, Lion Yan was a lot stronger than his opponent. His opponent was no match for him. This old lion was too ferocious. Two ferocious lion claws pierced through his opponent's chest. The fourth-grade Great Saint shrieked miserably as his claws burned with raging flames. Haha! Lion Yan laughed wildly. The ferocious nature of the demon race was completely aroused. A pair of terrifying lion claws waved to both sides, tearing the Great Saint's body into two halves. At this point, except for the leader who was still struggling, the rest of the people in the stronghold had died tragically. There were no survivors. The whole spatial zone was filled with broken corpses. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The whole scene was like Azura hell. Bastard! The leader who was still fighting with Peacock King couldn't help but roar. Such a scene made him collapse. The assassin organization that he had painstakingly built was completely annihilated. Now, even his own life couldn't be saved. Lion Clan leader. Be careful not to let this person escape. Jiang Chen reminded Lion Yan. After all, this leader was a powerful fifth-grade Great Saint. Although he had been repeatedly injured by Peacock King, he couldn't give him a chance to escape just in case. The seal cast by De Huang Dog might not be able to stop a fifth-grade Great Saint. Every strike of the Peacock King was a thunderous attack, and the Shadow Leader was about to be overwhelmed. At this time, only Lion Yan could pay attention to prevent the Shadow Leader from escaping. All right. Lion Yan's aura shook and countless divine senses rushed out, enveloping the entire space. He would definitely not give the leader a chance to escape. Kongyu sword, destroy everything. The Peacock King couldn't take down the leader even after a long time, so he was truly angered. His feather clothes actually turned into an incomparably resplendent long sword. This was a matchless divine sword, and in the hands of the Peacock King, it was as if it was alive. The Kong feather sword casually waved, causing the entire void battlefield to be filled with resplendent rainbow sword shadows. Every sword shadow was like a real Kong feather sword, possessing endless killing power. Voila! It was a sea of swords. Under the control of the Peacock King, it blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards the Shadow Leader. The Shadow Leader's facial expression changed dramatically. This was the most powerful attack of the Peacock King. If he was in his peak state, he might be able to withstand it, but in his current state, it was undoubtedly very difficult for him to withstand this attack. Dark brilliance. However, the Shadow Leader was a powerful fifth-grade Great Saint after all. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. The black long sword in his hand also rippled with countless light. The black brilliance collided with the Peacock King's attack. Destructive power was everywhere, shattering the void completely. Countless sword lights collided with each other, creating large amounts of sparks. Cracks began to appear on the spatial barrier, and it looked like it could collapse at any time. And at this moment, in the center of the chaotic sea of swords, an incomparably resplendent light suddenly appeared. The seven-colored light was extremely fast, like a rainbow-colored heavenly river, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before the leader. That ray of light was the Peacock King and the long sword in his hand. Xueqi, the long sword of the Peacock King, penetrated the shadow leader's head. The sea of swords behind him collapsed. This was the most powerful attack of the Peacock King. The sea of swords was just a disguise. He was like a drop of water in the ocean, drifting freely and giving his opponent a fatal blow silently. No, no! The shadow leader could feel the rapid loss of his life force. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In his life, he had always been the one who killed others. He had never thought that he would die one day, and this day would come so quickly. I have said it before. It's a worthy death to die in the hands of the Peacock King. From today onwards, there will no longer be a dark shadow organization in Saint Origin World. The Peacock King returned to his human form and crushed the head of the dark shadow leader. Looking at everything that happened here, Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. In his opinion, this was the inevitable ending of the dark shadow. From the day the dark shadow provoked him, this ending was already destined. In Jiang Chen's mind, enemies were always meant to be destroyed. Exhilarating. It's fucking exhilarating. De Huang Dog was excited. He had just advanced to the Great Saint Realm, but he had already carried out such an exhilarating battle and destroyed the Dark Shadow organization. If this was spread out, it would be an earth-shattering event. However, they weren't prepared to spread this news. The Dark Shadow wasn't a glorious force. A force that existed in the dark would disappear in the dark. Peacock King and Lion Yen looked at Jiang Chen with even more admiration. They knew that Jiang Chen was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Today, Jiang Chen alone killed 5 great saints, including 2 second-grade great saints. For an 8th-grade minor saint to be able to do this, it wasn't just heaven-defying. Peacock King and Lion Yen couldn't imagine how strong Jiang Chen would be after he advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Now, it seemed that befriending Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog was a very wise choice. They almost believed that in the near future, the entire Saint Origin world and even the high and mighty Saint Origin Palace would undergo earth-shaking changes because of the existence of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen walked to the front of Peacock King and Lion Yen and clasped his fists at them. Peacock King, Lion Patriarch, Jiang Chen thanks you for today's matter. After getting rid of the Dark Shadow, one of my worries has been resolved. The Dark Shadow has existed for so many years. There must be a lot of treasures and wealth in this stronghold. All of these treasures will belong to both of you. As for the combat weapons in the hands of these assassins, I don't want them. Upon hearing this, Peacock King and Lion Yan's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. They could already feel that there was a lot of wealth in this shop. Plus, these combat weapons were minor saint weapons and some were even great saint weapons. If they could bring them back to the demon race, it would certainly enhance the overall strength of the demon race. In addition, both of you have reached the peak of the 4th-grade Great Saint. I have a sacred heavenly demon art here. After you comprehend it, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the 5th-grade Great Saint in a short period of time. Jiang Chen said and transmitted the chants of the sacred heavenly demon art to Peacock King and Lion Yen using divine sense. This was the supreme scripture of the demon race that he had obtained in his previous life. To the demon race, it was a peerless treasure. Back in Red City, Jiang Chen had imparted part of the chants of the sacred heavenly demon art to the Black Hawk, causing the Black Hawk to undergo tremendous changes in a short period of time. However, the Black Hawk's talent and bloodline couldn't be compared to Peacock King and Lion Yen. Only with their comprehension ability could they display the true power of the sacred heavenly demon art. After receiving the mantra, the two of them immediately trembled. They confidently felt the mantra of the sacred heavenly demonic art. Their eyes gradually widened and their faces were filled with shock. Even with their temperament, they actually showed a temporary state of stupidity. From this, it could be seen how shocked they were by the sacred heavenly demonic art. The sacred heavenly demon art. I can't believe that there is such an amazing secret art in the heavens and earth. I have a feeling that I will be able to break through to the 5th-grade Great Saint in 10 days, and my future achievements will only get higher and higher. That's right. I will be able to break through to the 5th-grade Great Saint in a month's time. This secret art is too mysterious and wonderful for words. Peacock King and Lion Yen were shocked. When they regained their senses, they stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. Jiang Chen, we owe you a favor today. Your gift is too generous. That's right, Jiang Chen. We have nothing to repay you with, but as long as you need us in the future, we will never refuse. Peacock King and Lion Yen said solemnly. Given their status, it was rare for them to make such a promise. Peacock King and Lion Yen were extremely excited. They couldn't wait to return to the demon race and go into seclusion to comprehend the sacred heavenly demon art. Today's trip was really worth it. Putting aside the wealth and the combat soldiers in the stronghold, the sacred heavenly demon art alone was an inexhaustible wealth that they wouldn't exchange for no matter how much wealth they had. Haha, we are all friends. Don't say such words. I, Jiang Chen, have always been like this. I will treat my friends the way my friends treat me. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. As a matter of fact, this sacred heavenly demon art wasn't of much use to him. The dragon transformation skill that he cultivated was the truly terrifying cultivation technique. He had actually forgotten about this secret art of the demon race. Just now, he suddenly recalled it, so he gave it to Peacock King and Lion Yen. Firstly, to thank them for their help, and secondly, to do them a favor. Besides, the stronger Peacock King and Lion Yen's cultivation base was, the more help they could provide him. Chapter 908. Peacock King and Lion Yen looked at each other and laughed. Both of them were straightforward people. They liked people like Jiang Chen the most. He was never shy and would do whatever he wanted. How is it, old lion? I have a good eye, right? When I was in the Western domain, I already found this kid pleasing to the eye. Peacock King transmitted his voice to Lion Yen and said proudly, "Don't be so narcissistic in front of me. I knew that he was a good kid the first time I saw him." Lion Yen didn't buy Peacock King's words, but he also understood that the reason why Jiang Chen could have such a close relationship with the demon race was all thanks to Peacock King. Without Peacock King, he was afraid that there wouldn't be such a close relationship between Jiang Chen and the demon race today. Obtaining the sacred heavenly demon art today was a great opportunity for both of them. It was much more valuable than any heaven-defying treasure. Let's go to the stronghold to collect the treasures and wealth of the dark shadow, and then destroy this spatial zone, Jiang Chen said. Then, Lion Yen stretched out his hand and collected all the things in the stronghold. Peacock King unleashed a powerful spatial force, destroying the entire spatial zone, and then left in an unrestrained manner. At this point, the top assassin organization in the Saint Origin world had completely disappeared from this world. It was completely annihilated by Jiang Chen and the others in the most brutal way possible. None of the assassins in the shop managed to escape. If this news was spread out, it would certainly cause a huge uproar. After all, in the world of assassins, the dark shadow had a significant influence. It was an existence that stood at the top of the pyramid. As for the remaining small strongholds of the dark shadow, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in them. The headquarters of the dark shadow had been destroyed. Those small strongholds wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Once again, Jiang Chen let the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil hide in the spatial ring. This time, the Earth Devil Beast had eaten 2 great saints. In addition to the fact that his cultivation had already reached the peak of 2nd grade Great Saint, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 3rd grade Great Saint. At that time, it would be of great help to him. Along the way, they quickly returned to the demon race. Peacock King and Lion Yen could not wait to go into seclusion. All their thoughts were now on the sacred heavenly demonic technique. Elder Peacock King, Patriarch Lion, Patriarch is looking for you all. The Peacock King and the others happened to bump into a great sage. The great sage saw the Peacock King and the others and quickly said, "Patriarch is looking for us? Did something happen?" The Peacock King was stunned. They had only been out for half a day. "I heard that it's news from Saint Origin Palace, saying that a purgatory space has been discovered in Eastern Continent. Inside this space is a remnant ancient battlefield. Now that the purgatory space has been opened, the Patriarch must be looking for you because of this purgatory space." The great sage elder said. "What? Purgatory space?" Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog exclaimed at the same time. "Jiang Chen, you know about the purgatory space?" The Peacock King looked over at Jiang Chen. "That's right. Not only do I know about it, I have also entered it before. De Huang and I are originally from Eastern Continent, but there are only some low-grade demonic beasts in the purgatory space. There isn't even a combat king expert, let alone any treasure. It's just a place for cultivators in Eastern Continent. How could it attract the attention of Saint Origin Palace? Jiang Chen was very puzzled. To Eastern Continent, the purgatory space was indeed a dangerous place, but to Pure Land, it was just a rubbish place. Let alone a minor saint, any combat emperor could destroy the purgatory space 100 times over. How could such a small place attract the attention of Saint Origin Palace? Wasn't this nonsense? Moreover, Jiang Chen was sure that there was no ancient battlefield in the purgatory space except for the Inferno City. He had stayed in the purgatory space for quite a long time. It seems like things aren't that simple. Let's go to the spiritual main hall to see the Patriarch first. The news from Saint Origin Palace must be unusual. Peacock King said and flew towards the spiritual main hall. Lion Yen followed closely behind him. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and followed. They were very concerned about everything related to Eastern Continent. That was Jiang Chen's hometown. In the spiritual main hall, the higher-ups of demon race were gathered. Heavenly Wolf King and Heavenly Leopard King were sitting on the main seats, while dozens of great saint experts were sitting on their left and right sides. Each of them had a pivotal position in demon race. This was the first time that the lineage of Heavenly Wolf King and Heavenly Leopard King were sitting together peacefully ever since the conflict broke out in demon race. Peacock King and the others entered the main hall. Everyone turned to look at them. Such a grand scene meant that something big was about to happen. Patriarch, what's the situation of the opening of the purgatory space? The Peacock King asked. According to the news from Saint Origin Palace, there's a place called Inferno Hell Space in Eastern Continent. There's an ancient battlefield ruins there. It's said that there are endless treasures in there. There are also many inheritances left by great saint experts. I'm afraid that the geniuses of the other 7 major families are also preparing to go to the Inferno Hell Space. It's said that the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace will also be going there. For many of them, this is a rare opportunity to gain experience. If they're lucky, they can get a lot of benefits. Our demon race can't fall behind, Lang Xingtian said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog frowned again. There was a battlefield in the purgatory space? And the legacy of the great sage? How was that possible? He knew too well what was inside the Inferno Hell Space. If there was an ancient battlefield inside, and there were inheritances and treasures left by great saint experts, he and a Huang Dog would have found it long ago. As for Lang Xingtian, he was the reincarnation of a great saint. If there were treasures inside, it was impossible for him to not find them. Furthermore, De Huang Dog was an expert in finding treasures. One should know that back in the Inferno Hell Space, a combat Soul Earth Devil Beast was enough to dominate the entire Inferno Hell. How could such a small place attract the interest of Saint Origin Palace and the 8 major families of the Pure Land? This was ridiculous. Patriarch, De Huang and I have been to this Inferno Hell Space. It's just an ordinary place for training. A combat Soul Earth Devil Beast is enough to dominate the place. How could there be an ancient battlefield here? Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, the information from Saint Origin Palace can't be wrong. If what you said is true, there's only one explanation. The Inferno Hell Space that you entered was just a portal to the ancient battlefield. Many people in the Eastern Continent are able to enter the Inferno Hell Space, but this ancient battlefield has just been opened. Lang Xingtian looked at Jiang Chen and said, Little Chenzi, it seems like Patriarch is right. Saint Origin Palace can't be wrong. When we entered the Inferno Hell Space, it might just be a portal. Now that the ancient battlefield has appeared, let's go back. Don't forget that there's a blood talisman in the Inferno Hell Space. It's very useful to you. De Huang Dog's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. However, what Jiang Chen was worried about wasn't the blood talisman. The blood talisman would only recognize him. Even if others found it, they would never be able to get it. What he was worried about now was the Martial Saint Dynasty. Swoosh! Under Jiang Chen's summons, the Earth Devil Beast and the demon appeared at the same time. Master! The Earth Devil Beast and the devil called out respectfully to Jiang Chen at the same time. This scene shocked everyone present. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed once again. They were even more shocked than Peacock King and Lion Yen. Given their eyesight, they could naturally see that the Earth Devil Beast was a 2nd-grade Great Saint and the devil was a 3rd-grade Great Saint. Although Jiang Chen had made some progress, he was still just an 8th-grade Great Saint. How could an 8th-grade minor saint have the ability to subdue 2 of them? One of them was an unruly earth devil beast. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. They really couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it. However, Jiang Chen didn't have the time to pay attention to their shock. Immediately, he said to the earth devil beast and the devil, "The two of you, go to Martial Saint Dynasty in Eastern Continent immediately and guard them well. If anything happens to the people of Martial Saint Dynasty, the two of you will die." Jiang Chen's tone was solemn and cold. Martial Saint Dynasty was too important to him. Jiang Zhenhai was there. So was Yan Zhanyun, his family and friends. Although Martial Saint Dynasty ruled the entire Eastern Continent, it was like an ant compared to Saint Origin World. Any expert from Saint Origin World could destroy Martial Saint Dynasty. More importantly, Jiang Chen had too many enemies now. It was too easy for them to find out his identity and the relationship between him and Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Chen didn't want to see anyone use his family to threaten him. Last time, he had edified a few minor saint experts, but given the current situation, minor saints were no longer enough. He would feel more at ease if the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were protecting him. "Yes, Master." The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil didn't dare to show any neglect. They immediately answered. They had never been stubborn when it came to Jiang Chen's words. "Hold on." Peacock King stopped the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil, then said to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, I know that you and De Huang came from Eastern Continent and Martial Saint Dynasty is your hometown. I also know that you are afraid that the opening of the ancient battlefield will affect the safety of your family. However, it's better for the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil to stay with you. Given your current situation, they will be of great help to you. As for Martial Saint Dynasty, Old Lion and I will go there personally. Both of us need to go into secluded cultivation. There's no difference between cultivating in the demon race or the Eastern Continent." After listening to Peacock King's words, Lion Yen nodded. Now that they had obtained the sacred heavenly demonic art, they had no interest in the ancient battlefield anymore. Chapter 909. That's right. The two of us will help you protect Martial Saint Dynasty. We shouldn't be any weaker than them. Lion Yen said. After obtaining Jiang Chen's sacred heavenly demon technique, they felt that they owed Jiang Chen a favor. If they could help Jiang Chen, they would feel more at ease. Just like what Peacock King said, it didn't matter where they went for seclusion. Their cultivation now had little to do with the density of the heaven and earth yuan qi. The key to their cultivation was to comprehend the sacred heavenly demon technique. All right. In that case, I will have to thank you both. Jiang Chen held his fists at the two of them. It couldn't be better if Peacock King and Lion Yen could help him protect Martial Saint Dynasty. Not only were they powerful, they also had a very high status in the Pure Land. In other words, it was a great honor to ask them to protect Martial Saint Dynasty. In the entire Saint Origin world, Jiang Chen was afraid that he was the only one who could ask them to help. All right. Since you two are going to help Jiang Chen, I will handle the matters here. Lang Xingtian said. As a matter of fact, there wasn't much to handle. All they needed to do was to open a spatial passageway from the demon race to the inferno hell space. By then, those who wanted to enter the ancient battlefield could go through that passageway. In that case, let's go. Peacock King said. How about this? Since I'm going back anyway, let's go to Martial Saint Dynasty together. De Huang, go to Xuanyu Moyin cult and inform A Yen to return to Eastern Continent. I will wait for you two in the inferno hell space. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog. All right. De Huang Dog agreed and disappeared. In any case, the opening of the inferno hell space was a rare opportunity for them to gain experience. There might be a lot of benefits left in the ancient battlefield. How could they miss such a good opportunity? This guy possessed the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. He might be able to obtain some benefits from the ancient battlefield. Shua! Jiang Chen, Peacock King, and the others left the spiritual space mountain with a sway of their bodies. They locked onto the direction of the Eastern Continent and prepared to move forward at full speed. This was an extremely urgent matter. They had to return before the 8 families of the Pure Land left for the Eastern Continent. The journey from the spiritual space mountain to the Eastern Continent was too far. However, with their speed, they could basically travel thousands of miles in an instant. It was extremely easy for them to return to the Eastern Continent. Brother Chen. At this moment, a voice was heard from behind. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Yan Chenyu flying out from the demon race. He immediately blamed himself. Yan Chenyu had been cultivating in seclusion in the demon race. During this period of time, he was too busy dealing with the matters of the demon race, Gu family and Dark Shadow. He had neglected Yan Chenyu. Xiao Yu. Jiang Chen held Yan Chenyu's hand. Currently, Yan Chenyu's cultivation had advanced to the 7th grade minor saint through seclusion, which was considered pretty good. Brother Chen, where are you going? Yan Chenyu asked. Going home. Back to the eastern continent. Jiang Chen told Yan Chenyu about what happened in the Inferno Hell. Hearing that they were going back to the Martial Saint Dynasty, Yan Chenyu's face lit up. Their speed was extremely fast as they flew towards the eastern continent. The Martial Saint Dynasty was as peaceful as ever. As the first-grade overlord of the eastern continent, its position was unshakable. Ever since the Heavenly Sect caused a certain amount of damage to the Martial Saint Dynasty, Jiang Chen had Isha and the other two stay behind to protect the entire Martial Saint Dynasty. The next day, outside the Martial Saint Dynasty, a few silhouettes appeared like ghosts. They were Jiang Chen and the others. Peacock King, Lion Patriarch, the Martial Saint Dynasty is in front of us. The two of you should hide yourselves. I don't want to give them too much pressure. Jiang Chen said to Peacock King and Lion Yen. These two were too powerful. If they appeared directly, it would bring a lot of pressure to the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. Therefore, Jiang Chen asked them to protect them secretly. To them, it was too easy to find a place for seclusion. Any spatial zone would suffice. All right. Just go into the Inferno Hell. Leave the Martial Saint Dynasty to us. I guarantee that not even a fly can enter. Peacock King patted his chest and promised. If that's the case, I will have to thank the two of you. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the two of them. No need to be so polite with us. Lion Yen patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and disappeared with Peacock King. Xiao Yu, let's go home first. We will go to the Inferno Hell later. Jiang Chen held Yan Chenyu's shoulder with one hand and flew towards the Martial Saint Dynasty. Stop! Who dares to trespass the Martial Saint Dynasty? The Martial Saint Dynasty was heavily guarded. There were sentries a dozen miles away. 2 guards in golden armor stood in front of Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu, yelling at them. Behind them, there were more than a dozen guards flying towards them. When the leader saw Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu, his expression changed drastically. He immediately walked forward and slapped the 2 guards who dared to yell at Jiang Chen. You two are blind. This is young Master Jiang Chen and Miss Yan Chenyu. After that, the guard quickly bowed to Jiang Chen and said, Young Master, you are back. These two are new here. Please don't mind them. It's all right. You have worked hard to protect the Martial Saint Dynasty. This is your reward. Jiang Chen casually threw out a storage ring containing 10,000 heaven elixir pills. 10,000 heaven elixir pills were nothing to him, but to these guards, it was an immeasurable amount of wealth. Captain, is this young Master Jiang Chen? He is so young. The guard who had just been slapped said cautiously. Although he was slapped, he didn't feel angry at all. One should know that the person they had offended was Jiang Chen, the god in the eyes of all the people in the Martial Saint Dynasty. His status was far higher than the emperor's, and they felt lucky that they were still alive. That's right. Of course. You two better open your eyes in the future. Our young Master Jiang Chen is a good man. He won't argue with you. He even gave us some wealth as a reward. The captain held the storage ring in his hand. Captain, how much wealth is inside? Someone asked. With a thought, the captain opened the interspatial ring. When he saw the contents of the interspatial ring, his expression immediately changed. Oh my God! This is heaven elixir. 10,000 heaven elixir pills. Oh my God! Young Master Jiang Chen has given us so much wealth. The captain felt dizzy. He couldn't accept this. The amount of wealth Jiang Chen had given them was too much. 10,000 heaven elixir pills was something they didn't even dare to dream about. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, he naturally wanted to gather all the higher-ups of the Martial Saint Dynasty. No matter where Jiang Chen went, even if he went to the legendary immortal realm, the Martial Saint Dynasty would still be his home. Whenever he came back, he would feel warm, as if he had returned to his roots. In the main hall of the Martial Saint Dynasty, Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiao, Xian Yi, Guoshan, Daoist Black, Yu Zihan, all of them were familiar faces. Looking at these familiar faces, Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall the paths he had walked, the things that had happened, and the little things that had happened. The return of Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu had lightened up the atmosphere, especially Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. They were grinning from ear to ear. Nothing could make them happier than having their children by their side. After some greetings, Jiang Chen brought up the topic of the Inferno Hell dimension. Dad, Brother Joe, have you heard about the opening of the Inferno Hell dimension? Jiang Chen asked. Hasn't Inferno Hell always existed? People can enter Inferno Hell to cultivate at any time. Our martial saint dynasty would send people to Inferno Hell every once in a while. It has always existed, so how could it be opened? Jiang Chen was startled. He didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant. Jiang Chen had entered Inferno Hell before, and his life was saved by Jiang Chen and a Huang dog in there. Why did Jiang Chen suddenly ask about this? Normally, Jiang Chen should know more about Inferno Hell than him. It looks like you guys don't know about the ancient battlefield ruins in Inferno Hell dimension. Now, it has been opened. The Inferno Hell dimension that we entered before was just the entrance to the ancient battlefield. The superpowers from the Divine Continent are preparing to enter the ancient battlefield ruins. Jiang Chen said. What? The experts from the Divine Continent are coming? Wu Jiu exclaimed. Brother Jiu, you don't have to worry about that. I have already arranged some experts outside the Saint Dynasty. Even if the experts from the Divine Continent come, the Martial Saint Dynasty will still be safe. Brother Jiu, is there any way to summon the experts from the Martial Saint Dynasty who entered Inferno Hell? Not long after, the experts from the Divine Continent will enter Inferno Hell. You can imagine how dangerous it would be if they encountered them. Jiang Chen said to Wu Jiu. He knew very well how arrogant the experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land were. In the cultivation world, only the strong were respected. In front of those experts, the cultivators of the Eastern Continent were just like ants. As long as they didn't like you, they would kill you without hesitation. Currently, he didn't even know whether those who were training in Inferno Hell had entered the ancient battlefield after discovering that it had been opened. If they did, given their cultivation base, it wouldn't just be a slim chance of survival, it would be a sure death. Putting aside the experts from the Pure Land, it was hard to imagine how many terrifying existences there were in the ancient battlefield ruins. Those existences were not something that the cultivators from the Eastern Continent could touch. There's really no way to summon them. Inferno Hell isn't open yet. They can't come out even if they want to. You know this. Wu Jiu shook his head. It looks like I have to go in earlier. Jiang Chen said. Yesterday, the flowers were 500 yuan and 1 chapter. The red packet was 90 yuan and 1 chapter. Today there are 4 chapters. Also, brothers, you must pay attention to the official WeChat account. In a few days, there will be a new chapter about the Dragon Mark War God. If you don't pay attention, you won't be able to see it. Chapter 9-10. Wu Jiu's words reminded Jiang Chen of the characteristics of Inferno Hell. One could enter the Inferno Hell at any time, but the exit would only open once a year. So, even if Wu Jiu could summon the people inside, he wouldn't be able to get them out. Therefore, Jiang Chen was preparing to enter Inferno Hell as soon as possible. One should know that there were a lot of people training in Inferno Hell. Once the experts of the Pure Land arrived, it would be a disaster for them. Even if the experts of the Pure Land didn't want to attack them, the gap between their cultivation base was just too huge. If 2 experts clashed, the shockwave released would be enough to kill them. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the entire Eastern Continent was his hometown. He had left too many memories here. This place and Pure Land were 2 completely different worlds. The dispute of Pure Land shouldn't involve Eastern Continent and disrupt the peace here. In the hearts of the cultivators of Eastern Continent, Jiang Chen was the supreme being, their guardian. So, Jiang Chen didn't want to cause any harm to the Eastern Continent because of the appearance of the ancient battlefield. Jiang Chen rested for a while in Saint Origin World before heading to Inferno Hell with Yan Chenyu. There was a passageway that led directly to Inferno Hell in Martial Saint Dynasty. When Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu arrived at the entrance of the passageway, De Huang Dog and Han Yan had arrived at the same time. De Huang Dog's speed was already unparalleled. Now that his cultivation grade had advanced to the peak of 1st grade Great Saint, his speed was unimaginably fast. So, he returned as fast as he could after notifying Han Yan from Maoyin Cult. It's good that you are back. Let's go to Inferno Hell now. We have to evacuate the people inside before the experts of Pure Land arrive. Jiang Chen said. All right. De Huang Dog and Han Yan nodded. The four of them turned into light and flashed into the passageway. In the next moment, the scenery changed abruptly. They had already arrived at the Inferno Hell. They couldn't be more familiar with this purgatory space. However, at this moment, they could sense an ancient and distant aura from the void. It seemed to be a primordial aura, which was clearly different from the purgatory they had encountered before. Just as Lang Xingtian said, there is a huge ancient battlefield relic in this purgatory space. I can already smell the scent of an ancient battlefield. De Huang Dog's spirit shook, and he thought to himself, we actually didn't notice it in the slightest when we were here. It can be seen from this that this ancient battlefield has always been concealed very deeply. Let's go to Inferno City first, Jiang Chen said. With a sway of their bodies, they immediately appeared where Inferno City used to be. With their current cultivation base, entering Inferno Hell gave them a completely different feeling compared to when they were in the past. Now, when they looked at Inferno Hell, they didn't feel any sense of danger at all. What surprised Jiang Chen and the others was that the huge Inferno City had completely disappeared. What was left behind was a stretch of ruins. At the place where Inferno City used to be, there was a dense crowd of people standing there. There were at least a few thousand of them. These people were all cultivators from the Eastern continent. They came to Inferno Hell to train themselves, and many of them were exiled here. At this moment, these cultivators all had their eyes fixed on an illusory barrier in front of them. The barrier was transparent, like a heavenly barrier. Standing outside the barrier, one could feel the cold and gloomy aura inside the barrier. It had a trace of ancient and primordial aura. It seems that everyone is here. Behind this barrier is the ancient battlefield relic. Inferno Hell is really just a gateway. However, why has Inferno City disappeared? It seems like it has been destroyed. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Inferno City was extremely sturdy, and it was protected by the blood talismans. Currently, the experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land had yet to arrive. Who would have the ability to destroy Inferno City? This was too strange. However, it was impossible for them to guess. They could only ask about what had happened here. Hong. A powerful pressure suddenly gushed out from Jiang Chen's body. This invisible pressure hovered above Inferno Hell. For a moment, everyone felt as if a great god was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Those cultivators who were staring at the barrier were also startled. They turned to look at Jiang Chen and the others, then knelt down with a puff. The pressure on their souls was too strong. They couldn't resist it at all. All they could do was to kneel down and kowtow to Jiang Chen. Don't be afraid. I am Jiang Chen. I believe you have heard of my name. I have returned to save your lives. Jiang Chen said. What? Jiang Chen is back. It's him. I have seen him before. He is Jiang Chen. His appearance hasn't changed, but his strength has become more and more terrifying. Yeah. The aura he released made us feel like we were falling into hell. He is too powerful. But he said he wanted to save our lives. What does that mean? Are we in a dangerous situation now? What kind of existence is behind the barrier? We have no way to enter it. Many people were shocked. Some of them raised their heads, but when they saw Jiang Chen, they quickly lowered their heads again. Let me ask you, who destroyed Inferno City? Jiang Chen asked. Young Master Jiang Chen. No one destroyed Inferno City. It collapsed by itself. Someone answered. What? It collapsed by itself? Han Yan was shocked. That's right. Not long ago, a barrier suddenly appeared here. After that, Inferno City collapsed by itself. We saw a blood-red light rushing into the barrier. We tried to enter the barrier, but we were blocked by an invisible force. None of us could enter. That's why we are standing here and guessing. Another person said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were shocked at the same time. What these people said must be the truth. They wouldn't dare to lie in front of them. It seemed like that blood-red light was the blood talisman. It seemed like after the ancient battlefield appeared, the blood talisman had collapsed Inferno City and entered it directly. As for why these people couldn't enter, it was easy to explain. They must be too weak and were blocked by the barrier. However, this was still a good thing. They should be glad that they were blocked by the barrier. No one knew how long the ancient battlefield had existed. There must have been many powerful evil spirits and creatures born in it. With their cultivation, if they were to enter it, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would be eaten alive by the terrifying evil spirits within a few steps. Let me tell you, behind this barrier is an ancient battlefield. There are countless ferocious creatures in it. With your cultivation, you will definitely die if you enter it. Besides, countless experts from the divine continent will arrive soon. If you are involved in the conflict, you will die at any moment. With the strength of those experts, they can easily kill you with a single breath. If you stay in Inferno Hell now, there is only one ending waiting for you: death. Jiang Chen said loudly. What he said was definitely not an alarmist. The current Inferno Hell was no longer the training ground it used to be. Those with weak cultivation could only die here. What should we do? There are still a few months before the space of Inferno Hell opens. We can't get out. That's right. Young Master Jiang Chen, please save us. We know that young Master Jiang Chen is extremely powerful. He must have a way to save us. We don't want to die here. Please save us, young Master Jiang. Many of them were scared. Although there were countless treasures in the ancient battlefield, they knew their limits. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, they would definitely die if they went in with their current cultivation. Even if they were to stay outside the ancient battlefield, they would still have a slim chance of survival. I will definitely save you. After Jiang Chen said that, he grabbed the void with his big hand and tore the barrier of the Inferno Hell apart. With his current cultivation, it was extremely easy for him to go in and out of Inferno Hell. He wouldn't encounter any obstruction. A black space portal was grabbed by Jiang Chen. Outside the portal was the territory of the Eastern Continent. Everyone, get out immediately. If you continue to stay, you will die. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated through the air. None of the Eastern Continent cultivators dared show any neglect. Each and every one of them scrambled toward the black door, fearing that the door would close if they were one step slower. No one dared to ignore the fact that it was a matter of life and death. In less than a minute, thousands of people had disappeared from the space of Inferno Hell. Seeing this, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he didn't know how many of them would be able to leave this place alive. The space of Inferno Hell suddenly became incomparably quiet. This silence lasted for less than a minute. Suddenly, a violent roar burst out from the void. A pitch-black space portal appeared. Although no one had walked out of it, they could already feel the powerful qi emitting from it. At the same time, several space portals appeared at the same time. It's the space portals created by the 8 families of the Pure Land. So fast. De Huangdog was shocked. A large number of experts have arrived. Let's go. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled Yan Chenyu and Han Yan and rushed towards the barrier. He didn't want to encounter the people of the 5 families here. He didn't know how many experts there were. If he encountered them directly, they would probably eat him alive. At that time, he was afraid that there would be a life-and-death battle before he even entered the ancient battlefield. Chapter 9-11. Jiang Chen and the other 3 entered the ancient battlefield without encountering any obstacles. It was as if the barrier didn't exist at all. Jiang Chen could feel that the barrier only blocked cultivators below the Minor Saint realm. Cultivators above the Minor Saint realm could enter at will. Hoo-hoo! Cold wind blew from all directions, bringing with it a strong smell of decay. It was ancient and ancient. In this place, they could vaguely hear the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. This place used to be a land of death, filled with blood and slaughter. Brother Chen, the atmosphere here makes me feel very uncomfortable. Yan Chenyu said with a frown. This is an ancient battlefield, a land of death and slaughter. It would be strange if the atmosphere here was good. De Huangdog said. Little Chen, the void is full of variegated marks and spatial nodes. This ancient battlefield isn't as simple as you think it to be. That's right, Little Chen, Little Chen. Han Yan looked at the void and said. That's right. There are many spatial zones here. Different spatial zones have different existences. If we look at it this way, this ancient battlefield is just too big. Jiang Chen nodded. The spatial zones here were overlapping. It was basically impossible for a powerful great saint to go through all the spatial zones in this place. Ah Yan, Xiaoyu, let's do the same as before. We will look for our own opportunities. Both of you have special bloodlines. Once you get any opportunities, it will be very beneficial to you. Jiang Chen said to Han Yan and Yan Chenyu. All right. The two of them nodded and chose a direction respectively. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. No matter if it was Han Yan or Yan Chenyu, they were all people with great luck. However, if they followed him, their luck would be suppressed by him. After Han Yan and Yan Chenyu disappeared, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog also disappeared. In order to avoid encountering the people of the 8 families of the Pure Land, they went into a random spatial zone. It was a gray spatial zone. Before Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu had the time to observe the surroundings, they sensed a great danger. A huge mouth suddenly appeared above Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's head. Damn it! Jiang Chen and a Huang dog couldn't help but curse at the same time. Both of them were extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, they flew to both sides and avoided the huge mouth. Bang! The gigantic mouth slammed onto the ground, creating a deep crater. Black smoke rose up from the crater. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow saw a gigantic creature suddenly appear there. It was a ferocious-looking monster, and its body was covered with black airflow. This kind of airflow could allow the monster to hide well in this gray environment, making it impossible for its enemies to detect its existence. Just like Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, before the gigantic mouth appeared, they didn't notice anything. If it wasn't for their quick reaction, they would have been swallowed by the gigantic mouth. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were shocked. Although the gigantic mouth appeared in front of them, they didn't notice it at all. If it wasn't for their fast reaction, they would have been swallowed by it. Swoosh! The Huang dog's body flickered and came to Jiang Chen's side. He said, "What kind of creature is this? I have never heard of it before. It's a first-grade great saint and it has merged with the spatial chi here, making it very difficult to detect. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a creature born in this ancient battlefield. This monster must have eaten the corpse of a great saint. That's why it's so scary," Jiang Chen said. Roar the monster seemed to be very angry after missing its attack. It furiously roared at Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. A pungent stench immediately sprayed out from the monster's mouth. The stench was like a deadly poison, causing those who smelled it to feel nauseous. It was an indescribable discomfort. Motherfucker! This thing is too disgusting. Master Dog can't stand it anymore. The Huang dog was flustered and exasperated. Immediately, he turned into a golden light and rushed at the monster. Hung Long! The indestructible head of the Huang dog collided with the monster's head at the fastest speed. The monster let out a shrill scream. Its giant head was crushed on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. It died on the spot. The huge body of the monster fell into the big pit that was created by its own attack. After wriggling a few times, there was no more sound. The monster was dead, but what surprised Jiang Chen and a Huang dog was that this monster didn't have a demon soul. A great saint monster didn't even have a demon soul. This was too surprising and unexpected. Why doesn't it have a demon soul? The Huang dog was very depressed. Initially, he thought that he could get a lot of benefits from killing a first-grade great saint and devouring its demon soul. But he didn't expect that this monster didn't even have a demon soul. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The monster's energy is all in its body. Its body has a huge amount of essence chi, which is supported by essence chi. This essence chi is actually very precious. If it could be condensed, it would be even more precious than a demon spirit. It's a pity that this essence chi completely dissipated the moment the monster died. It's impossible to collect it. What a pity. Jiang Chen shook his head. It was indeed a pity to get nothing after killing a first-grade great saint. Many great saints have fallen in this so-called ancient battlefield. At least, there should be a few powerful great saint weapons. If I can get a peerless divine weapon, this trip won't be in vain. The Huang dog's eyes were rolling. A great saint weapon was extremely precious. One should know that it was extremely difficult for a mighty third-grade great saint to own a great saint weapon. Moreover, great saint weapons were divided into different grades. The value of a peerless saint weapon was immeasurable. If one could get one, even if it couldn't unleash its full power, it would still be a terrifying trump card. It could unleash unimaginable lethality at the critical moment and cause fatal damage to the opponent. I'm not interested in ordinary treasures now. What I need to do now is to find the location of the blood talisman. I have an intuition that if the two blood talismans come together, it will probably bring me unimaginable benefits. It might even push me to the 9th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen said. But there are countless spatial zones here. Where are you going to find the blood talisman? This is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. De Huang Dog said. I have a blood talisman in my body now. These two blood talismans belong to the same origin. They should have a certain connection with each other. Let me try. Jiang Chen said. De Huang Dog was right. There were so many spatial zones here. Without a certain method, finding the blood talisman was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. One could imagine how difficult it would be. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to pin all his hopes on the blood talisman in his Qi. Immediately, he used his divine sense to communicate with the blood talisman in his Qi. After communicating for a while, Jiang Chen flew into a rage and cursed loudly. Motherfucker! Do you really think that you are a master? Motherfucker! I don't care anymore. Jiang Chen had an urge to vomit blood. This bastard blood talisman was too shameless. It hid in his Qi and occupied his territory. However, it acted like an emperor. No matter how Jiang Chen summoned it, the blood talisman didn't respond at all. It completely ignored Jiang Chen. It seemed that it was addicted to being a master. Unfortunately, even though Jiang Chen cursed loudly, the blood talisman still didn't respond. In the end, Jiang Chen could only helplessly spread out his hands. It seemed that it was impossible to rely on the blood talisman to directly sense the blood talisman. If he wanted to find another blood talisman, he could only rely on himself. What should I do now? Big Yellow shrugged his shoulders, but his eyes were filled with a gloating expression as he looked at Jiang Chen with a grin. Slap. Jiang Chen slapped onto Huang Dog's head. What are you laughing at? There must be a certain level of connection between the blood talismans. Even if the blood talisman isn't summoned, the two blood talismans must be able to sense each other. The blood talisman in my Qi didn't respond, indicating that the distance between the two blood talismans is still very far. We can only try our luck. Once we get closer to the distance between the two blood talismans, we will be able to sense it. Jiang Chen said. This was the only way for now. Subsequently, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't stay in the spatial zone for too long. They found a spatial node and headed to another spatial zone. At the same time, all the experts of the 8 major families of Pure Land had entered Inferno Hell. This time, the lineup was huge. Among the 8 major families, except for the Patriarch, all the powerful elders were present. 5th grade great saints could be seen everywhere. Not only the 8 families of Pure Land, there were also a lot of people from Saint Origin Palace. However, most of them were the geniuses of the younger generation. Each of them was once an earth-shattering existence in Pure Land, one of the top geniuses in the sky ranking. After becoming a young great saint, they were sent to Saint Origin Palace by their families for further cultivation. Each of these geniuses was extremely arrogant. They had the capital to be arrogant. They represented invincibility in the same grade and even had the ability to kill those who were higher grade than them. This time, the lineup of experts that entered the ancient battlefield was too huge. Plus, the news had spread. The 8 major families of Pure Land and Saint Origin Palace were the first batch to arrive. In the following period of time, there would be more rogue cultivators coming. Saint Origin World was huge. Many rogue cultivators were very powerful. They were usually reluctant to come out, but they had a certain degree of prestige. Not only that, the opening of the ancient battlefield could even attract the eminent monks of Great Lightning Tune Temple. It had been a long time since such a big event had happened in Saint Origin World. Obviously, the more powerful the lineup and the more people there were, the more chaotic the ancient battlefield would be. Killing was unavoidable. A large number of experts didn't stay in Inferno Hell for long. They passed through the barrier and entered the ancient spatial zone, then quickly dispersed in all directions. Chapter 9:12. This youth looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, but his cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. The name Desolate Yuan represented the pinnacle of the young generation of the Pure Land. It represented a kind of power. He was the existence that countless of young people looked up to. The number 1 on the sky ranking was his nickname. He was born with the star tyrannical body. He was the youngest and most terrifying genius on the sky ranking. That was why he was called the little monstrous genius. In the sky ranking of the Pure Land, the most powerful genius was a half-step great saint. The so-called half-step great saint was a half-step great saint and had begun to comprehend the unique domain of a great saint. However, This realm actually didn't exist for Jiang Chen. He was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. There was no bottleneck in his cultivation. In other words, after Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the 9th grade minor saint, he could directly break through to the 1st grade great saint, skipping the hurdle of half-step great saint. However, the current desolate Yuan was exuding the strong qi of a great saint from head to toe. He had already surpassed the category of half-step great saint and had become a true great saint. A 1st grade great saint with a star tyrannical body. A young 1st grade great saint and the youngest monstrous genius of the desolate family. The combat strength of such a figure was unimaginable. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill someone who was a higher grade than him. Jiang Chen could already kill a 1st grade great saint when he was still a 7th grade minor saint, but he wouldn't be a match for desolate Yuan. However, Jiang Chen had already advanced to the 8th grade minor saint and could kill a powerful 2nd grade great saint. If he were to fight with desolate Yuan, it would be hard to tell who would win. He had already heard about the matter of Jiang Chen challenging the geniuses of the Pure Land. He was even ready to attack when Jiang Chen killed Shirhan. However, because he was at the critical moment of breaking through to the Great Saint realm, he refrained from doing so. Now that he had successfully broken through to the Great Saint realm and coincidentally, the ancient battlefield had opened, he was sure that Jiang Chen would appear here. Therefore, apart from searching for treasures and opportunities, his biggest purpose in coming to the ancient battlefield was to kill Jiang Chen. Xiao Yuan knew that at this moment, everyone in the Pure Land, especially the younger generation, had their eyes on him and Jiang Chen. If he couldn't kill Jiang Chen, then it would seem that there was no one in the younger generation of the Pure Land. There were so many geniuses on the heavenly list, but none of them was a match for Jiang Chen. Xiao Yuan wanted to kill Jiang Chen just for this reason alone. Moreover, Jiang Chen had killed so many people from the Xiao clan. This debt must be settled. Not only Xiao Yuan, there were many people who wanted to kill Jiang Chen this time. The experts of the 5 major clans had already made up their minds that they must not let Jiang Chen walk out of the ruins alive this time. Through the things that happened during this period, they had truly seen Jiang Chen's potential. Such an evildoer freak was too terrifying. If he couldn't be eliminated as soon as possible, he would be a great threat in the future and cause endless troubles. Xiao Yuan broke into a space. This was a ruin left behind by the ancient battlefield. There must be a lot of treasures. Of course, opportunities and dangers always coexisted. The more treasures, the more dangers. No one knew how many years this ruin had existed. Many evil creatures were born in it. Even some great saints who had died tragically in the past had turned into terrifying evil spirits. They would appear and disappear at any time. It was horrifying. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog flew through more than a dozen spaces in a row. Apart from killing some evil spirits, they gained nothing. They didn't get any top-notch treasures. Jiang Chen's real target, the blood charm, also didn't have any news. The blood charm in his Qi Si was still as stable as Mount Tai. It didn't have any reaction. It seems like the blood charm isn't nearby. Let's go deeper into the space to have a look, Jiang Chen said. He was almost certain that if the blood talisman was nearby, the blood talisman in his Qi Si would be able to sense it. But the blood talisman in his Qi Si didn't sense anything, which meant the blood talisman wasn't nearby. A man and a dog kept shuttling through the deeper layers of the spatial zone. Even if they encountered some evil spirits, they would avoid them. Jiang Chen's mind was on the blood charm because he knew his current situation very well. The appearance of the ancient battlefield had attracted countless experts. The enmity between him and the 5 families couldn't be resolved. The experts of the 5 families wanted to tear him apart and eat him. This was undoubtedly very dangerous for him. Facing such a situation, he couldn't place all his hopes on the 2 allies of the demon race and the ancient people. No matter when or where, strength was the most important thing. Only by improving his strength could he deal with everything. Jiang Chen had just advanced to the 8th grade minor saint not long ago. If he wanted to advance again, he would need to find another blood charm. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, so he could faintly sense it. He was almost certain that as long as he found the other blood charm, the benefits he would get wouldn't be as simple as advancing to the 9th grade minor saint. It was highly possible that there would be other great rewards. In Jiang Chen's eyes, all the treasures in the ancient battlefield weren't as important and precious as the blood charm. Soon, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog entered another spatial zone. Roar. As soon as they entered the spatial zone, they heard a tragic roar. An extremely tragic scene rushed into Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog's eyes. In front of them, a youth in blue clothes was carrying a mountain uprooting qi, tearing a powerful evil spirit into two halves. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog had already noticed that the evil spirit was a first-grade great saint. The youth in blue clothes was also a first-grade great saint. Under the same situation, the youth was able to tear the evil spirit apart with his bare hands. It showed how heaven-defying this youth was. Can't even withstand a single blow, the youth said proudly, then turned to look at Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog who had just appeared in the distance. When he saw Jiang Chen's appearance and the majestic big dog next to him, his eyes sparkled instantly. "You are Jiang Chen?" the youth in blue clothes asked. This youth was none other than the monstrous genius of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuan. He was ranked first in the Sky ranking. He had long heard about the appearance of Jiang Chen and had a vague idea of his appearance. If he met Jiang Chen alone, he might not be able to recognize him at first glance, but the symbol of the Huang Dog next to Jiang Chen was too easy to recognize. "Yes," Jiang Chen said. "Very well. I didn't expect to meet you here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Desolate Yuan. I'm ranked first in the Sky ranking. Now that you have met me, you should know what will happen to you." Desolate Yuan had a sneer on his face. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. After all, he was too powerful and had a confidence that no ordinary person could surpass. Damn it! So this kid is the first in the Sky ranking, the little monstrous genius of the Desolate family. Wasn't he a half-step great saint? How did he become a first-grade great saint? De Huang Dog was a little depressed. Encountering the genius of the Desolate family here meant that a battle was inevitable. It seems that he has already advanced to the great saint realm. But this is also good. It will make things more interesting. Otherwise, it will be boring if he ends up like Xueqi. Jiang Chen moved his body casually. He was ready for battle. He knew very well that if he and Desolate Yuan met, there would only be one ending. Either you die or I die. Chapter 9:13. Xiao Yuan's hair was fluttering. His eyes were extremely bright. His azure blue eyes were like two bright stars. The powerful star's overlord body could absorb the power of the stars without limit. Although there were no stars in the ancient battlefield, Xiao Yuan's own energy was already extremely terrifying. "Both of you, come at me together. You are a very important target of mine in this trip to the ancient battlefield. It is a worthy death for you to die in my hands." Desolate Yuan was incomparably arrogant. His eyes were looking at Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog, threatening to fight both of them alone. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. He was ranked first in the Sky ranking, the youngest monstrous genius of the Desolate family and the most promising genius of the Desolate family. It would be abnormal if such a figure didn't have any arrogance. "Desolate Yuan, you think too highly of yourself. I alone am enough to deal with you. If De Huang joins in, it will be bullying you." That day in the spiritual space mountain, I, Jiang Chen, declared war against the geniuses of the Pure Land. No matter who they are, I will fight them one by one. I have killed Xueqi and today, I can kill you too. I don't put the geniuses of the Pure Land in my eyes. Jiang Chen placed one of his hands behind his back. His tone was even more arrogant than Desolate Yuan's. Looking at the entire young generation of the Pure Land, perhaps only Jiang Chen dared to speak to Desolate Yuan in such a tone. "Good. You are indeed arrogant. I, Desolate Yuan, like to kill people like you. I would like to see what kind of tyrannical means you have to kill Xueqi." Desolate Yuan unleashed all of his qi in an instant. The vast energy of the stars bloomed like an ocean. Every trace of energy carried unparalleled lethality. On the other side, Jiang Chen had also transformed into his dragon form. There was basically no need to say anything when facing Desolate Yuan, because it was useless to say anything. In the end, it all depended on who was more powerful. The battle between Jiang Chen and Desolate Yuan was the same as the battle between Jiang Chen and Xueqi. It was a battle of life and death. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, he didn't even need to use his dragon transformation to deal with an ordinary first-grade great saint, but it wasn't enough to deal with a star tyrannical body like Desolate Yuan. He had to use his dragon transformation to increase his combat strength by 10 times. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Desolate Yuan. "Little Chenzi, this kid doesn't look easy to deal with. Can you do it? Otherwise, The two of us will attack together and directly beat him up. De Huang Dog said. His voice was loud and he didn't even try to conceal it. Desolate Yuan's blood spurted out when he heard the word bastard. Immediately, it was followed by intense anger. He stared at De Huang Dog with incomparable anger and said ferociously, "Stupid dog, after I kill Jiang Chen, I will skin you alive." Given his identity, he was a high and mighty existence even in the desolate family. Today, a dog dared to disrespect him. This dog simply didn't know how to write the word death. The word bastard was a great humiliation to him. Desolate Yuan secretly swore that after he killed Jiang Chen, he would definitely skin this dog alive. No need. Just watch the show from the side. Jiang Chen said that as the greatest saint, he had his own dignity. This was a battle between him and the genius of Pure Land. This was the competitive spirit that existed between geniuses. He had to fight personally. Only by doing so could he prove his strength. Come on, Jiang Chen. I would like to see if you can withstand 3 moves from me. Desolate Yuan grabbed the void with his big hand. An incomparably bright star was formed. This star was incomparably beautiful. It was blooming with azure blue luster. It was a few hundred meters in size, like a small blue mountain. The moment the star was formed, the entire void trembled, as if it couldn't bear the pressure of the star. Go! Desolate Yuan threw the star with all his might. The huge star immediately let out a loud roar and rushed towards Jiang Chen. This was a mountain-like strike. No one knew how much force it carried. If one was hit by it head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even a first-grade great saint would be smashed into pieces. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He now had 75,000 dragon marks. Basically, he was at the peak of the 8th grade great saint. His dragon form had increased his combat strength by 10 times. Although Desolate Yuan's star attack was powerful, Jiang Chen's attack wasn't weak either. He struck out his strongest attack, the Golden Dragon Seal. 3 powerful golden dragons spiraled and danced vividly, like real heavenly dragons descending from the heavens. The 3 golden dragons overlapped with each other and rushed towards the huge blue star. Hung Long. This was the collision of 2 extreme combat strength. The shockwave caused by the collision could only be described as earth-shattering. The entire spatial zone was smashed. Many evil spirits were attracted. Some of them didn't have high intelligence. They rushed over when they sensed the shockwave of the battle. Unfortunately, they were crushed on the spot by the shockwave and died tragically. There weren't any powerful evil spirits in this spatial zone. There was only a first-grade great saint monster, which had been torn apart by Desolate Yuan with his bare hands. The golden and blue light intertwined and filled every inch of the interior of the spatial zone. The shockwave of the battle was too powerful. There was destructive energy everywhere. Many evil spirits that rushed over were killed instantly. Jiang Chen and Desolate Yuan's body trembled at the same time. On the surface, they seemed to be equally matched in this collision. What? Desolate Yuan was shocked. He never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to fight him head-on without losing. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. One should know that he was now a true first-grade great saint, no longer a half-step great saint. Given his current cultivation grade, he could easily pinch an ordinary first-grade great saint to death. But now, he was tied with an 8th-grade minor saint. This was too funny. While Desolate Yuan was shocked, Jiang Chen was also somewhat surprised. He was very clear about his combat strength and the power of the Golden Dragon Seal. He had killed a 2nd-grade great saint, but now, he was tied with Desolate Yuan. This showed that Desolate Yuan wasn't the number 1 on the sky ranking for no reason. The mighty star's tyrant body was actually this powerful. This is interesting. Jiang Chen moved his body casually, producing cracking sounds. A strong combat intent was aroused instantly. The stronger Desolate Yuan's performance was, the more Jiang Chen liked it and the more his fighting spirit was aroused. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me. An 8th-grade minor saint was able to withstand my attack just now. You should be proud of this. However, no matter what Desolate Yuan, want to kill you today, you will die for sure. That was just a probing attack. I won't be polite next time. Desolate Yuan said loudly. Jiang Chen's strength had made him retract his underestimation of Jiang Chen. He now treated Jiang Chen as an opponent. In the beginning, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. He didn't put Jiang Chen on the same level as him. Whatever means you have, just use it. Jiang Chen's combat intent was soaring. It wasn't easy to encounter a truly powerful opponent. Since he had encountered one, he must have a hot-blooded battle. Meteor filling the sky. Xiao Yuan's body floated in the air. Suddenly, countless brilliant meteors appeared around his body. These meteors emitted a deep blue radiance. Each one was as big as the previous one, like a blue mountain. Xiao Yuan was like a real star, able to create an endless stream of meteors that would never run out. Swoosh, 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 the meteors swayed rapidly. For a moment, the entire spatial zone was filled with meteors. Countless of blue light filled every inch of the spatial zone. Each of these meteors possessed unparalleled destructive power. As the number of meteors increased, under Desolate Yuan's control, countless meteors began to attack Jiang Chen. This was a large-scale attack. The innumerable meteors formed a sea of stars, the chaotic star ocean. The boundless energy was going to wreak havoc in the entire spatial zone, annihilating all living beings. This bastard really has some tricks up his sleeves. De Huang Dog, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but say, this guy was indeed worthy of being the #1 on the heaven list. His powerful star's tyrannical body far surpassed ordinary geniuses. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen shouted. Countless dragon silhouettes that emitted 5 different colors spiraled out from Jiang Chen's body and rushed into the sea of stars, colliding with those meteors. Especially those golden dragons. They were too strong. Some of them directly opened their huge mouths and swallowed the meteors. The powerful 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was a true dragon combat skill. One could imagine how tough it was. Now that Jiang Chen had unleashed all 5 combat skills at the same time, the principle of the 5 elements reinforcing and restraining each other was immediately revealed. The power of the 5 elements increased once again. With so many true dragons, the sea of stars created by Desolate Yuan was smashed into smithereens. Countless meteors were directly shattered. The explosive energy destroyed half of the spatial zone. If anyone were to witness this battle, they would definitely open their mouths wide in shock. It was too explosive. Dang, dang, dang. Chapter 9:14. What other tricks do you have? The Star Tyrant body is just a... Jiang Chen looked at Desolate Yuan and said indifferently, just a... Upon hearing such an evaluation, Desolate Yuan had the urge to spurt out blood on the spot. Ever since he was born, he had been living under the dazzling light. He was a supreme genius, the object of love from the higher-ups, the object of worship from the youths and the idol of countless people. No one had ever used such an evaluation on him. It was a humiliation. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. I, Desolate Yuan, will never be defeated, at least not by you. Desolate Yuan's hair was dyed by the blue star power. This was the first time in his life that he was really angry. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Desolate Yuan moved again. He spread both of his hands. In between his palms, the blue star power was at least 3 times denser than before. Amidst the flickering light, a solid blue star spear appeared. It was condensed by the Star Tyrant body, but it didn't look any different from a real combat weapon. Jiang Chen, have a taste of my star spear. Desolate Yuan roared. He raised the 30 meters long star spear and launched an attack at Jiang Chen. This star spear had an incomparably terrifying destructive power. It was the most powerful technique condensed by the Star Tyrant body. It was even stronger than the meteor attack just now. This attack was enough to pierce through a powerful second-grade Great Saint and kill him on the spot. Clang! Jiang Chen was even more fearless. Immediately, he took out the Heavenly Saint's sword. The Heavenly Saint's sword made a melodious sword whistle and turned into the shadow of a blood dragon, rushing at Desolate Yuan's star spear. The Heavenly Saint's sword had already merged with the 5 fragments of its original body. It could unleash the true power of the Heavenly Saint's sword at will. This was also Jiang Chen's most powerful technique. It had no problem dealing with Desolate Yuan's star spear. Hung long. The sword and the spear collided. Once again, an unparalleled power erupted. This was an extreme confrontation. Desolate Yuan's star spear was indeed powerful. It pushed Jiang Chen back a dozen meters before he could regain his balance. However, Desolate Yuan's situation was worse than Jiang Chen's. His star spear was shattered and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chen, I will kill you. Desolate Yuan wiped the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and left a ruthless sentence before disappearing in a flash. Desolate Yuan was a very smart man. He might have other trump cards, but after the battle with Jiang Chen, he understood that it was impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen today. If the battle continued, he might be the one to die. Therefore, Desolate Yuan decided to give up on killing Jiang Chen for the time being. He would wait until he had obtained some benefits in the ancient battlefield to improve his strength before killing Jiang Chen. Why did you let him escape? De Huang Dog came to Jiang Chen and complained. Once a person like Desolate Yuan escaped, there would be endless troubles in the future. Although I had the upper hand in the battle with him, he did not suffer any substantial injuries. With his ability, if he wanted to escape, I wouldn't be able to stop him. This person is very smart. When he saw that there was no chance to kill me, he immediately retreated. If he continued to fight with me like Shirhan, I would destroy his mental defenses and exhaust his fighting strength. Then, I would find an opportunity to kill him. However, if he chose to escape, I wouldn't be able to stop him. Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed like he could only wait for the next time to get rid of this powerful star's overlord body. If I had taken action, I would have definitely been able to stop him. De Huang Dog felt that it was a pity. It should be said that it was a great pity. However, that Desolate Yuan was indeed smart. He had been watching the battle from the side and was enjoying the show. He didn't expect that this bastard would suddenly stop the battle and run away. It doesn't matter. He is just a defeated opponent. I have the confidence to deal with him the next time we meet. Let's go and find the blood talisman now. As long as we find it, we will kill Desolate Yuan the next time we meet. Jiang Chen kept his dragon sword in dragon form and continued to search for the blood talisman with De Huang Dog. Desolate Yuan couldn't kill him now, but it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Desolate Yuan either. He had the same idea as Desolate Yuan. Desolate Yuan wanted to find some opportunities in the ruins to increase his combat strength and then turn around to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's goal was the same. He was searching for the blood talisman in order to increase his cultivation grade. If he advanced to the 9th grade minor saint, killing Desolate Yuan would be a piece of cake. As a matter of fact, if Jiang Chen released the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil just now, he could have killed Desolate Yuan. However, Jiang Chen didn't want to rely on external forces to deal with Desolate Yuan. He wanted to kill Desolate Yuan with his own hands. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog turned into two rays of light, shuttling back and forth in different spatial zones like ghosts. Jiang Chen ignored all the evil spirits and treasures as he searched for the blood talisman wholeheartedly. Unknowingly, he and De Huang Dog had been shuttling back and forth in different spatial zones for a few hours. Wang suddenly, the blood talisman in his Qi vibrated and produced a buzzing sound. Jiang Chen stopped moving and summoned it. The blood talisman flew out of his Qi and floated in front of Jiang Chen. I can sense it. The blood talisman must be here. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Finally he found it. As long as he could find the blood talisman, he would be able to refine it. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 9th grade minor saint. The blood talisman circled around Jiang Chen. Then it chose a direction and flew towards it. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He hastily followed the blood talisman. Obviously, the direction that the blood talisman chose was the direction where the other blood talisman was located. The two blood talismans could sense each other. That was why such a situation occurred. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't say a word. They just followed behind the blood talisman and flew for a few hundred miles. When they arrived at the center of this spatial zone, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog gaped at the same time when they saw the scene in front of them. In front of them was an altar that was a few meters tall. Normally, an altar wouldn't be too shocking, but this altar was completely different from the ordinary ones. It was built entirely with corpses. There were at least a few hundred corpses piled up like a small hill. What was even more horrifying was that the lowest grade of these corpses was an 8th grade minor saint while the strongest was a 7th grade or 8th grade great saint. So many corpses piled up to form an altar. This was truly horrifying. Chapter 9:15. Such a scene stunned Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. The scene was horrifying and mysterious. An altar piled up with great sage corpses. The air was filled with the breath of death. However, behind this frightening scene, this was a treasure land. Although these corpses had been dead for a long time, with so many great sage experts piled up together, Their bodies alone contained unimaginable powerful energy. With so many corpses piled up, the energy could no longer be described as huge. However, what Jiang Chen couldn't figure out was why the blood mark would choose to appear in such a place. Could it be that the blood mark was very interested in these great sage corpses? Little Chenzi, this scene is too scary. What is this blood mark? It feels so mysterious. De Huang Dog shrank his neck. Even for him, this was the first time he saw such a scene. It was somewhat scary. How would I know? Jiang Chen shook his head. The blood mark's actions were too mysterious. Even for him, he now thought that the blood mark might have found this corpse altar on purpose. However, he didn't know what the connection was. At this moment, the blood mark that led the way also rushed up to the altar. Jiang Chen clearly felt that the blood mark had a sense of excitement when it rushed up to the altar. He didn't know whether it was because of the excitement of meeting another blood mark or the excitement of meeting this corpse altar. Buzz! The two blood talismans gathered together, giving off countless rays of blood-red light that enveloped the entire altar. The two blood talismans spun at a high speed, looking as if they were about to fuse together. However, something seemed to be missing and they were unable to fuse together. Little Chenzi, did you see that? These two blood marks want to merge, but there seems to be an invisible existence blocking them, so they can't really merge. Said De Huang Dog. I know, the thing that's stopping them from fusing is me. I've already refined one of the blood talismans and absorbed its energy. It's almost connected to me by blood. As for the other blood talisman, I haven't refined it yet. So, as long as I refine that blood talisman, the two blood talismans will completely fuse. At that time, all the problems will be solved. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. As a matter of fact, he was feeling excited right now. He knew that obtaining two blood talismans at the same time would bring him unimaginable gains. Now, with the appearance of the altar, the blood talisman became even more mysterious, and this mystery was definitely related to what Jiang Chen had expected. Therefore, as long as he absorbed the blood talisman, he would be able to find out the secret behind it, and why it appeared in a place like this. Jiang Chen waved his hand and summoned the two blood marks. Immediately, the two blood marks left the altar and flew towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen grabbed the blood marks in his hand and immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Back in purgatory, it was impossible for him to control these blood marks. Now that his cultivation base had grown stronger, the blood marks didn't reject him at all, especially after he refined the blood marks in the suspended tower. De Huang, help me guard the altar. I will refine the blood marks now. Jiang Chen said to De Huang. De Huang Dog nodded. He wouldn't dare to be careless at this critical moment. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and fused the two blood marks into his body. The dragon transformation skill began to circulate crazily. As if it had sensed the existence of the dragon transformation skill, the blood marks became restless all of a sudden. Jiang Chen could see the shadow of a dragon flickering in the blood marks, roaring at the sky. It was very domineering. The blood marks seemed to contain the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Traces of energy overflowed from it and seeped into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. At the same time, under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to form one after another. This was the stimulation of the bloodline. It was very beneficial to Jiang Chen. In less than a minute, 1,000 dragon marks were completely condensed, making the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body reach 76,000. This number was exactly the number of dragon marks needed to advance to the 9th grade minor saint. A powerful qi burst out from Jiang Chen's body. A large number of high-grade true meta stones were refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen. Very quickly, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the 9th grade minor saint. His combat strength had increased by a lot. After advancing to the 9th grade minor saint, the number of dragon marks continued to increase. Another 1,000 dragon marks were condensed at the fastest speed, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 77,000. However, it wasn't easy to advance from the 9th grade minor saint to the great saint realm. Advancing to the great saint realm required 2,000 dragon marks each time, but advancing to the next realm required 4,000 dragon marks. In other words, Jiang Chen had to condense 80,000 dragon marks to advance to the great saint realm. It was impossible for him to break through the great saint realm with the help of the blood marks. Wang, after the blood talisman was completely refined, the two blood talismans immediately fused together. It was an intimate fusion, and right after the two blood talismans fused together, The circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill suddenly increased by a few times. This situation made Jiang Chen extremely excited. Haha! I never thought that the fusion of the two blood marks could transform the dragon transformation skill again. This is too awesome. I wonder what kind of powerful combat skill this transformation will bring me. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected this to happen, but it was the biggest surprise. One should know that every transformation would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. At the very least, it would bring him a powerful true dragon combat skill. During the first transformation, Jiang Chen obtained the True Dragon Palm and True Dragon Flame. During the second transformation, Jiang Chen obtained the Azure Dragon 5 Steps. During the third transformation, Jiang Chen obtained the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Now it was the fourth transformation. Jiang Chen was really looking forward to it. Moreover, the transformation of the dragon transformation skill would bring great benefits to Jiang Chen's cultivation. For example, after the transformation, Jiang Chen had condensed another 2,000 dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks had reached 79,000, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th grade minor saint. At the same time, a message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind out of nowhere. Zulong Tower, True Dragon Supreme Divine Weapon, 99 floors Zulong Tower. Once it is condensed, it will destroy the heavens and earth, and it will dominate the universe. This was the legend of the Supreme Divine Weapon and the method of condensing it. Before Jiang Chen had the time to savor it, the 2 blood marks rushed out of his body. Swoosh! Swoosh! Countless rays of blood-red light began to rush out from the blood talisman. Each ray of blood-red light was incomparably dazzling. As the amount of blood-red light increased, the blood talisman directly disappeared, as if it had completely turned into blood-red light. After that, a blood-red ancient tower appeared. Or rather, it was only the prototype of an ancient tower. It was just an illusion made of blood-red light, not a real existence. Even though it was illusory, it still gave people a shocking feeling. The top of the ancient tower pierced through the sky. The ancient and noble Qi was revealed, making people have the urge to worship it. My God, what is this tower? Although it is illusory, it is countless times more noble than the suspended tower. This ancient tower gives people a feeling that it has existed for eternity, higher than the sky, and above all the laws. De Huang Dog looked at the marvelous sight. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen murmured. He knew that the fusion of the 2 blood marks had turned into the prototype of the Zulong Tower. The transformation of the dragon transformation skill had given him the method of condensing the Zulong Tower. In other words, he still needed to condense the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower in the future. According to the secret of the Zulong Tower, there is only one way to condense the tower, and that is to absorb energy. It can absorb all kinds of energy. There is nothing in the world that the Zulong Tower can't absorb. If my guess is correct, I already know the use of these corpses. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He moved his mind, and the illusory Zulong Tower suddenly floated above the corpse altar. A blood-red light beam sprinkled from it. Suddenly, the countless energy contained in the corpses were all absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Those corpses all disintegrated and turned into energy. The body of a great sage, even if it had been dead for a long time, still had unimaginable energy. The superposition of so many great sages' energy was enormous. In the blink of an eye, the corpse altar that was dozens of feet high was completely refined and absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Rumble! The ancestral dragon pagoda let out a rumbling sound. The lowest level of the pagoda began to solidify gradually. However, with such a large amount of energy, only half of the first level of the pagoda was condensed. The half of the pagoda that was condensed was like a blood-red city wall. There were blood-red dragon marks engraved on the surface of the pagoda, emitting dazzling rays of light. Oh my God! What the hell is this Zulong Tower? The energy contained in so many great sage corpses only condensed half of the first layer. This is too heaven-defying. De Huang Dog sat on the ground with his mouth wide open in surprise. Not only him, even Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open. One should know that the Zulong Tower had 99 layers. He originally thought that such a corpse altar could condense at least 8 or 10 layers, but it was only half a layer. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog now finally understood why the blood mark chose this place to appear. This corpse altar was prepared for the Zulong Tower. In the face of this situation, Jiang Chen suddenly felt dizzy. The first layer of the Zulong Tower required such a huge amount of energy. If one wanted to condense the 99 layers of the Zulong Tower, how much energy would be needed? It was simply an astronomical figure. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which required the support of ruthless and endless energy. Now, the Zulong Tower was like a vampire. Chapter 9:16. The Zulong Tower was suspended in front of them, shining with blood-red light. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had also accepted the reality after the initial shock. They began to feel a little excited. De Huang Dog wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could see the power of this ancient tower. Let me try the defensive strength of the Zulong Tower. How about it? De Huang Dog said. His huge body leaped up. His head radiated golden light and rammed towards the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen, who was at the side, held his breath without blinking his eyes. He also wanted to see the power of the Zulong Tower. De Huang Dog was a powerful first-grade great saint. His head was comparable to a powerful combat weapon. It was almost indestructible. He could easily smash a mountain. Dong. Motherfucker. Big Yellow's head collided with the half-story blood-red pagoda, producing a clanging sound. The ancestral dragon pagoda only shook a few times, but Big Yellow was bounced back. He cursed, feeling dizzy after being hit by the ancestral dragon pagoda. De Huang, how is it? Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. It's too fucking powerful. Not only does this thing have amazing defensive strength, it's also extremely powerful. My attack just now didn't even cause the slightest damage to this bloody tower. It's really terrifying. It's hard to imagine how powerful it will be when all 99 stories of this bloody tower are condensed. De Huang Dog was an arrogant person. The fact that he could say such words was enough to show the power of the Zulong Tower. It is indeed powerful. With this tower, I will have a powerful trump card. However, the first floor of the Zulong Tower has not been condensed yet. Its true power is not that great. Now, I have to find a way to completely condense the first floor. That would be amazing. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. After witnessing the true power of the Zulong Tower, he had a new plan. In this ancient battlefield, there were treasures everywhere. There were powerful evil spirits and many monsters. After killing these evil spirits, they could be converted into energy for the Zulong Tower to absorb. Right, the essence of this Zulong Tower is also a battle weapon. I wonder if it can absorb battle weapons. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of an idea. He had a lot of combat weapons in his storage and most of them were minor saint weapons. Since the Zulong Tower could absorb everything, he wondered if it could also absorb combat weapons. Walala. After saying that, Jiang Chen took out dozens of combat weapons and threw them onto the Zulong Tower. Bas! Immediately, the Zulong Tower rotated at a high speed. Dragon roars came out from it, as if countless of magma was smelting the combat weapons. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of combat weapons were smelted by the Zulong Tower. Just like what Jiang Chen said, the Zulong Tower was also a battle weapon. After absorbing the combat weapons, its main body became stronger, and the amount of energy that could be condensed had increased. This is really abnormal. This blood-red tower can really devour anything. It can absorb any kind of energy. De Huang Dog was speechless. Moreover, I discovered something even more terrifying. Every time the Zulong Tower absorbed some energy and condensed some of its main body, the dragon transformation skill would circulate faster. My cultivation base would also increase accordingly. Just now, when the Zulong Tower absorbed those combat weapons, the dragon marks in my body had increased by dozens. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He discovered that his bloodline was connected with the Zulong Tower. His cultivation base could directly affect the power that the Zulong Tower could unleash. And when the Zulong Tower was continuously condensing its main body, he could also gain some benefits. This was too perfect. Previously, when Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation skill to refine demon spirits, he was always worried that his foundation would be unstable. However, the enhancement that the Zulong Tower could bring to him came from the source of the dragon transformation skill. It was equivalent to stimulating his potential. Not only would it not cause his foundation to be unstable, it would also make him more powerful. Kid, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? How can it be so abnormal? De Huang Dog was getting more and more interested in the cultivation technique that Jiang Chen was practicing. No matter what, he also has the bloodline of a divine beast. In terms of cultivation, he could be said to be blessed by the heavens. However, compared to Jiang Chen's abnormal cultivation technique, it seemed like it was on a completely different level. Peerless divine technique. Jiang Chen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the Zulong Tower instantly turned into a speck of dust and entered his body. He carefully observed the Zulong Tower and discovered that the condensed Zulong Tower was a huge space filled with energy fluctuations. Jiang Chen simply sent the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil into the Zulong Tower for cultivation. It was indeed a very good cultivation environment. If the Zulong Tower wanted to absorb any energy in the future, they would also be able to obtain some benefits, which would be of great help to them. Jiang Chen had too many enemies now. The stronger the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were, the more advantageous it would be for him. Let's go. I have something to do in the ancient battlefield this time. The Zulong Tower needs a large amount of energy to attack. If anyone dares to provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Chen revealed a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down excitedly. It seemed like the emergence of the Zulong Tower had made the opening of the ancient battlefield a bloody one. All of a sudden, the void flickered. Two silhouettes appeared like ghosts. They were two elders who seemed to be in their 50s, but their cultivation wasn't weak. One of them was a second-grade great saint while the other was a third-grade great saint. The two of them were in the adjacent spatial zone. They sensed a huge fluctuation in this spatial zone, so they came to have a look. Coincidentally, they bumped into Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. "You are Jiang Chen?" The third-grade great saint elder looked at Jiang Chen and asked loudly. His tone was filled with cold killing intent. "You're right. I'm Jiang Chen. Who are you?" Jiang Chen's eyes revealed two rays of cold light. "Sure enough, it's you, you little bastard. We are the elders of the Narang family. You're courting death by killing the people of our family. There are many people who want to kill you in the ancient battlefield. Fortunately, we got here first. Jiang Chen, are you going to commit suicide or do we have to kill you?" "You're right." The elders of Narang family were incomparably arrogant. Given their cultivation grade, they indeed had the capital to look down on Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the current Jiang Chen was no longer the Jiang Chen of the past. Jiang Chen was now a peak 9th grade minor saint. Killing a third-grade great saint was just a piece of cake for him. There was no need for the Earth Devil Beast or the Devil to do it. The two of you really shouldn't be here. The Desolate family is very powerful now. Your Narang family should join hands with me, Jiang Chen. I won't kill the two of you. If the two of you disappear from my sight now, you can still live. Jiang Chen said plainly. Among the 8 major families, the Desolate family was the most powerful one. He was more than willing to join hands with the Narang family. After all, he had only killed the experts of the Narang family in Void Triangular Domain. He hadn't killed any geniuses of the Narang family after he returned. However, Jiang Chen was obviously thinking too much. Given the arrogance of the Narang family, there was no way they would let him go. Haha, this is hilarious. Jiang Chen, no one has ever been able to live after killing the people of our Narang family. Me, you are no exception. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I will consider giving you a quick death. The third-grade great saint laughed. He felt that what Jiang Chen said was a joke. He was a dignified third-grade great saint. Killing Jiang Chen was a piece of cake. Chapter 9:17. It seems like there is nothing more to say. Jiang Chen shook his head. In that case, he didn't want to say anything more. Anyway, he had a lot of enemies, including the Narang family. If these two old men wanted to kill him, there would only be one ending for them. Why are you talking so much nonsense with this little beast? I'll make a move and kill him first. The second-grade great saint said and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. An enormous qi was unleashed perfectly, enveloping Jiang Chen completely. Pu Qi, however, a horrifying scene happened. The second-grade great saint had only unleashed his qi, but before he could attack Jiang Chen, his body stopped abruptly. He lowered his head to look at his chest. A blood-red dragon claw had pierced through his chest. The elder was horrified. He had never dreamt that such a scene would happen. He, a mighty second-grade great saint, would be instantly killed by a junior that he didn't even put in his eyes. No! The elder let out a roar. It was the pain of despair. He couldn't even move when he was controlled by Jiang Chen. He could only let Jiang Chen do whatever he wanted. Remember, never be too confident, especially when you don't know how strong your opponent is. Jiang Chen's voice was very cold. The powerful force shattered all the vitality of the elder. Then, Jiang Chen circulated the Zulong Tower. All the energy, essence, and battle spirit of the elder were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. After absorbing a second-grade Great Saint, the Zulong Tower became even more excited. Under the stimulation of the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen condensed another 10 dragon marks. The energy of a second-grade Great Saint wasn't comparable to the ordinary corpses on the altar. Although those corpses also contained a great amount of energy, they had been dead for too long and most of the energy had already been lost. Plop! Jiang Chen threw the second-grade Great Saint's corpse on the ground. At this moment, the Great Saint's corpse was just an ordinary corpse. All the essence had been absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen was being merciful by not absorbing the Great Saint's corpse. Be merciful. I will leave your corpse intact, Jiang Chen said, then shifted his gaze to the third-grade Great Saint of the Narang family. It's your turn. What are you waiting for? The third-grade Great Saint widened his eyes, looking at his companion who was lying on the ground. He was dumbfounded. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the terrifying level of a 9th-grade Great Saint. However, even a 9th-grade Great Saint couldn't kill a 2nd-grade Great Saint in an instant. Besides, wasn't this person said to be able to transform? After transforming, Jiang Chen was able to kill a 2nd-grade Great Saint in an instant without transforming. If he transformed, wouldn't he be able to kill the 3rd-grade Great Saint too? How could a man be so powerful? What shocked Elder Narang the most was the way his partner died. He had seen it clearly. His partner's energy and essence had been completely absorbed by Jiang Chen, turning him into an ordinary corpse. This scene was just too horrifying. At this moment, an inexplicable fear suddenly emerged in the old man's mind. Elder Narang, you're right. You're right. Hee, leave this old man to me. De Huang Dog chuckled. Let me do it. Jiang Chen stood in front of De Huang Dog. He had just advanced to the 9th-grade Minor Saint and he needed a powerful 3rd-grade Great Saint to practice. Furthermore, he was no longer an ordinary 9th-grade Minor Saint. He had reached the peak of 9th-grade Minor Saint and was only a step away from advancing to the Great Saint realm. Killing an ordinary 3rd-grade Great Saint was almost effortless. However, there was an insurmountable gap between a Minor Saint and a Great Saint. Jiang Chen would need to transform into his dragon form to kill a 3rd-grade Great Saint. Jiang Chen's body swayed and transformed. He cast out the true dragon palm, shrouding the 3rd-grade Great Saint. I don't believe that I, a 3rd-grade Great Saint, can't defeat a 9th-grade Minor Saint. Brat die. Elder Narang was also enraged. A black broadsword appeared in his hand. This broadsword exuded a strong Great Sage aura. It turned out to be a rare Great Sage weapon. The saber danced, emitting a cold sound. The saber in the hand of the 3rd-grade Great Saint tore the void apart and slashed at Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. Chila, both of them collided, producing a deafening sound. Countless spatial waves were set off. The dragon claw that Jiang Chen conjured was torn apart. The combat strength of a 3rd-grade Great Saint combined with a Great Saint weapon was indeed terrifying. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. He swung his arm and the Heavenly Saint's sword roared, lunging at Elder Narang like a thunderbolt. Jiang Chen had the strength to pick up a mountain. His body was filled with endless energy like a vast ocean. Elder Narang's facial expression changed dramatically. He could already feel the gap between him and Jiang Chen. Without delay, he raised the huge blade in his hand to meet the attack. Clang! The blade and the sword collided. The huge blade was repelled by the crazy attack of the Heavenly Saint's sword, but the Heavenly Saint's sword's attack didn't diminish. The elder was caught off guard and one of his arms was cut off by Jiang Chen. Arg! The elder let out a miserable cry. Then, he was beaten to death by Jiang Chen's crazy attacks. The remaining energy in his body was absorbed by the Zulong Tower along with the Great Saint weapon. It was obvious that the first floor of the Zulong Tower had grown a little more. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body were condensed by dozens more. However, along with the rotation of the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Chen's qi gradually became brutal. Both of his eyes started to turn red. A wave of brutal qi burst out from his body. The newly condensed dragon marks were obviously more brutal than the previous ones. Little Chenzi, what's wrong with you? De Huang Dog noticed the change in Jiang Chen. His facial expression changed immediately. He had never seen Jiang Chen like this. The current Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast that was about to lose its mind and become a killing machine. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a deep roar. He looked at De Huang Dog. The look in his eyes scared even De Huang Dog. Motherfucker, so that's how it is. Jiang Chen felt that he was about to lose his mind. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to chant the Lotus Sutra. This Lotus Sutra was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. It could purify the soul. In this way, Jiang Chen sat there cross-legged and chanted the Lotus Sutra for half an hour. Only then did he recover. What happened to you just now, kid? It was too scary. De Huang Dog still had a lingering fear in his heart, because the Zulong Tower absorbed the essence of human beings. Although I'm cultivating the dragon transformation skill, I'm still a human being. Humans can kill each other, but stripping away their essence, qi, and spirit after killing them is undoubtedly a violation of the heavenly Tao and human ethics. If this continues, I'll be no different from a bloodthirsty demon. I left their corpses, saying that I should be lenient to others, but they lost their essence, qi, spirit, and fighting spirit. In fact, I've already gone too far. This method of killing my own kind can only be described as inhumane. The Zulong Tower and I are connected by blood and merged into one. After absorbing the essence, qi, and spirit of human beings, it began to accumulate a certain tyrannical aura in my body. This tyrannical aura can directly affect my mind, turning me into a beast that only knows how to kill. It's really terrifying. Jiang Chen also had a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for the Lotus Sutra, he might not have been able to control his emotions just now. Maybe he would have attacked De Huang Dog directly. Just now, the Zulong Tower had absorbed so many great sage corpses, but those corpses had been dead for a long time. There were also many corpses of demon beasts and devils among them, so the influence wasn't that great. However, the two elders of Narang clan were real living people. Jiang Chen had killed them personally and then absorbed them. This was an inhumane method. Therefore, the dragon mark that was condensed was also tyrannical. It brought a tyrannical aura to him and seriously affected his mind. I see. Then you have to pay attention in the future. De Huang Dog hurriedly reminded him. The instantaneous change of Jiang Chen just now made De Huang Dog feel incomparably strange. That kind of feeling was really not good. That's right. It seems that if I want to upgrade the Zulong Tower in the future, I can't absorb the essence, qi, and spirit of human beings. After all, my origin is also human. However, if I refine and absorb demon beasts, devils, and anything beyond the scope of my own kind, it will be fine. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said. Only now did he truly understand the meaning of the Zulong Tower. Although it was the supreme treasure of the real dragon, it was now Jiang Chen's treasure. It was connected with Jiang Chen's bloodline. Therefore, he had to accept the fact that Jiang Chen's origin was human. You should be able to suppress the tyrannical aura generated in your body, right? Asked De Huang Dog. He was still a little worried. There was no way he wouldn't be worried. Jiang Chen's appearance just now was too terrifying. If that tyrannical aura was still there, he might turn into a homicidal maniac at any time. The tyrannical aura just now was very little. After all, it was only the first time. I have already used the Lotus Sutra and the edifying light to eliminate it. It won't affect me anymore, said Jiang Chen. With his current ability, it was still very easy for him to eliminate this bit of tyrannical aura. However, that tyrannical aura just now was really terrifying. If it was someone else, they might have been controlled directly. However, Jiang Chen was after all the greatest saint in the world. He cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique, so his will was incomparably firm. That's good. You scared this master dog to death just now. De Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. He was really afraid that this guy would become a madman one day and even do him. Hee, come. Let me rub your dog head to help you calm down. Jiang Chen chuckled. Without any explanation, he pressed down on De Huang Dog's head and rubbed it furiously. Jiang Chen, fuck you. How dare you rub Master Dog's head? Ah. De Huang Dog struggled desperately. He then opened his huge mouth and bit Jiang Chen's butt. Ha ha. Chapter 9:18. Layers upon layers of space. Space nodes were everywhere. It was like a maze. A black shadow was constantly flashing, shuttling through different spaces. It was a white-haired young man. He was none other than Han Yen. Not long after Han Yen entered the ruins, he felt a mysterious summoning force. He followed this summoning force and moved forward. At this moment, he was already deep into the depths of the ruins. With Han Yan's current cultivation, going deep into the depths of the ruins was undoubtedly very dangerous. If he encountered a powerful evil spirit, he would die without a doubt. However, it seemed that the mysterious summoning power was guiding Han Yen. Han Yen followed the guidance of the summoning power and flew through the various large spaces. He did not encounter any danger. There were too many spaces here, and many of them were empty. There was nothing in them. What is it that is summoning me? I have been flying for such a long time, but I still haven't found anything. With my current cultivation, if I encounter a powerful monster in such a deep space, I will die without a doubt. However, there is no way out now. I can't remember the way back, so I can only follow the mysterious summoning force and move forward. I want to see what is it that is summoning me. A trace of determination appeared in Han Yan's eyes. Since he had already come this far, there was no possibility of turning back. Moreover, he had a feeling that the mysterious summoning force might be an opportunity for him. At the same time, in another space, the most intense and cruel scene was unfolding. The entire space was filled with a pungent smell of blood. At a glance, there were more than 30 powerful evil spirits surrounding 5 or 6 people. These 6 people were wearing the same clothes and looked very young. They were the people of the ancient people. Around them, there were a lot of evil spirits' corpses. These evil spirits were incomparably ferocious. They looked ferocious and walked like zombies. However, their combat strength was incomparably tyrannical. They had an extremely strong destructive power. The faces of the 6 people of the ancient people were extremely ugly. There were 2 dead bodies of the ancient people lying on the ground. One of them didn't even have a head. He was eaten alive by the evil spirits. The 6 people who were still alive were covered in blood. Their injuries were extremely serious. Some of them even had their arms broken. The leader of the group was Gu Lu Feng, but his current condition wasn't ideal. He was panting heavily. It was imaginable that he had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle. They were walking in different spatial zones when they suddenly encountered a spatial whirlpool and were sucked into it. There were evil spirits everywhere. They could still deal with the evil spirits that appeared in the beginning, but as the strength of the evil spirits grew, they couldn't resist them anymore. After Gu Lu Feng tore a first-grade Great Saint evil spirit into pieces, the truly powerful evil spirits appeared. The strongest evil spirits in front of them had reached second-grade Great Saint, and there were 2 first-grade Great Saints. The rest of the evil spirits were also incomparably strong. Although the young geniuses of the ancient people weren't weak, they weren't on the same level as these evil spirits. Now that they were surrounded by the evil spirits, they were letting out ear-piercing screams that made them feel incomparably uncomfortable. The terrifying evil spirits stuck out their long tongues and regarded them as their prey. Big Brother Lu Feng, it seems like we are going to die today. Yeah. I didn't expect that we would be trapped by these evil spirits when we came here to search for treasures. Unless there's a miracle, we are going to die for sure. What should we do? I don't want to die yet. The ancient people were disheartened. Everyone was in despair. Gu Lu Feng was their backbone, but no matter how powerful he was just a half-step Great Saint. It was already very impressive that he could kill a first-grade Great Saint. Now that a second-grade Great Saint evil spirit had appeared, Gu Lu Feng couldn't even protect himself, let alone take care of them. Shut up all of you. Gu Lu Feng reprimanded without turning his head. What's there to be afraid of if we die? Even if we die, we still have to fight. Gu Lu Feng drew out his combat weapon. It was a huge golden shield. Under his control, the golden shield burst out a strong roar. He shouted at the evil spirit opposite him. Come on! Putting everything else aside, Gu Liufeng's current performance was enough to make people admire him. In this world, how many people could remain so calm in the face of death? Jie, the evil spirits let out a sinister laughter that was enough to cause anyone who heard it to feel like their hearts were being scratched by 100 claws. They felt as though they were about to go crazy. Following that, the evil spirit leader let out a roar, and all the evil spirits pounced towards the 6 ancient race members. Upon seeing this, The ancient people were in complete despair. Some of them had already closed their eyes and given up resisting. Gu Lufeng laughed, but there was some sadness in his laughter. He was a heaven's pride of the ancient people, the #1 genius of the younger generation of the ancient people. Today, he was going to die in such a place. How sad and stirring was that? The second grade Great Saint Evil Soul stretched out a terrifying sharp claw and appeared in front of Gu Lufeng in a blink. Gu Lufeng knew very well that even if he exerted all of his techniques, he would still die in his current state if he were to face this second grade Great Saint Evil Soul in front of him. Hung Long. However, at the most critical moment, a giant dragon claw descended from the void. It was a blood-red dragon claw that blocked Gu Liufeng's path. At the same time, it enveloped the second grade Great Saint Evil Soul. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The powerful evil spirit was smashed into pieces by the dragon claw. What was even more horrifying was that the broken body of the evil spirit was taken away by the dragon claw and disappeared. At the same time, a series of golden beams of light burst forth from the void, smashing the bodies of the evil spirits in the surroundings into pieces. In the blink of an eye, all of the evil spirits that were surrounding the ancient race tribesmen were killed. Not a single one of them was left alive. In fact, none of their corpses were even intact. The scene stunned the 6 people of the ancient people. Gu Lufeng was still holding the golden shield in his hand, but his opponent had disappeared, killing a second grade Great Saint with a single strike and killing all the evil spirits in an instant. How terrifying was the attacker! The scene was surprisingly clean. The 6 people of the ancient people hadn't recovered from the shock just now. They stood blankly on the same spot with the same expression. They couldn't believe everything that had happened in front of them. Looking at the bodies of the evil spirits that were scattered on the ground, apart from shock, they felt more joy. They had been in complete despair and thought that they were going to die today, but they didn't expect a miracle to happen. The huge contrast between death and rebirth was enough to excite a person to the point of madness. At the same time, they were thinking about a question. Who saved them? Was it the expert of the ancient people? No, the ancient people didn't have such means. The huge blood-red dragon claw just now gave them a familiar feeling. At this moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in front of them. It was a man and a dog. The dog might be unfamiliar to them, but they couldn't be more familiar with the white-clothed youth, especially Gu Lufeng. He was defeated by this white-clothed youth in the clan gathering of the ancient people. Jiang Chen. It's you who saved us. The ancient people were very excited to see Jiang Chen at this time. If they were to reject Jiang Chen, an outsider, after the marriage between Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu, then at this moment, they had completely regarded Jiang Chen as one of their own. We happened to pass by just now. Are you two all right? Jiang Chen said. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw the corpses of the 2 Gu family experts lying on the ground. However, this wasn't a big deal. The ruins of the ancient battlefield had always been a dangerous place. They should have known that there would be danger when they came in. Plus, death was nothing in this place as it happened all the time. Brother Jiang, thank you for saving my life. I, Gu Lufeng, owe you my life. Gu Lufeng kept his golden shield and clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. This was a life-saving grace. Even Gu Lufeng wouldn't dare to neglect it. Gu Lufeng was an upright person. Back in the clan gathering of the ancient people, he was defeated by Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. He didn't have any complaints about Jiang Chen. Today, Jiang Chen had saved his life. Of course he was grateful, but at the same time, he was shocked to the extreme because the current Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he was in the clan gathering of the ancient people. At that time, Jiang Chen could only kill someone like Shi Han. In just a short period of time, Jiang Chen could easily kill a second-grade Great Saint. Gu Lufeng knew that the gap between the 2 of them was getting bigger and bigger. It would only get bigger in the future. He would never be able to catch up with Jiang Chen in this lifetime. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. I'm not as good as you. Gu Lufeng smiled and shook his head. Brother Gu, don't be so polite. Ancient people and I are already a family. When you are in trouble, how can I, Jiang Chen, just stand by and watch? Jiang Chen smiled. What young Master Jiang said is right. He and Miss Ningzhu are engaged. We are a family. There's no need to be so polite. Yes, we are a family. The other geniuses of the ancient people said hastily. In front of Jiang Chen, they didn't have any arrogance. I can see that your injuries aren't light. Take these pills. It will help your injuries a lot. Jiang Chen took out a few pills and gave one to each of them. This was a healing pill that he concocted using the wood spirit. Although the injuries of Gu Lufeng and the others were serious, it didn't affect their foundation. As long as they took this pill, they would be able to recover very quickly. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Chapter 9:19. The ancient people swallowed the pill. Their facial expression changed immediately. As the geniuses of the ancient people, they had a lot of healing pills with them. However, compared to Jiang Chen's pill, all of them were rubbish. What a powerful pill. I have suffered such a serious injury, but half of it has been healed in an instant. My injury has been completely healed. This pill is really scary. It gave me the feeling of a withered tree coming back to life. It's really amazing. Not only did young Master Jiang save our lives, but he also gave us such a high-grade healing pill. We really don't know how to repay this kindness. The geniuses of the ancient people were shocked. They had never seen such a powerful healing pill before. As one of the 8 families of the Pure Land, the ancient people had a strong foundation. They had countless healing pills. There were also many alchemists in the family. As the top geniuses of the ancient people, they had access to more resources than ordinary people. However, they were still shocked by Jiang Chen's pill. Naturally, they didn't know that Jiang Chen's pill contained a large amount of spiritual herbs. It also contained a certain amount of wood essence. Ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. Jiang Chen smiled. His eyes fell on the corpses of the evil spirits. He secretly operated the Zulong Tower to absorb the energy contained in the corpses. However, most of these evil spirits were minor saints. The advancement of Jiang Chen and the Zulong Tower complemented each other. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, absorbing the energy of minor saints wouldn't help him much. However, after absorbing these evil spirits, Jiang Chen figured out a puzzling problem. It was the problem of how the Zulong Tower could absorb energy. Previously, he had absorbed the essence, qi and soul of the 2 elders of the Narang family. His body had produced a violent qi, but after absorbing so many evil spirits, there wasn't even a little bit of violent qi. In this case, Jiang Chen was clear about the method to condense the Zulong Tower in the future. Humans' essence, qi and soul must not be absorbed. After all, they were of the same kind. The Zulong Tower could absorb any energy other than human beings. Upon seeing this, Gu Lufeng and the others revealed a surprised expression. They didn't know why Jiang Chen wanted to keep the corpses of the evil spirits, but they didn't ask. This was Jiang Chen's personal matter. There was no need for them to know too much about it. Today, Jiang Chen was no longer at the same level as them. Brother Gu, since all of you are fine, I will take my leave. The other evil spirits in this spatial zone aren't strong. You should be able to deal with them. Moreover, a place with a lot of evil spirits will also have a lot of treasures. It is possible that there are treasures left behind by an ancient great saint. All of you should look for them carefully. Also, try to find the experts of the ancient people when you get out of this place. Don't separate from them. There are too many spatial zones in this spatial zone. The degree of danger is far greater than what you can imagine. Jiang Chen said to Gu Lufeng and the others. All right, we understand. It's true that we didn't understand the situation here. Gu Lufeng nodded. When Jiang Chen was about to leave with De Huang Dog, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Gu Lufeng again and said, Brother Gu, I wonder if Sister Ning will come with us this time. Ning Zhu didn't come with us. Gu Mu went to the southern continent to pick up her father. Now that their family has just reunited, they didn't come to the ancient battlefield. Gu Lufeng said, farewell. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he disappeared with De Huang Dog. Gu Xiantian was a man of his words. He asked Gu Mu to pick up Wu Tianyang from the southern continent. It wasn't easy for Wu Ningzhu and her family to reunite. Naturally, they would cherish this time. It was normal that they didn't come. To Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu's absence made him less worried. After all, this place was too dangerous. As for the treasures in this spatial zone, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in them. So, he simply did Gu Lufeng a favor and left these treasures to them. Ancient people had been fighting the evil spirits for a long time. After all, it was very tiring for them. In the deep layer of the spatial zone, Han Yen didn't know how many spatial zones he had passed. The summoning force was getting more and more obvious. He could already feel that the mysterious summoning force wasn't far away from him. He was just a minor saint, but he didn't encounter any danger along the way. He was very lucky. Come, come, come. All of a sudden, a voice rang in Han Yan's mind. The voice was low and hoarse. It seemed like the speaker hadn't spoken for a long time. Even the first words sounded very awkward. Han Yan was shocked. This voice was obviously directed at him. He could feel that the mysterious summoning force was coming from this mysterious voice. Han Yan took a deep breath. He didn't know why something in this ancient battlefield would summon him, but there was no turning back now that he had come this far. A spatial node appeared in front of him. He took a deep breath and jumped into it in a flash. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed dramatically. The spatial zone that he was in was very small. It seemed to be only a dozen miles in radius, but the devil chi here was soaring to the sky. Devil waves were floating in the void, setting off waves of cold wind. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Even his soul was nourished. To him, this environment was simply a peerless treasure land. I can smell the scent of Gu Tianma. It's connected to my origin. Han Yan was extremely shocked. He looked ahead and saw a huge monster sitting in the center of the spatial zone. You're here. The behemoth spoke to him once more, this time in a much smoother voice. It was a giant demon that was over 100 feet tall. He had 2 horns on his head, but he had a human face. His eyes were the size of camel bells, and he stared at Han Yan without blinking. Gu Tianma, Han Yan exclaimed. Han Yan exclaimed. He could sense the chi of origin from the giant devil's body. In other words, this giant devil was a true ancient divine devil. However, the chi of this ancient divine devil was very weak. Han Yan could feel that the vitality of this ancient divine devil was gradually fading away. It seemed to have suffered a severe injury and had been here for such a long time. Almost all of its life force had been exhausted and it was on the verge of death. You're finally here. A trace of a smile was revealed on Gu Tianma's face. Seeing the ancient devil's appearance, Han Yan suddenly felt a kind of sadness. He felt a kind of throbbing that originated from the source. He strode forward and came to the front of the ancient devil. He bowed deeply to it and greeted Senior. Although Gu Tianma was dying, Han Yan could still feel the power of Gu Tianma when he stood in front of him. It was a kind of peak power. Due to the influence of his bloodline, Han Yan could sense the true cultivation grade of Gu Tianma. Because of this, Han Yan was even more shocked and respectful. This mighty Gu Tianma was actually a mighty 9th grade great saint. Very good. I have sensed your bloodline the moment you entered this ruin. Listen, I'm now an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm dying and will die soon. You have the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma in your body. Before I die, I want to transfer my bloodline to you and impart all my cultivation grade to you. Only those who have the true bloodline of Gu Tianma will be able to bear my inheritance. You are only a 3rd grade minor saint now, but after receiving my inheritance, you will benefit immensely. Your cultivation grade will advance by leaps and bounds and you will break through to the great saint realm. Gu Tianma said, I'm already at the end of my rope. I don't want my skills to be lost just like this. Let me know your name. Junior Han Yan. Han Yan said, good name. Now, release your divine sense completely. I will use a special technique to communicate with the origin of your bloodline. Our bloodline is connected, so you can receive my inheritance directly. Gu Tianma said. Han Yan knitted his brows. According to what Gu Tianma said, he had removed all his defenses and exposed the origin of his soul to Gu Tianma. If Gu Tianma had any evil intentions, wouldn't he be at the mercy of Gu Tianma? Child, don't worry. I don't have long to live. Now, I just want someone to receive my inheritance and you are the most suitable candidate. Don't hesitate. Gu Tianma's voice became lower, giving people a feeling that he was about to die. All right. Han Yan nodded, not suspecting anything. Immediately, he removed all his defenses and exposed the origin of his bloodline to Gu Tianma. However, he didn't notice that a trace of cunning flashed across Gu Tianma's eyes. That was the feeling that his plan had succeeded. Very well, I will give you the inheritance now. Consider it as sowing some good karma before I die. As the ancient devil spoke, a black spot of light rushed out from between its eyebrows. This black spot of light directly shot into the space between Han Yan's eyebrows. Soon, it reached the depths of Han Yan's origin and connected with Han Yan's bloodline. Buzz buzz. However, at this moment, the black speck of light trembled violently. Han Yen suddenly felt as if his soul was being torn apart. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. You! Han Yen sensed that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Gu Tianma. Haha, foolish child. You're too naive. Now that you've been hit by my ancient demon soul-absorbing technique, I have complete control over your soul and bloodline. You're at my mercy. As long as I refine your bloodline bit by bit, I'll have a chance to return to my peak. Haha. Chapter 920. Despicable. Han Yen couldn't help but curse. When he thought about how he had taken the initiative to release all his defenses and even allowed the other party's soul seed to enter the depths of his soul and control his bloodline, he felt a deep sense of regret. He wanted to slap himself in the face. No matter what, he had experienced so many things, but he didn't expect that a single mistake could cause everlasting sorrow. He had been so gullible at such a critical moment. As a matter of fact, Han Yan's mind was completely affected by the bloodline of Gu Tianma. He thought that Gu Tianma had taken a fancy to his bloodline and was looking for a successor. Moreover, Gu Tianma was indeed in a dying state. That was why Han Yen didn't put up his guard and thought that Gu Tianma was really doing him a favor. Only now did Han Yen realize that the opponent was Gu Tianma. What kind of existence was Gu Tianma in the ancient history? He was ferocious and insane. He was the ancestor of the devil race. Even if he was going to die, he wouldn't create a good karma for others. Although Jiang Chen also possessed the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma, he was still a human and had been living like a human. Even the bloodline of Gu Tianma was slowly awakened later on. There was an essential difference between him and the true Gu Tianma. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. This Gu Tianma was a mighty 9th grade great saint. Now he had cast the ancient devil soul-seizing technique on Han Yen, trying to extract his soul and bloodline by force and even occupy his body. Han Yen felt like he was trapped in a cage. It was extremely difficult for him to even move. Han Yen was filled with regret. Although Gu Tianma was a 9th grade great saint, his condition was extremely bad. If he didn't release his defenses, Gu Tianma wouldn't have the chance to get close to him, let alone control him. Despicable? Little doll. You're still too inexperienced. I advise you not to resist. Let me directly occupy your corpse, corrode your soul, and fuse with your bloodline. From then on, I'll be you and you'll be me. Isn't that great? Gu Tianma's face was filled with a sinister smile. His plan had succeeded, allowing him to see the hope and future of his survival. He had already stayed in this broken place for who knew how many years, so naturally, Gu Tianma was extremely excited. Dream on. Han Yan's eyes were filled with rage. He couldn't give up. Even if he had to die, he couldn't let the other party obtain his bloodline and soul so easily. Humph. Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You've been struck by my ancient devil soul-seizing technique, which means that you're destined to be corroded and refined by me. Pointless resistance will only bring you endless pain. I have plenty of time now. I can torture you to death bit by bit and let you taste all the sufferings before you die. Gu Tianma harumphed coldly. He had already succeeded. In his point of view, it didn't matter even if Han Yen resisted. He could spend some time to refine Gu Tianma's soul bit by bit. Thinking that he would be reborn soon, it was an incomparably refreshing thing. Old devil, you won't succeed. Han Yen gritted his teeth. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. A golden talisman in his chi si suddenly exploded. He then sent his divine sense into it. Inside the overlapping space, there was an incomparably cold space. A massacre was taking place. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were fighting with dozens of evil spirits and monsters. They were absorbing all the essence of those evil spirits and monsters to condense the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen's cultivation was getting more and more tyrannical as the massacre continued. He was getting closer and closer to the Great Sage Realm. The first floor of the Zulong Tower was also condensed little by little. Motherfucker! Isn't the speed of the Zulong Tower condensing too slow? De Huang dog said a little gloomily. So many evil spirits and monsters had been killed, but the growth of the Zulong Tower was very little. I have an intuition that the first floor of the Zulong Tower might not be condensed if I don't advance to the Great Sage Realm. If I advance to the Great Sage Realm, not only will the first floor be completely condensed, but the second floor may also be condensed. Jiang Chen guessed. Now it seemed that it was extremely important for him to advance to the great sage realm. Little Chunzi, come and save me quickly. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He stopped what he was doing and gave up fighting with the evil spirits in front of him. What's wrong? De Huang Dog asked. Not good. Yan is in danger. Let's go. Let's hurry up. Jiang Chen's expression was very dignified. He once left a messenger talisman for Han Yan. The message that was about to cry for help just now was sent by Han Yan through the messenger talisman. Jiang Chen knew Han Yan too well. The little devil king Han Yan was a very strong-willed person. Now that Han Yan sent a call for help, he must have encountered a very critical situation. What? De Huang Dog's expression also changed. He didn't dare to be negligent. He and Jiang Chen turned into two afterimages and rushed in the direction of Han Yan. Since Han Yan's messenger talisman was personally refined by Jiang Chen could feel Han Yan's specific location. Gu Tianma's laughter filled the entire space, making people's hair stand on end. This was an extremely special space. It was very small and the space nodes were extremely hidden. Ordinary people couldn't find this place at all. The reason why Han Yan could come here was because he was summoned by Gu Tianma. Little kid, give up resisting. You can't change the outcome even if you do this. You will only suffer more pain. Gu Tianma used the ancient demon soul assimilating technique to deal with Han Yan. He didn't forget to provoke Han Yan with words. At this moment, Han Yan was sitting on the ground. His body couldn't stop trembling. He was suffering from the most basic pain. His soul was being torn apart at every moment. Even his blood vessels were about to leave his body. This kind of pain was 100 times more torturous than the pain brought by his flesh. No, I will never give up. Han Yan clenched his teeth and persisted, trying his best to keep his mind clear. He was very clear that once his mind became blurry, he would be finished. He would be completely controlled by Gu Tianma. However, Han Yan had already persisted for more than 10 minutes. He felt that his whole body was about to be crippled. This was the most dangerous experience he had ever experienced in his life. If anything went wrong, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Gu Tianma was very proud of himself. He liked the feeling of watching people being tortured until they died. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last felt this kind of feeling. At this moment, the space node was forcibly torn open. Two figures rushed in like lightning and directly appeared in front of Han Yan and Gu Tianma. Little Chunzi. Seeing Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog, Han Yan's painful face couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. In his eyes, there was nothing in this world that couldn't stop Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen appeared, he might be saved. What happened? Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog's faces turned extremely ugly. Although they didn't know what happened, they could see Han Yan's pain. How did you two get in? Gu Tianma looked at Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog fiercely. It was a very bad thing for outsiders to come in at this time. Gu Tianma. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He recognized Gu Tianma at a glance. This old devil tricked me. Now, he used the ancient devil soul-devouring technique in the depths of my origin and planted a soul seed. He wants to erode my soul, absorb my bloodline and occupy my body, Han Yan said in extreme pain. Han Yan said in an incomparably painful manner. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were able to withstand it. Han Yan's voice was trembling, and his tone was somewhat distorted. You idiot! How could you believe Gu Tianma's words? De Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. Although he didn't know what happened just now, he clearly heard that he was tricked. Haha, so it's your friend. But what can you do? You're under my control now. No matter how many friends you have, it's useless. Gu Tianma laughed. Gu Tianma, I advise you to let go of my friend now. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial place. Jiang Chen shouted at Gu Tianma. Die without a burial place? What a joke. Do you think that I didn't take any precautions? Moreover, even if I stand here and let you kill me, would you dare to do it? Now, my soul and this brat's origin are linked together. If I die, he will die too. If you don't believe me, you can try. Haha. Gu Tianma was incomparably arrogant. This was an old devil, an old fox that had lived for God knows how many years. He was extremely cunning and had always been thorough in his actions. It was no wonder that Han Yan would be tricked. Motherfucker! How despicable! De Huang Dog scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. Han Yan was about to collapse, but there was nothing he could do. Because what Gu Tianma said was right. They couldn't even attack Gu Tianma now. If Gu Tianma died, Han Yan wouldn't be able to live either. Humph. Gu Tianma, do you think you can get what you want? You're digging your own grave. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Haha, foolish human. Do you have any way to save your friend? Gu Tianma laughed again, not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Gu Tianma. The most important thing now was to solve Han Yan's crisis. He looked at Han Yan and said, Ah Yan, listen to me. I'll teach you the great soul derivation technique now. With your potential, although you won't be able to learn it in a short period of time, with my help, your soul will be stable. You won't be corroded by Gu Tianma for a short period of time. All right. Han Yan nodded. Haha, what a joke. Isn't it a little too late to learn the great soul derivation technique now? Gu Tianma laughed. Ah Yan, I'll tell you a secret of Gu Tianma. As far as I know, this ancient demon soul assimilation technique is a unique divine sense of Gu Tianma. It should be an innate divine sense. The reason why you haven't heard of it is because your cultivation is still weak and the ancient demon soul assimilation technique hasn't been activated yet. However, you possess the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. In other words, the spiritual seed deep in your soul is evolved from the ancient demon soul assimilation technique. Since Gu Tianma can control it, your bloodline can as well. Chapter 921. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Han Yan's body shook violently. But Gu Tianma's facial expression changed dramatically. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened up. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How do you know so much about Gu Tianma's bloodline? Gu Tianma couldn't help but be surprised because what Jiang Chen said was right. The ancient devil soul seizing technique was Gu Tianma's unique innate ability. Although Han Yan hadn't awakened this innate ability, he still possessed the complete bloodline. So he could still control the soul seed. Gu Tianma had predicted that Han Yan didn't know that the ancient devil soul seizing technique was related to Gu Tianma's bloodline. That was why he controlled Han Yan directly. Now that Han Yan knew the secret, he had the means to fight against him and fight for the control of the soul seed. Although Han Yan was just a minor saint, this wasn't what Gu Tianma wanted to see. I don't just know this. I also know that once a Yen controls the soul seed, you will suffer a great backlash. At that time, it won't be you refining him, but he refining you. Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. So, are you afraid now? For a moment, Gu Tianma's face darkened. He couldn't imagine that an outsider would know more about Gu Tianma's bloodline than Han Yan. However, Gu Tianma wasn't afraid of Han Yan. After all, the gap between them was too big. They weren't on the same level. Humph. So what if what you said is right? Although I'm at the end of my life now, I'm still a powerful 9th grade minor saint. My soul and bloodline are many times stronger than this brat's. It's wishful thinking to compete with me for the control of the soul seed. Gu Tianma harumphed coldly. He was very confident in his means. Why would an ancient devil care about a puny human? If he was at his peak, he could kill these two human brats with just a glance. Back in the ancient battlefield, the ancient divine devil had been seriously injured, but he had lingered on for many years without dying. However, his lifespan was nearing its end and he didn't have long to live. Now that he had finally encountered a young person with the complete bloodline of the ancient divine devil, he was really excited. He was very clear that this was his only chance and he wouldn't let it go. Then give it a try. Your lifespan has already come to an end. You're truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Even your spirit is about to disappear. I'd like to see how long you can last under such circumstances. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. He strode towards Han Yan. He didn't attack Gu Tianma because Han Yan's soul and bloodline were connected with Gu Tianma. If he killed Gu Tianma, Han Yan would die as well. Gu Tianma also didn't have the ability to attack. He could only grit his teeth and watch when Jiang Chen joined the battle. If he could attack, he would control Han Yan directly instead of using this method. Jiang Chen sat beside Han Yan. He operated the Great Soul Derivation technique and enveloped Han Yan completely. After that, The mnemonic chant of the Great Soul Derivation Technique rushed into Han Yan's mind like a clear stream. Han Yan's body shook. He endured the pain and tried to feel the uniqueness of the Great Soul Derivation Technique. At the same time, Jiang Chen penetrated his soul power into the depths of Han Yan's soul to help stabilize it. Ah Yan, try to comprehend the Great Soul Derivation Technique while trying to control the Divine Soul Seed with your bloodline. This old devil won't last long. As long as your Divine Soul grows stronger, his Divine Soul will be gradually consumed. You will have the chance to turn defeat into victory. This is a crisis for you, but it is also a rare opportunity. You must seize it. Jiang Chen's voice sounded in the depths of Han Yan's soul. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Sometimes, an unexpected calamity might not necessarily be without an opportunity. Just like Han Yan now, as long as he survived the calamity, he would get a great opportunity. A 9th grade great saint Gu Tianma. Such a great opportunity was beyond his imagination. All right. Han Yan spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, but his eyes were incomparably firm. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to comprehend the Great Soul Derivation Technique. To him, the cultivation of the Great Soul Derivation Technique was much easier than when Jiang Chen first cultivated it. This was because when Jiang Chen imparted him the mnemonic chant, he also imparted him the cultivation method and a lot of cultivation experience. In other words, Han Yan was standing on the shoulder of a giant. Even if he couldn't master the Great Soul Derivation Technique in a short period of time, he could still stabilize his divine soul with the help of Jiang Chen. What he needed to do now was to have a tug-of-war with Gu Tianma. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance. At the same time, Han Yan began to secretly circulate Gu Tianma's bloodline according to Jiang Chen's instruction, trying to control the Divine Soul Seed. Due to the carelessness of his attempt, the Divine Soul Seed began to tremble violently. Under the blessing of 2 types of Gu Tianma's bloodline, the Divine Soul Seed was like a node in the center of a rope, being pulled back and forth by 2 different forces, trying to control it. While Han Yan was using his bloodline to control the Divine Soul Seed, although he had to compete with Gu Tianma, the Divine Soul Seed had acknowledged his bloodline. Therefore, Han Yan's pain was reduced by a lot. This made him heave a sigh of relief, and he even saw a glimmer of hope. Bastard! Feeling the trembling of the Divine Soul Seed, Gu Tianma couldn't help but curse. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Thinking back to when he was at his peak, all the divine tycoons had to avoid him. Now, he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, but he couldn't even deal with a junior. Damn you 2 brats! How dare you fight against me? You will die without a doubt. You will die miserably. Gu Tianma roared and gnashed his teeth. If I were you, I would choose to shut up, because you don't have much strength left to talk. You're just a dying man. You better cherish your last moments and enjoy this beautiful world. I'm sorry, I forgot that this world isn't beautiful at all. Jiang Chen mocked and ridiculed Gu Tianma. Old Amo, you must be very lonely after staying in this damned place for so long. This is a prison. If I were you, I would rather die than to suffer in this miserable and cold place. Think about it. You really are a very pitiful person. Don't worry, after you die, I will do a good deed. I will burn your body with fire and not let the wild beasts eat your body. You don't need to thank me, I have always been a kind person. I don't ask for anything in return when I do good deeds. Jiang Chen chattered non-stop. Every word he said was seriously disturbing Gu Tianma's state of mind, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. As long as Gu Tianma's state of mind was in chaos, Han Yan would have a chance. Shut up! Shut up! Gu Tianma was furious. His emotions were clearly fluctuating. He couldn't remember how long he had stayed in this space. That kind of miserable and cold feeling was simply killing him. Now that his thoughts were exposed by Jiang Chen, his anger soared to the sky. De Huang Dog, who was standing guard in the distance, also let out a sinister smile. He walked step by step towards Gu Tianma's body. He could already see that Gu Tianma had arranged a formation around his body. It was a defensive formation that could block attacks from experts. From this, it could be seen that Gu Tianma had left behind a contingency plan. However, this kind of formation was too easy for De Huang Dog, who was proficient in the Heavenly Book of Formations. Hee hee. De Huang Dog let out a series of sinister smiles and strode towards Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma noticed De Huang Dog's action, but he didn't care about it at all. He could see that this dog was extraordinary. He was already a first-grade great saint, but the formation around him wasn't something a first-grade great saint could enter. Therefore, Gu Tianma didn't put De Huang Dog in his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind now, and that was to completely control Han Yan. As long as he could refine this kid who possessed the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he would be able to regain his new life. By that time, it would be very easy for him to eliminate everything. However, what happened next made Gu Tianma feel like he was going to die. He saw this incomparably majestic De Huang Dog spitting out some kind of talisman that tore a hole in his formation and swaggered into it. How is this possible? The ancient devil exclaimed and couldn't believe its own eyes. No matter how bad the formation it had set up was, it shouldn't be able to get in so easily. Could it be that its formation had failed? That was impossible. It had tried to sense it just now. The only result was that this dog had easily broken through its formation. That's right. That's right. Stupid dog, get out of my way, or else I'll stomp you to death. Gu Tianma shouted at De Huang. Ouch! You have quite a temper and a big head. You want to stomp me to death? Now that Master Dog is under your feet, why don't you step on me? It seems like you don't even have the strength to lift your feet. De Huang Dog shook his head and wagged his tail at Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma was so angry that he rolled his eyes, but he couldn't do anything to this dog. This was the real case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when he fell to the flat land. Moreover, this dog was a shameless dog. You don't have the strength, right? It must be very uncomfortable, right? If you don't step on me, I'm going to bite you, Big Yellow said. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and bit at the ancient devil's thigh. The body of the ancient devil was very strong. If it was replaced by an ordinary human, he wouldn't be able to leave a mark even if he used his combat weapon to slash at the ancient devil's thigh. Unfortunately, De Huang Dog's teeth were much scarier than an ordinary combat weapon. If a first-grade great saint De Huang Dog went berserk, it could tear Gu Tianma into pieces. Qi La De Huang Dog tore a piece of flesh from Gu Tianma's body with his teeth. Before Gu Tianma could scream, De Huang Dog bit him again. Chapter 922. Arg! Gu Tianma couldn't stand it any longer. He let out a deafening roar. It wasn't a big deal for De Huang Dog to bite off 2 pieces of his flesh. To him, such an injury was nothing, but the grievance he felt was indescribable. He was a dignified 9th-grade great saint, Gu Tianma. He had never thought that one day he would be bullied by a vicious dog and he couldn't even fight back. Damn dog, I won't let you go. I will eat you. Gu Tianma threatened De Huang Dog loudly, then spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was all due to his anger. However, due to the violent fluctuations in its emotions, the spiritual seed also began to move violently. It actually showed signs of leaning towards Han Yan's side. This scene frightened the ancient devil, and it hurriedly stabilized its state of mind. What? If you want to eat this Lord Dog, then this Lord Dog will eat you first. Although your meat is a bit smelly, this Lord Dog can still eat it. While speaking, De Huang Dog bit Gu Tianma's butt. A chila sound was heard. A large piece of flesh was torn off by De Huang Dog. Blood spurted out crazily. The scene was even more tragic than when one's anus was pierced. Haha. Gu Tianma, you are a dignified 9th-grade great saint, but now, your butt has been bitten by a dog. If I were you, I would have killed myself by knocking my head against the wall. Jiang Chen laughed and didn't forget to ridicule. Bastard, bastard. Gu Tianma had the urge to go crazy. He knew very well that the most important thing now was to deal with Han Yan and stabilize his mind, but this man and dog were too abominable. Especially this dog, he couldn't stabilize his mind and would go berserk at any time. Currently, Gu Tianma was fighting for his soul, being disturbed by the great soul derivation technique, being stimulated by De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen's words, and being bitten by a vicious dog. He was going crazy. Of course, he knew the purpose of this man and dog. They were trying to disturb his mind so that Han Yan could gain the upper hand. However, even though he knew the intention of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he still couldn't do anything about it. It was impossible for him to not be affected. Kaka, De Huang Dog cackled, then leaped forward and bit the other half of Gu Tianma's buttocks. The scene of his buttocks being torn apart was really incomparable. Gu Tianma was flustered and exasperated. He couldn't stabilize his mind at all. De Huang Dog only hurt his body and didn't kill him. The injury to his body had nothing to do with Han Yan. This made the Huang dog even more unscrupulous. On the other side, Han Yen was wholeheartedly comprehending the great soul derivation technique. His divine soul was constantly stabilized. At the same time, because of his bloodline's control over the soul seed, he was getting more and more proficient. In addition, Gu Tianma couldn't stabilize his mind and his soul was constantly consumed. Under such circumstances, the soul seed had begun to lean towards Han Yan's side. This situation made Han Yen excited. He saw a great hope. As long as he could control the soul seed, Gu Tianma would suffer a great backlash. At that time, it wouldn't be Gu Tianma thinking of ways to refine Han Yen, but Han Yen would refine Gu Tianma. A great opportunity was about to arrive. In the following time, the Huang dog kept jumping up and down. It opened its big mouth and bit the parts of Gu Tianma's body. Gu Tianma roared continuously. Gu Tianma's flesh and blood were everywhere on the ground. One of his thick thighs was bitten by the Huang dog until only the bones were left. This situation lasted for a day and a night. At this time, there wasn't a single part of Gu Tianma's body that wasn't damaged. The Huang dog was biting him piece by piece. The whole scene was extremely tragic. On the other side, after a day and a night of hard work, Han Yen finally gained the upper hand. He used his bloodline to firmly control the soul seed. Beth! The soul seed shook violently. Gu Tianma let out a miserable cry as he suffered a great backlash. At this moment, he was completely like an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no room for him to resist anymore. No! The ancient devil let out an unwilling roar. It had never thought that things would turn out like this. Not only was it deprived of its only chance to be reborn, but it was also going to become someone's food. This was an incomparably tragic and stirring thing. You're right. Upon seeing this, the Huang dog finally stopped biting Gu Tianma. He was panting heavily. Seeing that Han Yen had gained the upper hand, his hard work for a day and a night was finally not in vain. Jiang Chen also withdrew his spiritual force. He knew that Han Yen had not only won this tug of war but also controlled Gu Tianma's soul and bloodline. What Han Yen needed to do next was to completely refine this ancient Gu Tianma. It was hard to imagine how much would Han Yen grow after refining a 9th grade great saint Gu Tianma. Swoosh! Han Yen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. With a sway of his body, he floated above Gu Tianma's head. Devil Qi overflowed from his body and turned into a cage, firmly enshrouding Gu Tianma. Little Chenzi, De Huang, thank you very much. Han Yen said to Jiang Chen and De Huang dog with a smile. You don't have to be so polite to your brother. This is a great opportunity for you. Make good use of it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was what he wanted to see the most when Han Yen encountered such a great opportunity. It made Jiang Chen incomparably happy to see the people around him continue to grow. That's right. This is a great opportunity for me. I'm going to refine this Gu Tianma now. However, it will take a long time. The 2 of you don't have to stay here with me. I can handle the rest by myself. There are many treasures in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Both of you have already wasted a day because of me. Don't miss it, said Han Yen. There were too many people who entered the ancient battlefield this time. There were countless experts. It was a race against time to search for treasures. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog had already wasted a day because of Han Yen. The rest would be Han Yan's problem. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog wouldn't be of any help even if they stayed here. If they were to delay Jiang Chen and De Huang dog from searching for treasures, Han Yen would feel really bad. All right. If that's the case, we will leave first. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, he had a lot of things to do. The Zulong Tower still needed to be condensed. He wanted to break through to the Great Saint Realm in this ancient battlefield. There were too many people who wanted to kill him. If he couldn't improve his cultivation as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to handle all of them. If he could advance to the 1st grade Great Saint, he would be able to handle all of them. Then, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog left the spatial zone, leaving Han Yen and Gu Tianma behind. Outside the spatial zone, De Huang dog said, Little Chenzi, will there be anyone who came in here to disturb A Yen? No, this small space should be specially built by the ancient devil. It's very well hidden. Even if it's us, without A Yan's message, we won't be able to find this place. Moreover, we've been here for a day and a night and no one has come in. This place should be absolutely safe. Jiang Chen shook his head. He was very confident about this secret spatial zone. It was best for Han Yen to refine Gu Tianma in this place. Without worrying about Han Yen, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog began to fly towards the other spatial zones, but it didn't take long for Jiang Chen to find an anomaly. De Huang, have you noticed that a lot of spatial zones have disappeared? Jiang Chen released his divine sense and scanned the void. He found that the number of spatial nodes in the void had decreased by a lot, at least 90%. There wasn't much space left. That's right. What's going on? Why did so many spatial zones disappear all of a sudden? De Huang Dog also noticed the anomaly. They clearly remembered that a day ago, the spatial zones were still overlapping each other and there were spatial nodes everywhere. But now, most of the spatial nodes had disappeared, leaving only a very small number of spatial nodes. This situation was beyond their expectation. If my guess is correct, those empty spatial zones have disappeared, leaving behind a large number of evil spirits and treasures. Jiang Chen guessed. That's good. We don't have to waste time looking for spatial zones anymore. We can just find one and kill the evil spirits and monsters to refine your Zulong Tower. De Huang Dog said. You're right, but this situation is disadvantageous to us. The reduction of spatial zones means that we may encounter more people in each spatial zone. We have too many enemies. The people of the 5 major families and even those from Saint Origin Palace are after me. If we encounter them, a fierce battle is inevitable. That's right, but it's not good for us. Jiang Chen said. Previously, because there were too many spatial zones, it was hard for them to encounter each other even if a lot of people came in. But now it was different. Most of the spatial zones had disappeared. The probability of encountering each other was much higher. Who cares? Even if we encounter them, we won't be afraid. Besides, ancient people and demon race are on our side. De Huang Dog wasn't worried at all. This dog had never been afraid of anything. So what if he encountered an enemy? At the worst, he would just have to fight. That's right. Whether we encounter evil spirits or enemies, it's time for a crazy massacre. De Huang, are you ready? Jiang Chen swung his arm. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand, emitting a buzzing sound. A blood-red shadow of a dragon could be seen flickering on its surface. Kaka, Master Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. A man and a dog began to fly forward. Soon, they found a spatial node. Without any hesitation, they rushed into it. An ear-piercing roar was heard. The place where Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered happened to bump into a ferocious evil spirit. That evil spirit had also discovered them. It opened its ferocious mouth and lunged at Jiang Chen. Puchi! Chapter 923. The evil soul that was killed by Jiang Chen was merely a minor saint. That was why Jiang Chen didn't bother to use the Zulong Tower to absorb it. There were a lot of evil souls in this spatial zone. When they sensed the presence of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, a few more of them lunged at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. This time, Jiang Chen didn't attack them and left them to De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog charged forward with his hard head. The few evil souls were smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog in an instant. Roars and roars could be heard continuously in this spatial zone. The roars of monsters could be heard everywhere. Sometimes they could even hear the violent sounds of battle. It seemed like there weren't only a large number of evil souls and monsters in this spatial zone. There were also a lot of human cultivators here. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and flew towards the depths of the spatial zone. At this moment, a few people appeared in front of them. The person in front looked extremely miserable. His body was covered with blood. He was running for his life while the few people behind him were roaring and chasing him relentlessly. Stop! Leave the armor behind! A powerful 9th-grade minor saint roared loudly. The man who was running saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in front of him. It was as if he had seen his savior. He hastily shouted, "Brother Jiang, save me!" As a matter of fact, the moment he saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he knew that he could be saved. He knew the strength of this man and dog very well. Although the few people behind him were powerful and were ranked at the top of the sky ranking, they were no match for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Kong Yu! Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exclaimed at the same time. The man who was covered with blood was none other than the youngest son of Peacock King, Kong Yu. It was obvious that the group of people behind him was chasing after Kong Yu. Swoosh in a flash, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog appeared in front of Kong Yu. Their eyes were staring at the group of people. They had never seen these people before, but judging from their clothes, they were from the 8 families of Pure Land. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business. I'm Nalan He. There are also people from Sure family and Desolate family here. You can't afford to offend them. Nalan He didn't know who Jiang Chen was. Although he knew that this white-robed youth wasn't someone to be trifled with, he was also a genius of Nalan family. So, he wasn't afraid at all. So, he still spoke to Chen arrogantly. Kong Yu, hand over the armor. Otherwise, you will accompany your brother and that stupid leopard in hell today. A person from Sure family shouted at Kong Yu. He had completely ignored the existence of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. They were only thinking about the armor in Kong Yu's hand. They didn't even think about the identity of this white-robed youth. In fact, if they really thought about it, it was impossible for them to not know about Jiang Chen's identity. After all, in the Pure Land, who didn't know about the famous Jiang Chen? A bunch of idiots. If I were you, I would immediately disappear from my sight. Although I have enmity with your 5 families, I'm too lazy to kill you. Get lost. Disappear from my sight. Jiang Chen said impatiently. You want us to get lost? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Since you don't want to leave, I will kill you as well. Offending our Nalan family will only result in death. Nalan He pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. He even released his qi, ready to attack Jiang Chen. The people of Sure family and Desolate family felt that something was wrong. They frowned as if they were thinking about something. Pu Chi Nalan He released his qi. His body trembled all of a sudden and stopped moving. He lowered his head and saw a cold long sword piercing through his chest. Blood was gushing out. He could feel that his life was fading away. You? Nalan He stared at Jiang Chen blankly. He was a powerful 9th-grade minor saint, an existence on the sky ranking, a genius among geniuses. How could he be killed instantly by this opponent? He didn't even see how the opponent did it. Only now did he think of a name. Remember, the person who killed you is called Jiang Chen. I have given you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Jiang Chen's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Nalan He's heart. His heart was filled with endless regret. He must have been blinded by Kong Yu's armor. He didn't even recognize Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen. The genius of Sure family exclaimed. He couldn't care less about Nalan He anymore. They quickly turned and ran, fearing that they would be too slow. They hated Jiang Chen to the core, but they were also afraid of him. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was a true fiend, a devil king. Although they were strong and were rare geniuses on the sky ranking, they were still far from being able to fight against Jiang Chen. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving me. Otherwise, I would have died here today. Kong Yu cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen and thanked him sincerely. Boy, what kind of armor did you get? They actually chased you like this? De Huang dog asked curiously. Kong Yu turned his arm and a golden armor suddenly appeared in his hand. This armor looked extremely ordinary, but it was full of a sacred and indestructible aura. This is the golden silkworm armor, a great saint weapon. This is the golden silkworm battle armor, a great sage weapon. You are very lucky. No wonder they want to kill you. Great sage weapons are extremely rare, and defensive great sage weapons are even rarer. This golden silkworm battle armor is made from the golden silkworm silk of the western region. Jiang Chen could tell the origin of the battle armor at first glance. He finally understood why Nalan He and the others were so persistent in pursuing Kong Yu. Oh, by the way, Brother Jiang, hurry up and save my elder brother and Leopard Wei. Kong Yu suddenly thought of something and said quickly. What happened to them? Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He knew that the big brother mentioned by Kong Yu was Kong Yang, the #1 genius of demon race and the 3rd on the sky ranking. Looking at Kong Yu's expression, Kong Yang and Leopard Wei seemed to be in danger. Big Brother and Leopard Wei found a treasure that was left by a great saint expert. Unexpectedly, they met Desolate Yuan, that monstrous genius. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Desolate Yuan had, but now, he is already a great saint expert. But my big brother has also advanced to the great saint realm, so he has the strength to fight Desolate Yuan. However, Desolate Yuan seemed to have obtained a lot of benefits in the ancient battlefield. His cultivation has reached the peak of first-grade Great Saint, only a step away from second-grade Great Saint. My big brother is certainly no match for him. Leopard Wei hasn't even reached the Great Saint realm, let alone Desolate Yuan. Moreover, there are geniuses of Saint Origin Palace over there. Kong Yu quickly explained the situation of Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. Both of them were now in the most critical moment. If they didn't save them in time, they would only be able to collect their corpses. Let's go and have a look. Without saying another word, Jiang Qin flew towards the depths of the spatial zone. He had a very good relationship with Peacock King. Peacock King was still helping him to protect Martial Saint Dynasty. Kong Yang was the son of Peacock King. If something happened to him, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to face Peacock King in the future. Kong Yu wiped off the sweat on his forehead. He was secretly glad that he had met Jiang Chen. He knew Jiang Chen's means. As long as Jiang Chen took action, his big brother would be saved. In the depths of the spatial zone, a fierce battle was going on in front of a cave that was shrouded by a formation. There were many onlookers in the surroundings. There were 3 people on the battlefield. 2 of them looked very miserable. They were Kong Yang and Leopard Wei of the demon race. Kong Yang was in a better condition. After all, he was a powerful first-grade Great Saint. Although he couldn't defeat Desolate Yuan, it was basically impossible for Desolate Yuan to kill him in a short period of time. Leopard Wei, on the other hand, was in a miserable state. Although he had obtained great benefits in the suspended tower, he hadn't fully digested them yet. His current cultivation grade was still at half-step Great Saint, 1 step away from the true Great Saint realm. The current Leopard Wei was covered in blood from head to toe. His chi was completely dispirited. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Kong Yang's chi was shrouding him, giving him the greatest protection. Kong Yang, going against me will only result in death. I heard that your demon race is in cahoots with that damned Jiang Chen. That means you are my enemy. Today, I will kill the 2 of you and the geniuses of the demon race. When I meet that Jiang Chen again, I will certainly shred him into 1,000 pieces. Desolate Yuan said sarcastically. That day when he fought with Jiang Chen, he was in a disadvantageous position and was forced to flee. It was the biggest shame of his life. Today, he had obtained great benefits again. His combat strength had almost doubled. If he were to meet Jiang Chen again, he was absolutely sure that he could kill Jiang Chen. Not far away, there were 2 young men standing with their heads held high, as if they didn't put the whole world in their eyes. Their cultivation grade was the same as Desolate Yuan, peak first-grade Great Saint, but they had the noblest identity, Saint Origin Palace. Desolate Yuan, don't waste time anymore. Kill them quickly. One of them said. His name was Desolate Song, also a member of the Desolate family. Don't worry. None of them will live. Desolate Yuan sneered. He didn't put Kong Yang and Leopard Wei in his eyes at all. In his mind they were already dead men. Kong Yang, don't worry about me. Leopard Wei gritted his teeth and said to Kong Yu. He knew very well that Kong Yang wasn't a match for Desolate Yuan. Now, he had to split his attention to protect Desolate Yuan. In the end, not only would he not be able to protect Desolate Yuan, he would also lose his life. He knew Kong Yang's ability. The innate ability of the peacock was unparalleled. If Kong Yang wanted to escape, he might have a chance to do so, but Kong Yang didn't because he chose to stay behind. Shut up! Kong Yang reprimanded without turning his head. Chapter 924. Leopard Wei didn't say anything else. Although they were once rivals, he knew Kong Yang too well. Kong Yang would never abandon him and run away alone. If that was the case, he wouldn't be Kong Yang anymore. I never thought that the 2 great geniuses of our demon race would fall in such a place. What a tragedy. Leopard Wei sighed helplessly. Today's situation was very obvious. Kong Yang was seriously injured and wasn't Desolate Yuan's match. Not only that, there was also Xiao Tsong and the expert of Hua family standing next to him. All of them came from Saint Origin Palace, and it seemed like they had no intention of letting them go. Kong Yang, although I'm going to kill you today, I have to say that among all the geniuses on the sky ranking, you are the one I admire the most. Unfortunately, we are destined to never be friends. Desolate Yuan shook his head and said, You're right. Both of you are destined to never be friends because people like you aren't qualified to be friends with Kong Yang. As soon as Desolate Yuan's voice faded, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. The person who spoke wasn't Kong Yang, but Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Immediately, they looked over, including Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. They saw 3 silhouettes appearing in front of them rapidly. 2 men and a dog. One of them was a young man covered in blood. He was Kong Yu who had escaped earlier. Jiang Chen. Desolate Yuan and Leopard Wei exclaimed at the same time. They had never thought that they would meet Jiang Chen here. Seeing Jiang Chen, Desolate Yuan's battle intent erupted. He gritted his teeth, itching to dash forward and tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Ever since he was young, he had never been defeated by any of the younger generation. Only Jiang Chen had defeated him. This was considered the biggest humiliation in his life. There was only one way to get rid of this humiliation, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Leopard Wei's way of thinking was completely different. When he saw Jiang Chen, he felt like he was looking at a blazing sun, bringing boundless sunshine to his gloomy heart. He could feel that the current Jiang Chen was much stronger than before. He had fought with Jiang Chen before, so he knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Now that Jiang Chen had appeared, he and Kong Yang could be saved. He believed that even Desolate Yuan might not be a match for Jiang Chen. Kong Yang also looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with different colors. He had long heard of Jiang Chen's name, but today was the first time he had met him. He was very interested in a person who could kill Shi Han. However, he didn't expect that his first meeting with Jiang Chen would be like this. Xiao Yuan, it's useless even if you frown at me because no matter how furious you are, it can't change the fact that you've lost to me. You escaped last time, yet you've encountered me again today. That's your misfortune. Of course, you still have a chance if you choose to flee like a dog that has lost its master. Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't put Desolate Yuan in his eyes at all. What? He defeated Desolate Yuan? Many people were shocked, including Kong Yang and Leopard Wei, as well as Kong Yu, who was beside Jiang Chen. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe this was true, especially Leopard Wei. He had guessed that Jiang Chen could defeat Desolate Yuan, but he didn't expect that the two of them had already fought. According to Jiang Chen, Desolate Yuan was defeated by him and then fled. This was too shocking. Desolate Yuan, who was ranked first on the heaven list, was defeated by Jiang Chen. If these words didn't come from Jiang Chen's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Moreover, they all saw Desolate Yuan's expression. It was as if he had been defeated by Jiang Chen before. Jiang Chen, I will take revenge for the humiliation I suffered that day. I must kill you today, Desolate Yuan said fiercely. Desolate Yuan said fiercely. Jiang Chen's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart. It was like a bloody wound being torn open in front of countless people. Desolate Yuan's hatred towards Jiang Chen had reached a level that was higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. You won't have a chance. Jiang Chen placed his hands behind his back and walked in front of Desolate Yuan, shielding Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. Kong Yu quickly went forward and pulled Kong Yang and the injured Leopard Wei. Big brother, are you guys all right? Kong Yu was extremely worried. We're fine. Kong Yang shook his head. Then, he and Leopard Wei each took out a pill and swallowed it, slowly healing their injuries. Kong Yang looked at the back of Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, you have to be careful. This Desolate Yuan has obtained some benefits in the ancient battlefield. He won't be easy to deal with. Although Jiang Chen had defeated Desolate Yuan before, the current Desolate Yuan was no longer the same as before. Of course, Kong Yang didn't know that Jiang Chen had defeated Desolate Yuan when he was still an 8th grade minor saint. Desolate Yuan had indeed obtained some benefits, but Jiang Chen's benefits were even greater. He had already reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint and his combat strength was unparalleled. Desolate Yuan was no longer a match for him. The two geniuses of Saint Origin Palace also shifted their eyes to Jiang Chen. After they came back from Saint Origin Palace, the name that they heard the most was Jiang Chen. They had also heard about Jiang Chen's deeds. The relationship between the 8 major families wasn't harmonious. The same was true for the Hua family and Desolate family, but when it came to dealing with Jiang Chen, the 5 major families had the same attitude. Desolate Yuan, I don't think this man is easy to deal with. Why don't we join hands and kill him? Desolate Song, who had just returned from Saint Origin Palace, said. The other genius of the Hua family was also ready to make a move. No need. You don't need to care about my business. I must kill him with my own hands. Xiao Yuan didn't appreciate it at all. He was too arrogant. He didn't even put the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace in his eyes. Of course, as the #1 genius of Desolate family, he had the right to be arrogant. He had the right to look down on Shao Kong. Although Xiao Tsong had obtained a lot of cultivation resources in Saint Origin Palace, he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Yuan if they were to fight. You should really listen to him. Although the three of you won't stand a chance, it's still better than fighting alone. Jiang Chen shrugged and said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Jiang Chen die." Desolate Yuan's chi fluctuated. His whole body distorted instantly. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen with endless power. Desolate Yuan's first move was his most powerful attack. With him as the center, a chaotic world was formed, enveloping Jiang Chen. In this small world, everywhere was filled with viscous airflow. It was white but not white, giving people an invisible pressure. The void in all directions was distorted. The people inside felt as if they had fallen into a cage, which was incomparably uncomfortable. This was Desolate Yuan's latest technique. In addition to producing great pressure, the airflow inside could also transform into various sharp blades that could crush everything. Is this all you've got? Jiang Chen didn't care at all. 3 golden dragons suddenly rushed out from his body. Roar. The 3 golden dragons let out a roar. Jiang Chen instantly transformed into his dragon form, and his battle strength increased by 10 times. Under the attack of Jiang Chen's golden dragon seal, the indestructible small world instantly collapsed. Bang! The small world collapsed. Desolate Yuan suffered a great backlash and was sent flying. His expression changed drastically. He was truly shocked. He had indeed improved a lot in a short period of time, but Jiang Chen had improved even more. Even if he used his most powerful attack, he was still no match for Jiang Chen. Before Desolate Yuan could recover from his shock, Jiang Chen's body appeared in the sky above him, and a huge whirlpool stomped down on him. Desolate Yuan, this time, I won't give you a chance to escape. Jiang Chen's face was cold as he stomped the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Bang! First step. Bang! Second step. Bang! Third step. Bang! Fourth step. Jiang Chen took 4 steps in the blink of an eye. Every step was as heavy as a mountain. Desolate Yuan had no strength to fight back. Every step that landed on his body caused blood to spurt out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. It was a very miserable scene. 5th step. Jiang Chen was cold and ruthless. He had always treated his enemies like this. In the eyes of all his enemies, he was a god of death. This scene had shocked everyone present. Originally, everyone thought that it would be an evenly matched battle, but they didn't expect Desolate Yuan to be so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. From the moment Desolate Yuan attacked to the moment he was beaten like a dead dog by Jiang Chen, only a few seconds had passed. It was too fast, but it also showed how strong Jiang Chen was. The current Desolate Yuan was on a completely different level from him. Stop! Jiang Chen's 5th step was about to land on Desolate Yuan's body. At this time, Desolate Tsong, who was at the side, finally reacted. Immediately, he drew out his combat weapon and attacked Jiang Chen, trying to save the dying Desolate Yuan from Jiang Chen's hands. Humph! You will die first. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Saint sword was wielded, and a dazzling blood-red sword net enshrouded Desolate Kong. Desolate Tsong's facial expression changed dramatically. He would never know how terrifying Jiang Chen was if he didn't fight Jiang Chen. No! Desolate Tsong let out a roar, but it was all over. Under the absolute disparity in strength, only death awaited him. The Heavenly Saint's sword was too fast. It was even faster than a bolt of lightning. Desolate Tsong was slashed into 2 halves on the spot. Everyone was scared silly. A genius who had just returned from Saint Origin Palace was killed just like that. No one in this world would have such guts. Ever since the establishment of Saint Origin Palace, it had become the absolute ruler of Saint Origin World, the supreme existence. Although Saint Origin Palace was established by the 8 major families of Pure Land, it had actually separated itself from them. Although Desolate Yuan and Desolate Tsong were both members of Desolate family, their positions were different. The meaning they represented was also different. Jiang Chen killing Desolate Tsong was equivalent to going against Saint Origin Palace. In Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen was the first person who dared to go against Saint Origin Palace in public. Chapter 925. Gotcha. The fifth step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was the most powerful and lethal. Desolate Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no way he could withstand Jiang Chen's last kick. Desolate Yuan's chest caved in, as if it had been pierced through by the kick. His internal organs were spurting out from his mouth. Bang! Desolate Yuan's body landed heavily on the ground, twitching non-stop. At this moment, blood was spurting out from every part of Desolate Yuan's body. He wasn't completely dead yet. His eyes that were filled with blood were filled with unwillingness and fear. He was the pride of the heavens, a supreme genius, the #1 on the sky ranking. He had countless halos since he was young. He was the #1 genius of Desolate Clan and was recognized by the higher-ups of Desolate Clan as the person with the highest potential to reach the immortal world. However, all of this was just a bubble. In the face of death, all glory and halos were so fragile. Pah! Jiang Chen raised his leg and stepped on Desolate Yuan's face. #1 on the sky ranking. #1 genius of Desolate Clan, the supreme glory of Pure Land. Now that you're under my foot, what qualifications do you have to shout at me? You'll be the same as an ordinary person after you die. Nothing will be left behind after you die. Jiang Chen looked down at Desolate Yuan. Desolate Yuan was wriggling under his feet, as if he was trying to break free, but it was too difficult. He had lost count of the number of times he had used this kind of gaze and posture to look at others. He had even used the same words to his opponents. He had never thought that the same words would be used on him today. Die! Jiang Chen exerted force on his foot, pressing Desolate Yuan's head into the hard soil before lifting his leg. Desolate Yuan, who was on the ground, squirmed a few times before he stopped moving completely. At this moment, the legendary #1 on the sky ranking, the little monstrous genius in the hearts of countless people, was completely dead. His past could only become the past, a legend. However, as long as the name Jiang Chen exists, he was destined to never become a legend. Even if there were legends about him, they would only serve as a foil for Jiang Chen. Hiss! At this moment, everyone gasped. The scene before them was like a dream to them. The #1 on the heaven ranking, Xiao Yuan, had died just like that. He was killed by Jiang Chen so easily. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, Jiang Chen's figure had become incomparably lofty. In front of him, all the dazzling stars and geniuses were nothing but floating clouds. The genius of the Hua family who had just returned from Saint Origin Palace was completely dumbfounded at this moment. The arrogance on his face was gone. To him, all of this was like a dream. Even if he didn't know how strong Xiao Yuan was, he knew how strong Xiao Tsong was. In the competition of Saint Origin Palace, he and Xiao Tsong had once confronted each other head-on. But now, Xiao Chong had been instantly killed by Jiang Chen. This meant that even if Jiang Chen had rushed forward, he would have ended up the same as Xiao Chong. Run. That's right, the only thing he could do now was to run. Perhaps he could still make it if he ran now. Otherwise, he would definitely lose his life here today. Swoosh. However, before the genius of the Hua family could run, he saw a majestic De Huang dog blocking in front of him, completely cutting off his path of retreat. Hee, it's too late to run now. De Huang dog smirked. I didn't provoke you. The genius of the Hua family frowned. If it was in the past, he would definitely kill this dog in front of him, but now he had to endure it. Only by compromising could he have a chance of survival. You didn't provoke us first, but so what? De Huang dog's words made everyone want to spurt out blood. His words were simply shameless, but they also understood that Jiang Chen and the Hua family were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. Initially, this genius of the Hua family wanted to attack Jiang Chen, but when he saw how overbearing Jiang Chen was, he refrained from doing so. In other words, before he had the chance to attack, Jiang Chen had already killed the two great geniuses of the Desolate family. Damn dog, get out of my way! The genius of the Hua family bellowed and immediately reached out his big hand to grab De Huang dog. Ga. De Huang dog wasn't afraid at all. He was now a powerful first-grade great saint. A peak first-grade great saint. Previously, when he was dealing with the Dark Shadow organization, he had personally killed a third-grade great saint, not to mention that this guy in front of him was just a first-grade great saint. Even if he was a genius of the Hua family, De Huang dog wouldn't be afraid of him. Bang! Rays of golden light flickered on the top of De Huang Dog's head, colliding with the big hand of the genius of the Hua family. With a loud bang, the genius was sent flying dozens of meters away by De Huang Dog. What? The genius of the Hua family turned pale with fright. He had the urge to spurt out blood. How could he not be able to defeat a dog? Nevertheless, before he could react, the big yellow dog charged at him again. There were a lot of people gathered around. All of them had been in this spatial zone for a long time. Jiang Chen's strength had already made them speechless, but now, this dog was also so tyrannical, completely suppressing the genius of the Hua family. However, the geniuses of the demon race didn't think much of it. They knew De Huang Dog very well. This was a very powerful divine beast bloodline. He had entered the 9th level of the suspended tower and summoned the totem divine seal. This was the true genius of the demon race. If he couldn't defeat a genius of the Hua family, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the divine beast bloodline? Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. Most of the spatial zone had disappeared. The commotion here was likely to attract powerful experts. He drew out the Heavenly Saint's sword, ready to kill the genius of the Hua family. But just at this moment, a buzzing sound was heard from the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the Earth Devil Beast in the Zulong Tower had advanced to the 3rd grade Great Saint. The same was true for the devil. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd grade Great Saint, and he could advance to the 4th grade Great Saint at any time. Good. It seems that the continuous absorption of energy in the Zulong Tower has brought them great benefits. The Earth Devil Beast has advanced to the 3rd grade Great Saint, and its combat strength is comparable to a 4th grade Great Saint. It will be a great help to me. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. The Earth Devil Beast and the devil were now his slaves. The stronger the Earth Devil Beast was, the more help it would be to him. His current combat strength was enough to fight a 3rd grade Great Saint, but he wouldn't be a match for a 4th grade Great Saint. Now that the Earth Devil Beast had advanced to the 3rd grade Great Saint, Jiang Chen would have the ability to fight a 4th grade Great Saint. In order not to affect the advancement of the Earth Devil Beast and the devil, Jiang Chen slowly put down the Heavenly Saint's sword and stopped participating in the battle between De Huang Dog and the genius of the Hua family. He took a glance at the genius of the Hua family. The genius of the Hua family was no match for De Huang Dog at all. It wouldn't be long before he was killed by De Huang Dog. Looking at De Huang Dog's high-spirited look, Jiang Chen had a feeling that De Huang Dog would definitely bite his ass if he took action now. Bang! Under Big Yellow's ferocious attack, the genius of the Hua family fell from the sky and slammed hard on the ground. Big Yellow's speed was even faster. His huge body also pressed down, but his action was very inelegant. He shook his fat butt and pressed it against the face of the genius of the Hua family. Upon seeing such a scene, Jiang Chen hastily covered his eyes and dodged backwards. He didn't need to see what kind of tragedy was going to happen next. If the genius of the Hua family died under the fart of De Huang Dog, he wouldn't be able to raise his head even if he became a ghost. Taste my invincible whirlwind fart. Big Yellow exerted his strength. His butt enlarged by 1-fold. Then, everyone heard an earth-shaking rumble that sounded like thunder. A mass of green air rushed out from Big Yellow's butt and landed on the face of the genius from the Hua family, causing it to explode in an instant. Big Yellow's face was filled with disbelief. Rumble. The air dispersed like a violent storm. Everyone heard an inhuman scream from the genius of the Hua family. His whole body was smashed to the ground by the force of De Huang's fart, creating a huge pit with thick green smoke billowing out. Ah! Kill me! The scream from the pit was simply hair-raising. It was obvious that the genius of the Hua family didn't finish his words and was forcefully swallowed by something. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. However, they clearly saw that De Huang Dog seemed to have let out a fart just now. The power of this fart was simply terrifying. However, the aftermath of the fart also drifted towards everyone's face. Those who were originally in a state of shock instantly had their faces distorted. Blurg. Motherfucker, it stinks. Blug blug. I'm going to die. I don't want to live anymore. Blurg. Even those minor saint and great sage experts couldn't bear the attack of De Huang Dog's invincible fart. They vomited immediately. Many people's faces turned ashen as they cursed. They suddenly felt that they had lived most of their lives in vain. How could there be such a terrifying fart in this world? As soon as Big Yellow released his fart, many people moved away from him and looked at him with fear. But soon after, they shifted their attention to the big pit. They couldn't help but shiver when they thought about the miserable condition of the genius from the Hua family. Big Yellow, you're the genius of the Hua family. They only felt a trace of the aftermath of the airflow, but it was already so unbearable. How miserable would the genius of the Hua family who was in the deep pit with thick smoke at the moment be after being hit head-on? Someone scanned the area with his divine sense, and found that the genius of the Hua family was lying quietly in the deep pit. He was motionless. However, judging from his aura, the genius of the Hua family wasn't dead yet. There was only one explanation for why he was motionless. He had fainted. My God! A great sage fainted. This was simply a fantasy. That was a great sage. How could a powerful great sage faint? However, the genius of the Hua family had really fainted. Moreover, he had fainted into a complete mess. De Huang Dog had also created a miracle by knocking out a great sage with a fart. Chapter 926. Amazing. I swear that from now on, De Huang will be my Leopard Wei's idol. Kong Yu and Leopard Wei's facial expression was incomparably marvelous. Their admiration for De Huang Dog was like a torrential river that couldn't be stopped. A fart that could kill a great saint? Only De Huang could do such a miracle. TSK. Even if this Hua family guy doesn't die, he will be crippled in the future. De Huang's fart not only knocked him out, but also caused him serious injuries that can't be healed. Moreover, this guy won't be able to lift his head up when he walks. It's impossible for him to return to Saint Origin Palace. Kong Yang clicked his tongue. He could already see that this genius of the Hua family wasn't simply knocked out by a fart. De Huang's fart not only stinks, but also has infinite power. That Hua family guy was just a mighty great saint. If he was replaced by an ordinary minor saint, De Huang Dog's fart was enough to blast him into pieces. You're too inexperienced to fight Master Dog. De Huang Dog wagged his stout tail, raised his proud head, and swaggered to Jiang Chen's side. It seemed that he had no intention of killing the genius of the Hua family. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. He didn't plan to attack either. They had the same thought as Kong Yang. There was no need to kill such a person because his future would be worse than death. There were many geniuses of the 5 major families in the surroundings. Upon seeing this scene, they hastily scattered in all directions, fearing that Jiang Chen would kill them. Given their strength, they were no match for any of them, let alone Jiang Chen. Kong Yang came to Jiang Chen and cupped his fists at him. Brother Jiang, thank you for saving us today. I'm very grateful. Brother Kong, you don't have to be so polite. I have a good relationship with your father. The Peacock King is now protecting his homeland, so I naturally have to ensure the safety of his descendants. I can see that your injuries are not light, so take this pill as soon as possible. Jiang Chen took out 3 pills and gave them to Kong Yang, Leopard Wei, and Kong Yu respectively. Leopard Wei and Kong Yu's injuries were the most serious, and if they couldn't recover soon, it would be detrimental to their future journey. The 3 of them didn't hold back. They were now on the same boat as Jiang Chen. To Kong Yang, this was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Chen's power. A 9th-grade great saint could be so terrifying. He had never seen such a genius in his life. Kong Yang rarely admired people, but today, he was convinced by Jiang Chen. After swallowing the pill, their complexion instantly changed. They had the same feeling as Gu Lufeng and the others. Originally, they had a lot of healing pills in their hands, but compared to Jiang Chen's pill, they were on a completely different level. Good pill. Kong Yang couldn't help but praise. That's right. The recovery ability of this pill is really strong. I have suffered such serious injuries, but half of them have been healed in such a short period of time. This is too scary. Leopard Wei couldn't help but say. Of course. Jiang Chen not only has a strong combat strength, but he is also a powerful alchemist. De Huang Dog said proudly, as if the one who concocted this pill wasn't Jiang Chen, but him, De Huang. All right. We shouldn't stay here for long. Too much spatial zone has disappeared. The commotion here is likely to attract more powerful experts. Let's leave first to save ourselves some trouble. Jiang Chen said. All right. Kong Yang nodded, feeling that what Jiang Chen said was very reasonable. Hung Long. However, just as they were about to leave, a hole suddenly burst open in the void. 3 silhouettes appeared at the same time. They were 3 elders wearing different clothes. From their clothes, One of them was from the Desolate family, one from the Hua family, and the last one was from the Narang family. The shocking thing was their strength. The two elders of the Hua family and Narang family had reached the third grade great saint, while the elder of the Desolate family was the most terrifying. He had already reached the fourth grade great saint. After the three of them appeared, they immediately saw the tragic situation here. Immediately, they were enraged and sealed the entire spatial zone. Look, the elders are here. Good. Jiang Chen and his friends are finished this time. He has killed Desolate Yuan and the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace. The elders will never let them go. The appearance of these three elders made the disciples of the various clans who had just escaped not too far rejoice. On the other hand, Kong Yang's face was getting more and more solemn. The great saints of the ancient humans and the demon race hadn't appeared yet. These three experts were all from the enemy forces. The two third-grade great saints were already too much for them to handle, but there was still a powerful fourth-grade great saint. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as breathing? Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he was only a ninth-grade minor saint after all. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to deal with a powerful fourth-grade great saint. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Kong Yang said worriedly. At this time, Jiang Chen had undoubtedly become their backbone. It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen waved his hand, gesturing Kong Yang and the others not to worry. If it was before, they were afraid that they would really be in danger if they encountered a fourth-grade great saint, but just now, the Earth Devil Beast had just advanced to the third-grade great saint. It wouldn't be a problem for it to fight the fourth-grade great saint of the Desolate family. Desolate Yuan, Desolate Kong, after the great saint of the Desolate family appeared, his eyes turned red when he saw the tragic death of Desolate Song and Desolate Yuan. Two supreme geniuses of the Desolate family were killed just like that. This was a great loss to the Desolate family. There's no need to shout. They were all killed by me. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen spoke to the three great saints. Even in the face of such powerful experts, there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. It made Kong Yang and the other two to wonder where his confidence came from. Damn it! You little bastard! How dare you destroy the two great geniuses of our Shao clan? You're simply courting death. I will definitely kill you today and avenge the many people of our Shao clan who died in your hands. The elder of the Desolate family gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to pounce on Jiang Chen and eat him alive. The geniuses of my Hua family are also dead. Jiang Chen, who gave you the audacity to kill the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace? The elder of the Hua family glared at Jiang Chen and roared. I can smell the death chi of the geniuses of my Narang family. It must be him. Everyone here will die today. The demon race is protecting Jiang Chen. That makes him the enemy of our Narang family. The elder of the Narang family was also aggressive. It seemed that he had no intention of letting go of Jiang Chen and Kong Yang. Haha! You three old bastards want to kill me, Jiang Chen? That's a child's play. Use whatever means you have. Let's see who will be killed today. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He was extremely arrogant. It seemed like he didn't put these three powerful great saints in his eyes at all. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have the strength to deal with these opponents, his boldness alone was enough to make people admire him. Boasting shamelessly. It's enough for you, little bastard, to be so arrogant until now. The elder of the Desolate family was infuriated. Immediately, he stretched out a big palm that appeared out of thin air and shrouded Jiang Chen. Moreover, his target this time wasn't just Jiang Chen, but also De Huang Dog and Kong Yang. It seemed like he was going to kill all of them in one strike. This person was a dignified fourth-grade great saint, the supreme elder of the Desolate family. Today, he had taken the initiative to attack a junior from an outsider family. It was undoubtedly a very shameful thing to do, but now that Desolate Yuan and Desolate Song were dead, the elder couldn't care less about his reputation anymore. He had to kill everyone related to Jiang Chen in order to vent his hatred. It's over. Kong Yu shuddered. The power of a powerful fourth-grade great saint had far exceeded their ability to resist. The palm strike made them feel a mountain-like pressure, suffocating them and making them incomparably uncomfortable. At this time, even Kong Yang couldn't help but worry, because he couldn't figure out what kind of means Jiang Chen would use to deal with a powerful fourth-grade great saint. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. He was completely confident that everything was under his control. They had to admit that Jiang Chen's calmness made them feel relieved. Earth Devil Beast, make your move. Jiang Chen summoned the Earth Devil Beast. The Earth Devil Beast rushed out from the Zulong Tower. Everyone saw a pitch-black palm appear out of thin air, and hit the palm of the great saint of the desolate family. Hung Long. The heaven and earth shook. The powerful attack of the great saint of the desolate family was destroyed by the black palm. Howl. Then, an earth-shattering roar was heard. A middle-aged man who was as strong as an iron tower appeared. He raised his head and roared at the sky. Endless black devil waves were emitted from his body. He looked like the incarnation of a giant devil. His chi soared to the sky. Haha. After the Earth Devil Beast appeared, he immediately laughed wildly. He had just advanced to the third-grade great saint and was in high spirits. As the king of the devil race, he was born to be combative. He had almost gone crazy in the Zulong Tower. Now that he was released by Jiang Chen, he felt like a tiger that had come back to the forest. Who is this? Such powerful devil chi. He isn't human. He belongs to the devil race. He also has the bloodline of the demon race in his body. This is the Earth Devil Beast. The elder of Narang family identified the identity of the Earth Devil Beast through the chi released by the Earth Devil Beast. His facial expression changed immediately. A third-grade great saint Earth Devil Beast is enough to deal with a fourth-grade great saint. How could this little beast have such a powerful Earth Devil Beast beside him? Chapter 927. Wow! Jiang Chen is too ferocious. He has such a powerful Earth Devil Beast with him. Leopard Wei was so excited that he almost jumped up. He thought that they were finished, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen still had a trump card, summoning a powerful Earth Devil Beast at the critical moment. Although this Earth Devil Beast is only a third-grade great saint, its bloodline is very strong. Not only is it a top existence among the demonic beasts, it is also the king of the devils. So, even if it is a third-grade great saint, it won't have any problem dealing with an ordinary fourth-grade great saint. I didn't expect that Brother Jiang would have such a trump card. However, even if the Earth Devil Beast could block the elder of the desolate family, the two third-grade great saints of the Hua family and Narang family wouldn't be easy to deal with. Kong Yang heaved a sigh of relief. The emergence of the Earth Devil Beast had shocked him, but at the same time, he was worried. Even if the Earth Devil Beast could block the fourth-grade great saint of the desolate family, there were still two third-grade great saints of the Narang family and Hua family. Even if it was just a third-grade great saint, it wasn't something that they could handle. Of course, this was because Kong Yang hadn't truly understood Jiang Chen's means. Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary ninth-grade minor saint, but a peak ninth-grade minor saint, only a step away from the great saint realm. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an ordinary third-grade great saint in his dragon form. Plus, he still had a devil in his hand. I know Jiang Chen very well. He never does things that he isn't confident about. No wonder he was so calm just now. It turns out that he has such a powerful trump card. Kong Yu nodded and said. He had been in contact with Jiang Chen ever since they were in Void Triangular Domain. The things that Jiang Chen did in Void Triangular Domain were truly domineering. Looking at Jiang Chen's confident face, Kong Yu had reason to believe that Jiang Chen would be able to deal with the two third-grade minor saints. It could even be said that Jiang Chen alone was enough to deal with them. On the side, the Huang dog looked relaxed. He wagged his tail casually. It seemed that he didn't care about these three great sages at all. Others didn't know Jiang Chen's means, but the Huang dog was very clear about it. He knew how powerful Jiang Chen was and how many trump cards he had in his hands. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with this kind of demon. It seems like you are also a demon. The elder of the Shao clan accused Jiang Chen loudly. Who I team up with has nothing to do with you. Earth Devil, kill him. Jiang Chen ignored the Desolate Clan elder's words and immediately ordered the Earth Devil Beast to attack. Yes, master. The Earth Devil Beast responded and roared. It charged towards the Desolate Clan's elder with an endless amount of demonic aura. I will block the Earth Devil Beast. You two go and kill the others. Today we must kill Jiang Chen. This kid has already grown. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, he will become a great threat in the future. The Desolate Clan elder said loudly to the elders of the Hua clan and the Narang clan. In fact, the relationship between the three clans wasn't very good. However, their attitude towards Jiang Chen was surprisingly consistent. They wanted to get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible. They weren't fools. Jiang Chen's growth was too fast. If he continued to grow, he would become a threat to them sooner or later. When Jiang Chen came back from Void Triangular Domain, his cultivation was still very low. It hadn't been a long time since he challenged the geniuses of the Pure Land. Now, Jiang Chen had even killed Desolate Yuan. No one in the younger generation of the Pure Land could be his opponent. If they didn't get rid of him now, who knew how strong Jiang Chen would become in the future? All right. The elders of the Hua clan and the Narang clan responded immediately. Both of them attacked Jiang Chen at the same time. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Kong Yang looked over at Jiang Chen. 2 third-grade great saints wouldn't be easy to deal with. All of you stand back. I will deal with them. Jiang Chen said plainly. This, Kong Yang frowned. What is this? Although Master Dog can still kill one of them with my means, Master Dog doesn't intend to do it. These 2 old men are dead for sure. De Huang Dog said and swaggered to the back, leaving the battlefield to Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Kong Yang and the other 2 no longer hesitated and followed De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen die. The elder of the Hua clan was enveloped in boundless flames. Suddenly, he struck a palm at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't say a word. He struck a palm casually, but this palm strike wasn't ordinary. It was the water dragon seal. After a water dragon appeared, the temperature of the entire void dropped abruptly. When the water dragon collided with the elder's attack, the elder's flames were extinguished. What? What kind of water is this? The elder of the Hua family exclaimed. As a mighty third-grade great saint, he cultivated the supreme cultivation method of the Hua family. Ordinary water couldn't withstand his powerful fire element and would be burned into steam immediately. Under his full force, even an ocean would be vaporized completely. However, Jiang Chen simply struck a water dragon and destroyed his attack. This was simply shocking. It was impossible for him to know that Jiang Chen's water dragon seal wasn't made of ordinary water. It was the heavenly earth pure water, the coldest and heaviest water in the heavens and earth. A drop of it could penetrate a mountain. It was the nemesis of all fire sources. Only the purest yang flame could resist it. Coincidentally, this purest yang flame was also in Jiang Chen's hand. The flame of your Hua clan is too weak for me. I'm the nemesis of your Hua clan. You will be completely restrained by me. Under such restraint, you won't be able to exert your full combat strength. Jiang Chen pointed at the elder of the Hua family and said impolitely, Then I'll kill you. The elder of Narang family struck. He conjured an illusory mountain, intending to crush Jiang Chen to death. I'm too lazy to kill you, but you won't be able to live today. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't put the elder's attack in his eyes at all. He shouted, Devil, come out and exercise your muscles and bones. Rawr. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, Devil Chi soared to the sky in the void again. An enormous devil jumped out and destroyed the illusory mountain conjured by the elder with a punch. The devil was the same as the earth devil beast. He had been bored to death in the Zulong Tower for a long time. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of third-grade great saint, he was eager to rush out and start a massacre. The devil's physique was incomparably strong. His physical body was strong and his combat strength was sky-high. In addition to his superior cultivation, the elder of Narang family was no match for him. My God! What kind of monster is that? What a powerful devil chi! It's a devil. It's actually a devil. The devil race's chi has long been exhausted. It has been suppressed by the Great Lightning Tune Temple in the Devil World. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen not only has an earth devil beast but also a devil. This is too scary. What a powerful devil. Judging from the devil's chi and cultivation, he is much stronger than the elder of Narang family. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The powerful earth devil beast was already terrifying enough, but now, another powerful devil had appeared. Not only were Jiang Chen's trump cards extraordinary, they were also endless. Jiang Chen's trump cards weren't ordinary at all, they were endless. Kong Yang and the other 2 were stunned once again. Now, they finally understood why Jiang Chen was so calm. However, there was a question lingering in their minds. How could Jiang Chen control the earth devil beast and the devil with his current ability? The devil race was wild and unruly, and it was very difficult to control them. This was a well-known fact, And it was even more impossible to control the Earth Devil Beast. It was the king of the devil race and had a supreme bloodline. You could kill it with powerful means, but you would never be able to control it. However, Jiang Chen had done it. No matter what means Jiang Chen used, the three of them admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are also a devil. Even if you are a human, your nature is the same as that of a devil. A person like you should be punished by everyone. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are also a devil. Even if you are a human, your nature is the same as that of a devil. A person like you should be punished by everyone. The two elders of the Narang family and the Hua family seemed to be grieving, but in fact they were afraid. Haha, if you want to put a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. I, Jiang Chen, don't need you to tell me what to do. Since you have offended me, I will be your devil, your eternal nightmare. Cut the crap and prepare to die. The black-haired elder, Jiang Chen, emitted a domineering aura. The heavenly saint's sword rippled in the air, and a strong murderous aura filled the air. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Whether it was a devil or a devil, as long as they went against him, there was only one ending, death. Roar! As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the devil released a devil wave, which directly rushed towards the elder of the Narang family. At the same time, Jiang Chen wielded the heavenly saint's sword and appeared in front of the elder of the Hua family in the blink of an eye. This time, Jiang Chen didn't use the heaven and earth pure water. Instead, the heavenly saint's sword was covered with a layer of flame. Whether it was the heaven and earth pure water or the true thunderfire, both could completely suppress the Hua family. The heaven and earth pure water was the nemesis of the Hua family, while the true thunderfire and the true dragonfire were the kings of flames. When the flame of the great saint of the Hua family encountered the two flames of Jiang Chen, it could only submit. The elder of the Hua race took out a long spear that was also covered in raging flames. The scarlet flames could burn everything, but unfortunately, when it encountered the flames other than the heavenly saint's sword, the flames of the elder of the Hua race immediately trembled violently. It was a kind of fear towards a king. Clang! Chapter 928. This little bastard is only a 9th grade minor saint, but he has such a powerful combat strength. Even I am no match for him. The elder of the Hua family was shocked. Even if Jiang Chen could restrain his flame, their cultivation grade wasn't at the same level. There was a difference of 3 grades between a 9th grade minor saint and a 3rd grade great saint. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a terrifying 9th grade minor saint. This was beyond his imagination and understanding. Brother Jiang is really scary. Kong Yang couldn't help but sigh. He knew that the gap between him and Jiang Chen was incomparable. Jiang Chen was a 3rd grade great saint with a great saint weapon. How powerful was that? Of course, Kong Yang didn't know that the heavenly saint's sword in the elder's hand wasn't weak at all. Although the current heavenly saint's sword hadn't reached the level of a great saint weapon, the power that it could unleash was incomparable to any ordinary great saint weapon. On the other side, the earth demon beast exploded and transformed into its true form. The ferocious earth demon beast alone was like a small mountain. Its 4 eyes flickered like ghosts, forcing the desolate clan elder to retreat. The patriarch of the desolate family roared in anger, but the earth devil beast was too strong. Although the earth devil beast was only a 3rd grade great saint, it was still able to suppress his opponent. It was impossible for the elder of the desolate family to gain the upper hand in the battle. On the other side of the battlefield, the devil was even more ferocious and overbearing. The elder of the Narang family was constantly coughing out blood. It was obvious that both sides weren't on the same level. Jiang Chen was even more powerful. The waves of qi that he carried were like a vast ocean. He made 3 slashes in a row, causing the elder of the Hua family to spurt out blood. The powerful force made him lose his grip on the long spear in his hand. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Jiang Chen made another slash. This time, the elder of the Hua family let out a wail. He could no longer hold the combat weapon in his hand, and it was sent flying away. Jiang Chen grabbed the long spear and kept it in his pouch. Haha, Jiang Chen laughed madly, and his aura reached its peak. Without waiting for the Hua elder to react, he swung the heavenly saint's sword once again. Even if the elder of the Hua clan didn't lose the ability to resist, he was still unable to withstand Jiang Chen's ferocious sword strike. One of his arms was directly chopped off by the heavenly saint's sword. Blood gushed out violently, and the void was dyed red. The elder of the fire tribe was terrified. Only now did he understand that he and Jiang Chen were not on the same level. If he fought against Jiang Chen, he would be courting death. From the beginning of the battle until now, he hadn't had the upper hand at all. He had been completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. Now, one of his arms had been cut off, and his combat strength had been exhausted. If he continued to fight, he would lose his life. Swoosh! The elder of the Hua family didn't dare to hesitate. Immediately, he chose to flee. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen wouldn't give him the chance to escape. If he didn't choose to attack at the beginning and left directly, perhaps Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to stop him. But now, everything was too late. If he could escape from Jiang Chen in his current state, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to live in this world anymore. It's too late to run now. Immediately, Jiang Chen struck out the true dragon palm. The giant dragon claw was like an indestructible cage, pressing down from the sky and enveloping the elder. The elder let out a miserable shriek before he was killed by Jiang Chen on the spot. What a pity! Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed inwardly. This was a powerful third-grade great saint. If the Zulong Tower could absorb him, it would bring boundless benefits. However, after the previous experience, Jiang Chen didn't dare to try it again. That kind of furious qi wasn't something to be trifled with. What? Jiang Chen killed the elder of the Hua family in such a short time. Such a scene made the two great saints of the Desolate family and Narang family exclaim. They initially thought that killing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? The death of the elder of the Hua family didn't make the two of them feel better. Especially the elder of the Narang family. He had been injured in many places by the devil. His qi was starting to become unstable. The demon roared and unleashed wave after wave of berserk attacks towards the Narang clan's elder. Ugh! The elder of the Narang family began to let out a miserable shriek. As his combat strength continued to decline, how could he be a match for the devil? It seemed that he was going to die here today. Blood sacrifice. The elder of the Narang family suddenly let out a roar. Bloody holes appeared on his body. Streams of blood spurted out from those bloody holes. This was an extremely cruel taboo technique. It used injuries to bring great power. Now that his life was at stake, the elder of the Narang family had to use this blood sacrifice technique. However, it was a little too late. With his current state, even if he used the blood sacrifice technique, he wouldn't be much stronger. Of course, the elder of the Narang family did not use the blood sacrifice technique to turn defeat into victory. He only used it to gain the ability to escape. Therefore, he used the blood sacrifice technique to increase his speed. A layer of blood-red halo appeared on the surface of Elder Narang's body. His speed suddenly increased to the extreme. With a swoosh, he disappeared and directly escaped into the inner part of the void. You only know to escape now. Unfortunately, it's completely too late. Jiang Chen sneered. How could he give the elder the chance to escape? Even if the elder had used the blood sacrifice technique and escaped into the void, Jiang Chen would still be able to catch him back. His great soul derivation technique was so terrifying that it could penetrate into the interior of the void. Jiang Chen struck out the true dragon palm once again. Chila sound was heard as the void was torn apart. The elder who had escaped into the void was pulled out by Jiang Chen like a little chick. Everyone was stunned by the scene. That was a mighty third-grade great saint. In their eyes, he was the supreme existence, their lifelong dream. That level was like a god in their hearts. But now, the mighty third-grade great saint didn't even have the ability to escape. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Don't kill me, Jiang Chen. Let me go. The elder of Narang clan was terrified. He began to beg for mercy. No one wanted to die, but not everyone could remain calm in the face of death. Even great sages were the same. The more powerful a person was, the more they were afraid of death. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? You want me to let you go? If I fall into your hands, will you be merciful enough to let me go? If that's the case, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Chen remained unmoved and killed the elder. At this point, 2 third-grade great saints had died in Jiang Chen's hands. Such a loss wasn't small to the 2 major families. Jiang Chen, you have completely infuriated the 5 major families. The next time we meet will be the day you die. The elder of the Desolate family uttered a ruthless sentence. then turned into a stream of light and vanished. He had already seen the situation today. With the Earth Devil Beast here, it was completely impossible to kill Jiang Chen. Furthermore, the Earth Devil Beast was too powerful. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Seeing that his opponent had escaped, the Earth Devil Beast roared in exasperation. "That's enough, Earth Devil Beast. We can't stop him if he wants to leave," Jiang Chen said. After all, the elder of the Desolate family was a powerful fourth-grade great saint. The Earth Devil Beast might be able to defeat him, but if the elder wanted to escape, the Earth Devil Beast wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, it wasn't easy to kill a fourth-grade great saint. The only way to kill the elder of the Desolate family was if the elder didn't leave. If the battle continued, the Earth Devil Beast would continue to inflict injuries on him. When the elder was severely injured, he would lose the ability to escape. But now, the elder of the Desolate family had fled decisively. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to stop him, he couldn't. Although the Earth Devil Beast was unwilling, it had no choice but to let the elder of the Desolate family leave. Then, it and the devil returned to the Zulong Tower under Jiang Chen's command. The battlefield was tragic. The entire spatial zone was about to explode. Many of them still had lingering fear when they recalled the battle just now. It was just too brutal. The battle just now made them understand that even a mighty great saint could be easily killed. Jiang Chen came to Kong Yang and the other two. The three of them finally recovered from the shock. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The way they looked at Jiang Chen was completely different now. If Jiang Chen only relied on the Earth Devil Beast and the devil to kill the two of them, they might only be shocked that Jiang Chen had the ability to subdue the Earth Devil Beast and the devil, but they wouldn't be shocked to this extent. A 9th-grade minor saint could kill a 3rd-grade great saint so easily. This was simply shocking. Kong Yang knew that he had underestimated Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang, you're really a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Although this is the first time we've met, I, Kong Yang, admire you from the bottom of my heart." Kong Yang held his fists at Jiang Chen. What he said was completely from the bottom of his heart. He was once ranked 3rd on the Sky ranking, the #1 genius of the demon race, and possessed the powerful peacock bloodline. He, Kong Yang, looked down upon all the heroes. He had never really admired anyone, not even Desolate Yuan and Shi Han who used to be above him. He was confident that he could surpass them one day. But today, he truly admired Jiang Chen. "Brother Kong is being too polite. We shouldn't stay here any longer. We have to leave this place immediately. The old man of the Desolate family has escaped. Soon, more powerful experts will appear here. We won't be able to handle a few 4th-grade great saints, let alone a 5th-grade great saint." Chapter 929. All right. Kong Yang nodded. He felt that what Jiang Chen said was very reasonable. This time, the opening of the ancient battlefield was no small matter. It had attracted a lot of attention from the 8 major families in Pure Land. Therefore, not only the young generation but also the older generation experts who came here. The strongest among them had already reached the 5th-grade great saint. Although the Earth Devil Beast was strong, it would certainly die if it encountered a 5th-grade great saint. There was almost no chance of winning. Therefore, the top priority now was to leave this place as soon as possible. Not long after Jiang Chen and the others left, 2 powerful experts appeared. One of them was the elder of the Desolate family who had escaped earlier. Beside him was another elder of the Desolate family, but this elder's cultivation was truly powerful. He had already reached the 5th-grade great saint. His powerful qi swept across the entire spatial zone, but he couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen and the others. "It seems like they have already escaped," the 4th-grade great saint said fiercely. "Humph. It doesn't matter. The spatial zone here is still disappearing. The remaining spatial zone is getting lesser and lesser. It will be very easy to find Jiang Chen. This time, he must not be allowed to walk out of this ancient battlefield alive." The 5th-grade great saint harumphed coldly. "It's a pity that Desolate Yuan has died. We must avenge him for making our family lose such a dazzling genius. That little bastard must be eliminated as soon as possible. His speed of growth is just too fast. How long has it been since he came back from Void Triangular Domain? Now, he can easily kill a 3rd-grade great saint. If he is allowed to grow any further, He will become a huge threat to our family sooner or later. The fourth grade great saint said. Thinking of Jiang Chen's scariness, he couldn't help but clench his fists, producing cracking sounds. Jiang Chen was just too powerful. He had never seen a genius that could be so heaven-defying. A ninth-grade minor saint could easily kill a third-grade great saint. If Jiang Chen advanced to the great saint realm, he would become even more powerful. Not long after Jiang Chen and the others left the spatial zone, they met the experts of the demon race. After handing Kong Yang and the other two to the experts, he left with De Huang Dog. The secret of the Zulong Tower couldn't be known to outsiders for the time being. He and De Huang Dog still had to kill those evil creatures and monsters. In the next few days, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were shuttling through different spatial zones, killing countless evil creatures and monsters, obtaining endless energy attacks. The first level of the ancestral dragon pagoda had been condensed by half. Jiang Chen's cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint. Currently, Jiang Chen was only 500 dragon marks away from the great saint realm. However, it was precisely these 500 dragon marks that caused him great distress. Damn it! Isn't your ancestral dragon pagoda a little too abnormal? How much energy has it absorbed and the first level has not been condensed yet? De Huang Dog was depressed. The problem now isn't with the Zulong Tower, but with me. Jiang Chen thought of the key point. With you? De Huang Dog was stunned. That's right. The Zulong Tower has absorbed enough energy. It shouldn't be a problem to completely condense the first level, but I haven't been able to completely condense it because I haven't advanced to the Great Saint realm yet. I am the reincarnation of the greatest saint. There are basically no bottlenecks in my cultivation, but the Great Saint realm is a threshold after all. Even I didn't expect that the difficulty of condensing the last dragon marks would be so great. Jiang Chen felt helpless. The difficulty of condensing the dragon marks was getting more and more difficult. He knew that it was because of the threshold of the Great Saint realm. The last 500 dragon marks would be even harder to condense. I don't think we can just deal with some evil spirits and monsters. I need a certain opportunity to break through to the Great Saint realm. Once I break through to the Great Saint realm, not only the first level of the Zulong Tower will be completely condensed, but the second level will also be completely condensed. Let's go to the deepest level of the ruins now. Jiang Chen said. He was still very interested in the Zulong Tower. Currently, the first level of the Zulong Tower had not been condensed yet. He didn't know what this ancient tower was used for. Now, it could only be used as a storage space apart from helping him condense dragon marks and helping him advance. Of course, judging from the collision between De Huang Dog and the Zulong Tower last time, this ancient tower's defense was still very strong. There are fewer and fewer spaces now. Many experts have gone to the deeper level. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous if we go there now. De Huang Dog said. Wealth comes from danger. I can't care so much now. If I can't break through to the Great Saint realm as soon as possible, there will be more dangers in the future. Jiang Chen's imposing manner shook. His entire body turned into a fish in the water. His speed was extremely fast as he flew towards the deeper level of the space. The ruins of the ancient battlefield had been open for a long time. Many treasures had been excavated. It could be said that the 8 families of the Pure Land had obtained a lot of benefits. However, the dangers that existed everywhere here had also caused the 8 families to lose a lot of talents. Now, all kinds of spaces had been shattered. The remaining spaces were getting fewer and fewer. Many experts had gone to the deepest level in an attempt to obtain the real treasures in the deepest level. At this moment, a lot of people had gathered in a space in the deepest level of the ruins. There were at least thousands of people at a glance. Besides the people of the 8 families of the Pure Land, there were also some individual cultivators. At this time, everyone was floating in the air. Their eyes were staring at the magma in front of them without blinking. The magma in the air. That's right, it was the magma in the air. At the center of the spatial zone, there was a large amount of magma floating in the air. Looking at it from a distance, it was dozens of miles in radius like a magma ocean. The viscous eyes were blood-red in color. A strong heat was emitted from it, causing the temperature of the spatial zone to rise. Under such high temperature, some minor saint experts with lower cultivation base felt uncomfortable. A powerful minor saint expert had a very terrifying physique and yuan force. Ordinary flames wouldn't have any effect on them. However, the temperature of the magma in front of them was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. This showed how terrifying the magma was. It was conceivable that if a minor saint expert entered the magma ocean, he or she would be burned into nothingness in an instant. Where did this magma come from? It's floating in the air. This is too strange. That's right. The temperature of this magma is too high. It's incomparable to ordinary flames. This is too scary. I guess there must be a powerful existence in this magma. Otherwise, it's impossible for it to float in the air. Look, the great saints of the 8 families of the Pure Land are investigating this magma ocean. I'm sure they will find something. No one wasn't shocked. More and more people were appearing in this spatial zone. Everyone's eyes were staring at the magma ocean without blinking. The conditions for the formation of magma were harsh. Although these experts had seen magma before, this was the first time they saw magma that could float in the air. There seems to be an invisible seal outside the magma ocean. It's blocking our divine sense, but I can feel that there must be a powerful existence in it. Perhaps there is a supreme treasure. An elder of the Hua family said. His cultivation base had reached the 5th grade great saint, but even his divine sense was blocked outside the magma ocean. However, the 5th grade great saint's perception was still very sharp. He could sense the difference in the magma ocean. To the Hua family, the treasures in the magma ocean were what they were most interested in. Their physiques were all fire attribute. If they could find some powerful treasures in the magma ocean, it would bring them endless benefits. There must be a reason for the magma to appear out of nowhere. Any strange place in the heavens and earth would have a certain amount of luck and treasures. This magma ocean must be extraordinary. An elder of the ancient people said. Suddenly, a roar was heard from the magma ocean. Then, a blood-red dragon that was hundreds of meters long floated above the magma ocean. This dragon was completely condensed from the magma ocean. It was a real magma dragon. After the magma dragon appeared, it glanced around. Its eyes were made of flames, but it was emitting an incomparably cold light. Everyone could feel the hostility of this magma dragon. It was a ruthless creature. This could be seen from its eyes. Incredible. The chi of this magma dragon is at least a 3rd grade great saint. An elder of the Narang family exclaimed. It's the heart of Blaze. This dragon is actually evolved from the heart of Blaze. My God, there is actually a heart of Blaze here. An expert exclaimed when he saw the essence of the magma dragon. What? The heart of Blaze? It's the legendary heart of Blaze. This is the legendary heart of the heavens and earth. I never thought that it would really exist. The heart of Blaze is also known as the heart of blazing flame. If someone can get this heart of Blaze and integrate it into his heart, he will have a lofty ambition and look down upon the world. If our Hua family can get this heart of Blaze, we will be able to cultivate an unprecedented genius. At that time, breaking through to the immortal world won't be a problem. It's too precious. This is the real treasure. We must get it. If we can get this heart of Blaze, it will bring us endless benefits. It's simply immeasurable. A heart of Blaze is enough to change the future of our family. Everyone was shocked. No one from the 8 major families could remain calm. The thing that appeared in front of them was the heart of Blaze. Putting aside the benefits of the heart of Blaze, the magma that was affected by the heart of Blaze was an incomparably precious treasure. Chapter 930. The magma dragon roared once more. Then, it revealed a sarcastic sneer at everyone. That's right, it was a sarcastic and provocation. Judging from the expression of the magma dragon, it didn't put these humans in its eyes at all. Because of the heart of Blaze, the magma dragon seemed to have gained spirituality. Although it was provoking them, it could tell that there were many among these people who weren't to be trifled with. So, it didn't take the initiative to attack them. Instead, it dived into the magma and hid. Hong long long. The magma was rolling, rippling layers of flame waves. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Chen and Big Yellow who had just arrived. The two of them were hiding far away from them, keeping their composure. Everyone's attention was focused on the heart of Blaze. None of them paid any attention to the two of them. What a good treasure. Did you see that? My luck has come again. As long as I get this heart of Blaze, I will be able to break through to the Great Saint realm immediately. At that time, the 2nd or even 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower will be condensed. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with blazing light. No one knew the preciousness of the heart of Blaze better than him. He was now at the peak of 9th grade minor saint. This last step was very difficult to cross. The condensation of the last 500 dragon marks wasn't a matter of energy, but an opportunity. He needed to stimulate his potential from the origin and advance to the Great Saint realm. This opportunity was undoubtedly very difficult to obtain, but a treasure like the Heart of Blaze was just right. It was enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the Great Saint realm. Given his ability, once he advanced to the Great Saint realm, his combat strength would increase exponentially. At that time, he would be able to kill a 4th-grade Great Saint with ease. He could even deal with a 5th-grade Great Saint in his dragon form. You're right. The Heart of Blaze is indeed a rare treasure. However, given the current situation, wanting to obtain the Heart of Blaze is undoubtedly a fantasy. De Huang Dog curled his lips. There were 16 5th-grade Great Saints from the 8 major families here, not to mention the other Great Saints. Now that the Heart of Blaze had appeared, which one of them wouldn't want it for themselves? It was no different from a fool's dream for Jiang Chen to get the Heart of Blaze in this situation. What do you know? As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let me tell you that Magma Dragon is evolved from the Heart of Blaze, or should I say, the Heart of Blaze is in the body of the Magma Dragon. This dragon has already developed spirituality, and its cultivation has reached the 3rd-grade Great Saint. Such a creature of heaven and earth won't be easy to deal with. If a fight really breaks out, this Magma Dragon would at least have the combat strength of a 5th-grade Great Saint. With the help of the magma, any ordinary 5th-grade Great Saint would find it hard to be a match for it. Without the experts of the 8 major families, you and I will only be devoured by the Magma Dragon, let alone getting the Heart of Blaze. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose, and his eyes shone with wisdom. Hee. I know. You want to use the power of the 8 major clans to deal with the Magma Dragon and reap the benefits. De Huang Dog smiled sinisterly. The tacit understanding between him and Jiang Chen was too good. He could understand the meaning of Jiang Chen's glance. That's right. The Heart of Blaze is very precious. These people won't miss it if they encounter it. However, if only one clan makes a move, they won't be able to get the Heart of Blaze. So the 8 major families will definitely try to take down the Magma Dragon first before deciding how to distribute it. We just have to wait for the opportunity. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Given his eyesight, he could see through the situation in front of him. At this moment, outside the magma ocean, the atmosphere between the experts of the 8 major families was a little tense. Everyone was thinking about how to get the Heart of Blaze. The relationship between the 8 major families of Pure Land had never been good. They had always fought for themselves without any alliance. At this time, the ancient people and the demon race undoubtedly had the upper hand. Because of their relationship with Jiang Chen, the ancient people and the demon race had formed an alliance. At least, they weren't enemies. They could stand together at the critical moment. Everyone, this Heart of Blaze is very important to our Hua family. If you give us face today, as long as we get this Heart of Blaze, we will certainly give you treasures in the future. A 5th-grade Great Saint of the Hua family said. What a joke. What face does your Hua family have? The Heart of Blaze is important to your Hua family, but it is equally important to us, the ancient people. Plus, this treasure wasn't discovered by the Hua family alone. The 5th-grade Great Saint of the ancient people sneered. What a joke. It wasn't the style of the ancient people to give away such a treasure to others. That's right. The treasure was discovered by everyone. How can your Hua family get it directly? The elder of the Bin family spoke. They had always maintained a neutral stance towards Jiang Chen. Plus, this wasn't related to the grudge of Jiang Chen. The Heart of Blaze was a matter between the 8 families of the Pure Land. Naturally, they wouldn't give way to each other. All right, stop arguing. I'm afraid that the Hua family doesn't have the ability to get the Heart of Blaze. You guys aren't fools. You should be able to see the scariness of this Magma Dragon. If the Hua family is alone, do you think that the 2 5th-grade Great Saints can take down the Magma Dragon and get the Heart of Blaze? An elder of the Dan family said. Upon hearing this, many of them fell into contemplation, including the elder of the Hua family. The elder of the Dan family was right. The Heart of Blaze was indeed a good item, but it wasn't easy to get it. After all, the highest cultivation grade among them was only a 5th-grade Great Saint. It was almost impossible for any family to get the Heart of Blaze. If the Hua family was the only one who got the Heart of Blaze, not only would they fail to get the Heart of Blaze, they would also suffer a great loss. The Dan family is right. I suggest that we attack together and take down the magma dragon first. As for the Heart of Blaze, we will decide how to distribute it later. What do you think? The elder of the Shi family said. How should we distribute it? An expert of the Narang family asked. This was the question that everyone was most concerned about. If the distribution wasn't done well, it was afraid that it would cause an earth-shattering war. Isn't it obvious? The Heart of Blaze will be divided into 8 parts, one for each family. An expert of the demon race said loudly. All right, let's do it this way. The expert of the Desolate family said after a moment of consideration. The experts of the other families nodded. Although the experts of the Hua family were unwilling, they had no other choice. Once the Heart of Blaze was divided, its effect would be seriously affected. However, this method was undoubtedly the fairest way to distribute the Heart of Blaze. Otherwise, if no one was willing to give in to each other, a battle would break out. There were so many experts from the 8 families here. If a chaotic battle broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, the experts of the 8 families reached an agreement. All the 5th grade and 4th grade great saints unleashed their powerful qi, ready to attack the magma ocean. Look, it's time to attack. From afar, De Huang Dog chuckled. A good show is about to begin. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. The reaction of the 8 families was within his expectation. This was the only way they could deal with the magma dragon. Let me try the ability of this magma dragon first. A 5th grade great saint of the Hua family was the first to step forward. He took a step forward and gathered his qi. The flame in his hand expanded and condensed into a beam of fire. No one knew how much destructive force this beam of light carried. It was then launched at the magma ocean. Hung Long. The powerful attack hit the magma ocean. Surprisingly, a seal appeared outside the magma ocean. It formed a bright flame shield, blocking the attack of the elder of the Hua family. Roar! A furious roar was heard from the magma ocean. The action of the elder of the Hua family had undoubtedly enraged the magma dragon. The magma dragon emerged once again, spitting out huge fireballs. Each fireball was made of high-temperature magma. Its speed was extremely fast, rushing in all directions. The 5th grade great saints didn't expect such a sudden change. They just wanted to see what kind of damage the attack of the elder of the Hua family could cause to the magma ocean. But they didn't expect the magma dragon to be so terrifying. Not only was there a seal on the surface, but its attack was also so powerful. Arg! Screams were heard. Although the experts of the 8 families acted in time to stop the attack, some of the fireballs still rushed into the crowd, causing a certain number of casualties to the 8 families. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Leave only the 4th and 5th grade great saints here. The elder of the Hua family turned pale with fright. All the experts quickly joined forces to destroy all the fireballs. Even so, some of them were still killed. This kind of loss that shouldn't have happened made the experts of the 8 families gnash their teeth in anger. For God's sake! This violent dragon is really scary. You are right. Fortunately, there are these experts here. Otherwise, even if you and I found the Heart of Blaze, we won't be able to get it. De Huang Dog was shocked to see this scene from afar. This kind of heaven and earth creature is the scariest. I can see that the magma dragon has just formed not long ago. If it continues to grow, the experts of the Pure Land will be no match for it in less than 3 years. Jiang Chen said. This was all the credit of the Heart of Blaze. He wouldn't miss today's fortune. Not only was the Heart of Blaze a peerless treasure, even the magma contained a huge amount of blazing energy. It was also a rare treasure. If the Hua family could get their hands on this magma, they would be able to produce many geniuses. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.